Yeah. Let me see. Could I share screen? Is it visible?
Yes, ma'am, it's visible.
Let me put on the share now. Is it in PPT mode? Is it fine?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Should we begin now?
Ma'am, we can wait for another 2-3 minutes. Some more participants are joining.
Okay.
I think we should start now, Madhu.
Yes, okay. Okay. So let's start the session. So, very warm good morning to one and all present today. First of all, I would like to welcome our speaker for the session, Professor Ruchika Malhotra, on behalf of Daulat College and Malviya Mission Teacher Training Center, SGTB, Khalsa College. So before we start the session, let me formally introduce you all to the speaker. Dr. Ruchika Malhotra is Head of Department and Professor in Department of Software Engineering, Delhi Technological University, Delhi, India. She has served as an Associate Dean in Industrial Research and Development, Delhi Technological University. She has also been awarded with prestigious Raman Fellowship. She received her master's and doctorate degree in software engineering from the University School of Information Technology, Guru Gobind Singh Indraprasth University, Delhi, India. She has received IBM Faculty Award 2013. She has been ranked amongst the world's top 2% scientists by Stanford University Report, USA, for her research in the field of artificial intelligence, image processing. She is a recipient of Commendable Research Award in 2018 to 22 by Delhi Technological University. Her H index is 40 as reported by Google Scholar. She is author of book titled Empirical Research in Software Engineering, published by CRC Press, and co-author of a book on Object-Oriented Software Engineering, published by PHI Learning. She has published more than 250 research papers in international journals and conferences. Her research interests are in software testing, improving software quality, a statistical and adaptive prediction model, software metrics, and the definition and validation of software metrics. We welcome you, ma'am. Today, Professor Ruchika Malhotra will be sharing her insight on topic predictive modeling. It's over to you, ma'am. Thank you so much. Ma'am, are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. Are my slides audible? I am visible and I'm audible?
Fully audible, and they are visible also, ma'am. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you so much. Very good morning to all of you. So today I'll be presenting on a topic titled Predictive Modeling using Machine Learning Techniques. As I've already been introduced, I'm Professor and Head of Department in Department of Software Engineering, Delhi Technological University. We have a research group here that comprises of a long, we have number of students working undergraduate as well as postgraduate and PhD student working under our guidance. We have a big research team at Delhi Technological University in this area. So my today's tutorial or talk is divided into 4 parts, where I'll be covering the basics of predictive modeling, the research methodology behind predictive modeling, the basic concepts of machine learning, and what tools we can use for analyzing data. So before I begin, you must be wondering what is predictive modeling, what are the key elements and the steps involved in predictive modeling. So predictive modeling is the process used in predictive analytics to create a model that can be used to predict the future behavior. So what do? We create a model by using the past data, past experience, historical data, and and from that where we extract the trends or the rules, so that in future we can predict behavior of a particular problem. A predictive model, it is made up of number of predictors, which are variable factors. So we have number, for example, let's consider weather. So we have a number of input or predictor variables such as humidity, with temperature, pressure, and so on. And these predictors can be used to predict whether it will be a rainy day, sunny day, or windy day, or cold day, as so on. So historical data is considered for extracting behavior, predictive rules, which are then applied on the future data. So we used the extracted predictive rules that can be used on the future data. Now coming on to what is predictive modeling. Predictive modeling involves various, steps where, we have historical data for training. We do model development using machine learning technique. We do extract predictive rules. And when we have new instances or new data sets, we can use those models for predicting the future behavior. Coming on to the steps involved in predictive modeling. So we have number of steps involved in predictive modeling. First step involves collecting data from past. So it depends upon our problem, whether it's, for example, I have just quoted an example of weather prediction. So it depends upon the problem, the venue from or the venue where we collect the data. Then selection of appropriate machine learning technique for developing the predictive model. In the third step, we apply the data cleaning, or you can say we clean or data using various methods, such as measures of central tendency, measures of variability. We use outlier analysis. If we have missing data, we use missing data handling techniques. So in this step, we do it's an initial step where we do initial data cleaning. And then in the next step, we select the important or the relevant attributes that are relevant for that prediction model. And then we develop the model using the training data set. We validate the model to determine the accuracy and the validity of the created model. We use techniques to have a conclusion validity of the predictive model. So that we do in model validation. And finally, the model is ready for use for future data or future. It can make future predictions using new data set. Now, what are the coming on to the key elements in predictive modeling? So the data and the technique. Technique can be any. It depends upon the problem that we are dealing with, which technique we use, whether we go for statistical techniques, whether we go for machine learning techniques, whether we go for evolutionary techniques. So it depends. So when I will. During the progression of my tutorial, I will tell you that how we can select an appropriate technique. Now coming on to research methodology for predictive modeling. So this is it's a 5-phase process. Where we can we progress from one phase to another. Where we start from a study definition phase. So study definition phase involves defining the scope of the study, defining the purpose of the study, what is the motivation behind the study, what is the context behind the study. So after that, after we have established the scope, the purpose, why we are carrying forward the empirical study, the next is a very, very essential and important phase, that is experiment design phase, which involves creation of research questions, creation of research hypothesis, defining variables, collecting data from historical sites, selection of an appropriate data analysis technique, depends whether it's machine learning, statistical, or evolutionary. Then we also determine what are the limitations, what are the potential threats, so that we can as much as we can remove, it's better. And if we are not able to remove, then we report them in the final phase. The next phase is the research, conduct, and analysis. I'll detail on each step during the progression of the tutorial. So next step is the research, conduct, and analysis, where we use the techniques, the higher and we use the techniques that we have established in the design phase. And then it starts from summarizing the stats of the data, going to the reducing the attributes, and then using statistical analysis for hypothesis testing and model creation and model validation. And the next phase is interpreting. So whatever we have obtained in the previous phase, we interpret the theoretical and practical significance of these results in the next phase. And finally, we report down the limitations. So the limitations are the threats which we couldn't address, or which were not possible for us to address in the in the empirical study. And the final phase comes with the reporting, where we present our data. So it depends upon the venue, whether I am carrying out a UGC project, a DST project, or I am writing a project report, or I am doing a thesis work, or I am creating or developing a conference paper or a journal paper. So it depends upon the venue of publication, where the format of the presentation of the result. So let's start step by step. So the first step is study definition. So in this step, the goals and objectives of the empirical study are defined. It is divided into various parts, where we define the dimensions of the study in terms of scope. We determine the motivation of the study, that means why it is being studied. What is being studied, for example, if I am studying a process, or I am studying a product, that is the outcome of the process. So the object that is under study is defined here. Then the purpose, what is the aim of the study, from whom perspective we are conducting the study, from whether analyst, from a system analyst perspective, from a project manager perspective, from a customer's perspective. So whom's perspective the study is being carried out, that is important to determine at this stage. Then finally, what is the area of the study in which we are going to conduct the research. So this is the first phase, where we define various attributes of the study. The second, as I told you, it's the most important and essential and significant phase in an empirical study process. It is known as experiment design phase. The design of the experiment, it covers various things, starting from research questions, formation of the hypothesis, selection of variables, data collection strategies, and then selection of appropriate data analysis methods. And in this phase, we define the context of the study. Why, what is the context behind the study is also defined in this phase. So coming on to the first step, where you can see that first we identify the goals, then we develop the research questions. This particular step involves understanding the problem. Defining research question means that we define what exactly we are going to answer in this empirical study or the for predictive modeling. What answer at the end of the study we will obtain. So that is expressed in terms of research questions. We also do exhaustive literature review in this phase, where we explore all the recent studies. We do a critical analysis of all the studies that are very closely related to our research. Then we create solution to the problem by formulating the hypothesis, by selecting the appropriate variables, by collecting the data, and finally by selection of an appropriate data analysis method. So coming on to research questions, the first step in experiment design is to define, or you can say formulate the research questions. So this step states the problem in forms of questions and identify the main concepts and relations that will be explored in the study. So whenever you define a research question, there are three dimensions that we will address. What is the existing relation to the literature? What methods, data collection techniques, and data analysis method must be used to answer these research questions? What is the new contribution in the area? So that is another dimension, that how the area contributes. So what it's very important that there is something new that is being added into the literature. So when you are creating a research question, you also need to see what new thing you will be answering in the particular empirical study. The second step involves reviewing the literature. So in the next step, in the initial phases of experiment design, we conduct an exhaustive literature review. A literature review identifies the related and relevant research and determines the position of the work in the specified field. So what do? We determine the relevant, research, and basically we determine what has already been done, from where we are going to start from here till the end of the study. So that is done in terms of searching various web portals such as IEEE Explore or Elsevier or Springer Nature. So various Google Scholars. So we do extensive, exhaustive, search to collect the studies. Now, whenever you do a exhaustive search, so what answers we do require from that? So first we determine what are the key areas where there are gaps, knowledge gaps exist. What are the major issues and controversies that are involved in the topic? So if you are reviewing we are researching a topic, what are the major issues that are there in the topic? What have been the various methodologies that have been used, and what is the quality of that? What are the areas in which future research can be done? What are the key theories and concepts in that particular research? What are the various terminologies that are being used in that particular topic? What are the key questions that have been addressed in date, and what are the areas in which different researchers and authors have different perspective about the research topic? So whenever we do literature review, we do address all these questions. We try to find the answers of all these questions from the existing literature. The third step involves selection of variables. There are two types of variables when I talk about research. There are two types of variables. First is independent, and other is dependent. Independent variable is a variable. It's maybe it's also known as an input variable. It can be changed or varied to see its effect on the dependent variable. So thus dependent variable is dependent on the independent variable. So what do? We have a number of independent variables. We try to find their combined effect on the dependent variable. For example, what will be the effect of temperature, pressure, and humidity on the category, the type of the day, whether it's rainy or sunny. So type of the day is the dependent variable, and these three are the independent variables that we are using to determine or predict the type. Now, how can we select the research variables, the independent variables? So it depends upon various factors on your experience. If you have already conducted the study many times, so you are as a researcher experienced to know. We can also, take information from the existing published literature and judgment, and we can also take advice from experts in the related area. So these are three ways, where that can be used to determine, select the variables. Now, what are the types of measurement, various scales we have? So there are two types of data: discrete and continuous. Discrete type of data is categorical or ordinal type. For example, whether a particular component is faulty, not faulty, whether it's it's if we say faulty, not faulty, it's categorical. If we say high, medium, low, so high is higher than medium, medium is higher than low, so we have an order in it, so that's known as ordinal type. So if we in discrete type of categorical type of data also, we can have two types of categories, where we can simple have binary or category, or we can have some order involved in the category. Then as you can see, when we don't have order involved, it's 0 1, so if we say it's a nominal type of variable. And when we have an order involved, where we say it's high, medium, low, so we say it's an ordinal type of variable. Then the second type of variable are continuous, are on continuous scale. So we can have three types there. First is interval. In interval type, on any part of the scale, the difference between two adjacent point is always equal. So it has no arbitrary 0 point. For example, temperature, it doesn't have an arbitrary 0 point. In ratio types, they are like interval, but they have an absolute 0 point. For example, weight, we can say a person is twice as heavier as compared to the other person. So when we can express one value as a multiple of another, it's known as a ratio type. And absolute type is simple counts. For example, number of faults encountered during inspection. So it's kind of a simple count that we have. So that's known as that comes under absolute. So we can divide. So as we can see it as, we are dividing the variable into two types, where we have categorical or discrete type and continuous type. And then finally, this categorical can be divided into nominal and ordinal, and continuous types can be divided into interval, ratio, and absolute. So, my area of research is software engineering. So, normally we use metrics such as lines of code, coupling, cohesion. So that type of variable we do use in our research. So let's do a simple exercise and try to identify the variables. For example, there is a playground. Consider it's next to your house. But the past 2 weeks, we have been noting if the kids are, playing in the playground or not, the pattern of the kids playing in the playground. So based on the data you collected, you would like to predict a model if a kid will be playing on a playground on a specific day or not. So can anyone tell me what data would you collect to decide whether the kids should play on the playground or not? So you can unmute. Yeah.
Nominal.
No, that is a scale of the data. What type of data? What data exactly? Scale will be the second. For example, if I say temperature is of a particular scale, but first I have to identify the variable temperature. So what are the variables that you can use to predict the kids should play on a playground or not?
Presence of swings or any, if there are any
presence.
like if there are swings or whatever, the children which all these things on which the children play.
Okay. If they are
Slide, swings.
okay. Any other variable?
Temperature?
Yeah, temperature. See, obviously you will not send your kids in, 40-degree temperature in afternoon to play. So that is another consideration. You may not send them if it's a rainy day. Any other variable you can think of?
If there is any guard
Rainfall,
watching by.
rainfall and precipitation.
Yes. It's weekend or weekday.
And precipitation.
Yes.
Rain-
That can be added. Humidity and
Precipitation.
yes. Any other?
Any event being organized in that playground or nearby that area?
Okay. Yeah.
Any rally or any something like that?
No, they are going to
Okay.
play. So rally, I don't know, but yeah.
Because usually if there is a big playground or like something like that, so usually political rallies are being organized frequently during the political your seasons
Okay.
in that. So they usually take those areas for rally or campaign or something like that. So in that case, we won't be using a play. Kids or whatever the user of that won't we have access to that playground. I don't know. I think that.
Any other variable?
And number of people.
The calendar
How
students
can
are
you
having.
predict how number of people are there? See, it's if I say I will send my kid when it's a weekend, they will obviously number of people will be more maybe, but because but the kid is comfortable as there is no school.
The calendar, the summer vacation versus school timings. The academic calendar of the students can be a variable.
Yeah, time of the day can
Exam
be
because
variable.
it
If
has
it's morning,
examination
it's
starts.
afternoon, it's evening,
Yeah.
or it's a weekend or a weekday.
And whether there are examination during that academic session or vacations or routine days, so it also impacts the number
Yes,
of.
it's
For
also.
example, in March we observe in our society also that the number of children playing around reduces during the examination.
Yes. So all these, can serve as input variables or predictive variables or independent variables. So a few I
One
have
more,
little
ma'am.
noticed.
One more variable came in my mind. Noise level nearby that area when the kids
Okay.
will be playing around that region playground. Noise level.
Okay. So I
Ma'am,
have
maybe the child has done homework for that particular day or not.
yeah, but it will be very difficult for each you noting, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. Yes, you can add that. I have identified three main ones. The forecast, whether it will be a sunny day, cloudy day, rainy day, that we have. Temperature, it will be hot, mild or cool. Humidity, it will be high, normal. And apart from that, all the variables that we have discussed, we can add as, predictor or independent variable. And the output variable or the dependent variable will be playing outside, yes or no. So now you can see, here comes the scale now. You can see we have the outcome variable. Can you tell me in which scale it is? Yes, no is
Nominal scale.
nominal
the,
scale.
The Boolean
Yes.
one.
And humidity in which scale?
Ordinal.
Ordinal, because there is order. High, normal. High is obviously higher than normal. And then temperature?
Again ordinal.
Yeah.
It is
And
relative.
forecast?
Ordinal.
Forecast is also ordinal.
No. Forecast is not, it's nominal, because sunny is not higher than cloudy or cloudy is not higher than, there is no order involved. There is only categories.
So nominal.
Yeah, it is nominal. So this is the way, just I wanted to give you a small example where we can, use this technique to identify the independent and dependent variables. By our experience, like as experienced parents, you were telling me various variables. And based on, and you can also, the second technique we can use, that we can take some literature, and from there we can identify the input variables. Then comes the identification of the scales. So now let's do a very small example exercise, which is actually an example in today's world where we in medical domain we do use this technique to identify variables. So say there is a medical team studying a specific heart disease. So for the past 2 years, the team has noted various attributes of all the patients who were detected with the disease. Based on that data that they have collected, they would be like to predict if a person would be detected with heart disease or not. So given the above situations, we wish to identify whether what input or the independent variables can be used to detect a specific heart. A person will be is prone to heart disease or not. Can you one by one we can discuss what variables are possible for that?
The
Age.
cholesterol level,
Age.
cholesterol level,
Age is yes, age is one
Age.
of them. Cholesterol is another. And can you tell me what will be the simultaneously what will be the scale of these variables?
Ma'am, lipid profile.
the cholesterol lipid profile will have a ordinal scale.
Yes, if you divide it into high.
Age will be
medium, low.
again ordinal.
Yes, age also. Yes.
And
We
blood
can-
pressure again ordinal.
In age, we have to convert. Age is
Interval.
actually
I mean, should be
age is a
interval.
raw data. It's not. It's a continuous data. 6,
Yeah.
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So it's a absolute data. But we are converting it into
Interval.
ordinal. Yeah.
Ordinal.
Yes.
Or it can be put into intervals also, ma'am.
Yes. That
And
is
then
ordinal only. Interval.
blood pressure also. Blood pressure can be seen.
Yes,
It is again an ordinal.
So see, one is physical. Like if you are seeing the pattern, there are three categories of independent variable. One is the physical attributes of the patient's height, weight. Then are his habits: smoking, non-smoking, eating habits, sleeping pattern,
Exercises.
current medical condition, exercise pattern. What you can say. BP,
Sleep pattern.
RBP.
Sleep pattern
And then
also.
third type of variables will be heredity. His parents, whether they are having or not, hypertension or not, that will also contribute towards So there are three types basically. First is the physical attributes or the attributes of a patient, his habits. Then comes his habits. Then comes the hereditary part. So there are number of variables we can identify. From going up to age, height, weight. Then based on height, weight, we can BMI is the more accurate, variable that can be used. Then as we have discussed, he's having blood pressure or not, he's diabetic or not. Then his patterns, his eating habits, he's vegetarian, non-vegetarian, he's smoker, non-smoker, he's drinker, non-drinker. Then his lifestyle. It's a very, active lifestyle or a medium active or a low active. And then comes as you have said, his job profile also will matter. So all these are his things. And then comes, the heredity part. What is
Ma'am, is it
one of
possible
the
that a
attributes be
variable? Yeah, sorry, sir, please.
नहीं, continue, ma'am.
नहीं आप बोलिए पहले फिर
Ma'am, I was asking कि can symptom be also one of the attribute, fourth attribute, because we can record symptoms from the patient, whether there is or she is having a chest pain or any other heart related disease or symptoms in past 10 days or 1 month.
Symptom means what?
Symptoms means like sign or symptoms for the heart disease patients, whatever they can feel experience during the last 1 month, like chest pain can be one of the symptoms. How frequently?
BP is one of the symptom only.
BP is to
Yes,
clinical parameter that.
Clinical parameter it's there. No, but see, if he's having high BP, so he's more prone to. That is
but
also a symptom. I mean to say, for heart disease, it's a symptom. Diabetic, if he's diabetic.
Correct. Ma'am, actually, if I answer this
But
question,
you are talking
symptom,
about very
actually,
current symptoms.
having a positive symptom may lead to the conclusion, but having a negative symptom will not imply that a person, despite of high BP or high lipids,
We
do not have.
we want to determine the future of a particular patient. So currently, if we take that data, we may not be having the symptom data.
Yeah, right.
That is the.
Okay.
But yeah,
Ma'am, I was saying, ma'am, for example, we choose some variable which seems to be independent right now, and then it has to be removed. For example, in this case only, if we talk, BMI is a wrong indicator nowadays. Because BMI gives the physical appearance, it gives the ratio of the body weight to the height. But
No,
now,
but the weight, if the current BMI is high, it is.
Ma'am, yes, if
the
current BMI is high,
probability
but
of
the vice versa is not true. If the BMI is low, it is possible that the muscle mass is
yes,
lower.
yes.
But
See, that's why we are taking combination of these inputs.
Yes.
Only one cannot. See,
what I mean to
next
say
I will
then
come to
such a variable.
univariate, and you are talking about univariate and multivariate analysis. Only BMI cannot serve as the indicator, obviously. But with age, BMI, habits, then the pattern, we will do multivariate analysis where we'll take all the independent variables together and find their together effect on the output.
Because this has been the worst indicator nowadays, and
yes,
nearly 20-25 crore people in India, they are suffering.
It is not an individual parameter. First, understand. Next stage, I'll tell you what is univariate and multivariate analysis. Univariate, we find individual effect of each independent variable on the dependent variable. Multivariate, we find the combined effect. So in this case, we have to find the combined. When we create a predictive model, it has multiple input parameters, and each parameters have their own weightage. And then we create a model and for predicting the future. And if the past data, as you are saying, doesn't include BMI in that particular pattern, then the model will not include BMI. It will exclude BMI. It is not necessary that all the variables will be selected in the model. That depends upon the historical data pattern. You are getting my point. When we will collect data, for example, we will collect data for 4,000 patients. It depends upon their pattern, and the combination of each variables, whether the model will select that variable or not. It's not necessary that all the variables will be selected as input to the model. That is the job of a machine learner. It does that. It intelligently learns from the historical patterns. Am I clear?
Yes, ma'am, it is clear. Yes. Because yes, it can be a wrong indicator. I understand that. It can be taken.
So then if it's a wrong indicator, it will not be selected. It depends upon the data we have.
Yeah. Thank you so much.
Okay. And then comes the formulation. Next step, when we have identified the research variables, the next step is formulation of hypothesis, which is very important. So the main objective of the experiment usually is to evaluate a given relationship or hypothesis formed between the cause and the effect. So it's a formal hypothesis, basically depicts the relationship amongst independent and dependent variable, but in a form of formal statement. So we should carefully form the hypothesis because it has to be tested, and it has to be tested on the sample data that we have. On the basis of the result from the sample, a decision is taken whether a hypothesis is accepted or it is rejected. So that depends upon for example, let's take a very easy example to understand. I have a hypothesis that girls will achieve higher reading comprehension test scores than boys at the end of first semester. This is my assumption. So when I state the hypothesis, I need to first state the null hypothesis. So null hypothesis, a researcher, that's why it's known as hypothesis testing is known as test for falsification. So we always, a researcher wants to reject the null hypothesis and accept the alternate hypothesis. So null hypothesis states there is no difference between the two means of the comprehension scores between the girls and boys. Whereas the alternate hypothesis states the girls' mean score on the reading comprehension test will significantly exceed than that of boys. So we want what, as a researcher, is what we want to prove our assumption. So we want to reject the null hypothesis and we want to accept the alternate hypothesis. So whenever we do alternate, we create hypothesis, we create first the null and then the alternate hypothesis. The next job is very important. Now data. So, as a researcher, we will say ki from where will we get the data? So there are various sources from where we can get data. For example, in my case, when I talk about software engineering, there are three sources where I can get data from: academic software, from industrial software, such as it's Samsung, or you can say Microsoft or Adobe or Amazon or Google. They are willing to give me their source code and share with me. Or I can have publicly available data. So there are as you have there are data sets which are publicly available. There are source code also which are publicly available, from which we can extract data. See, first one is compromisable method. Academic, if I collect data from some academic environment, the validation is very difficult. The correctness of the data is questionable. If I collect it from industry, it is ideal. But industry doesn't trust the universities or the academy. When I was I did my post was in Finland for many days. So I observed their industry do give it. Does trust the universities. But in India, still it's very difficult to get data from industries. But then the compromise we can make between both of these things is we can use the publicly available data to test test our samples.
Ma'am, this point I didn't understand. Academic data or data collected by the industry from the academic institution, which is the second category. Why are we not trusting the academic data? For example, we have
that is in terms of software engineering, software repositories. It's not generalizing. See, if I have created small student softwares or programs, and I collect matrix or data from there. So students are not experienced programmers. So there I do a lot of compromise. They like just simple programs. From that, if we want to conclude something, I'm talking about this is just this
it's a specific case.
is restricted to software data, software type of software repositories. If you want to, if you talk about the medical data, for example, let's say take the medical. Obviously, it can't be done. The academic category goes. It can't be done. Obviously, in university environment. But yes, from hospitals we can collect if they are willing to do, or we can if some some people have donated publicly labeled data sets that have been collected, and so we can do a research on them. In that category, it will be hospitals and publicly available data sets. In hospitals also, there are so many ethical issues. So why do we lack in research as a country too? So because we don't get data sets from trusted sources. They don't trust academicians. Because there are significant security and privacy issues or ethical issues when we do data collection that we need to follow when we do our research. So after this data collection part is done, so as now you can see, we can have data from various. If we talk about, I have some IoT device and I want, then there are so many ways we can use sensors to collect data. We can have healthcare data, we can have education data, we can have traffic data, we can have agricultural data. So I give you an example of software, how to collect data from software repository, but there are so many there are different application of predictive modeling in healthcare sector, in education sector, transport sector. Name a sector and you can apply this predictive modeling thing in it. Next task is selection of an appropriate technique, which is very important. So whenever I take a RM class, I do stress this step, because normally as a researcher we do miss this step in the research methodology. That means how to select an appropriate method. If you as a faculty, you must have observed that your students are applying deep learning techniques. Why? If you ask them why, this just say because they are very they are recent, they are being used. But it's very important to check whether they are applicable in your application or not. Deep learning can only be applied when you have very large data. First, you have complexities in the data. Second, If I have a small sample, I'm going for a deep learning technique. It's useless. We don't need to apply that technique. In deep learning technique, the model deepens. The hidden layers are number of. The neurons are increased. Why? Because the data is more. The complexity is more. That's the only thing. So similarly, whatever technique you decide, you need to have a proper study why I am selecting this technique. And there are various methods how we can select an appropriate technique. I will come when I come on to the machine learning part, I'll tell you what are those methods of selection of a technique. And finally comes in experiment design phase, the threats to validity phase. In threats to validity phase, we identify the potential risks, threats. For example, I have collected data from ABC hospital. So there may be a threat about the correctness. You are not sure. They are giving you data. If there is some error in the measurement, typological error, and if you, or even if you are you're taking data from a website, always there is a threat about the correctness of the data. So there may be few threats that may be present. Then next is generalizability. Generalizability means if I am collecting a data in one environment, the results will be applicable in that particular environment only. So that's how much your model is generalizable to different environments. You need to restrict that. You need to state that in your research. You should remove these threats as much as possible. But if you're not able to remove them, you need to state them. Next comes our next phase, research, conduct, and analysis. So it is again, now here what you do, whatever, the steps we have determined, described in the design phase, we do, getting, you can say, hands-on into the research phase. What we do, we first summarize the data. Summarization can be done to observe the patterns of the data. Mean, median, mode you must have heard. So that can be done using measures of central tendency, and that can be done using measures of variability such as standard deviation, variation, and so on. So all these measures, of central tendency and variability can be used to summarize the data, to know the trends of the data. What is the mean, more. Then you can also compute the quartiles. So it depends 25% or 50% quartile or 75%. So all these things can be used to summarize the data. Standard deviation is another, very, important measure that we can use. After summarizing, this step is known as metric data analysis. Here, you also need to identify the outliers. Outlier means the points that lie very far away from the mean of the data. For example, weight of a particular person is 110. That is an outlier. You may have to remove it. Why? Because sometimes what outlier does, it overpowers all the data. And all your results are based on that outlier. So that as a researcher, first you need to identify, and it may be also due to typological error, that the weight is 110. It was to be typed as maybe 80 and it has been typed as 110. So first you need to identify the outliers. That is, now as a researcher, you need to decide whether to retain them or to remove from the analysis. So all these things are, data pre-processing steps that we need to do. Then we need to use attribute reduction strategies to reduce the data. Then comes there are two types of hypothesis testing that we can do. First we can use non-parametric tests, which are very popular, and second are parametric tests such as t-test. See, what is the difference? Parametric tests, they have some assumption. The data needs to be normal, for example. But if as a researcher you feel you can compromise these assumptions, so non-parametric test doesn't have any assumption. You don't need to have a normal data or anything. You don't need to check few things on the data before applying those tests. So then you can, for example, Friedman, Wilcoxon, signed rank, and NEP. There are so many non-parametric tests these days that are available. Then comes, you have created the model. What measures you will use for evaluating the performance of the model? It depends upon your outcome type, the dependent variable. If it is continuous, you need to apply MRE, MARE, and so on. If it is discrete or categorical type, then recall, precision, area under the curve, accuracy, specificity, F measure. There are so many measures that now see, everything has a logic. It depends whether the data is balanced or imbalanced. Depend on that, you use the measure. Then comes your model development part and model validation. Model validation also, there are various techniques for validating a model. For example, leave one out. If I have a, here also selection is based on the size of the data. If I have very, very small data, I may use leave one out. What I will do, I will leave one data point. For example, I have 10 data points. I will leave one data point and use 9 for training, 1 for validation, and repeat this process till all the variables are gone. And then if I have medium size data, I can use 10 cross validation method. K is equal to 10, where I divide my data set into 10 folds, and in each fold in each fold, if I say about 10 crore, if I use K is equal to 10, so I need to repeat it 10 times, and in each fold the accuracy is calculated. That is another method. Then we can use holdout. In holdout, we divide the data into maybe 70-30. If I have large data, it can be used. So 70% data is used for training, 30% is used for validation. Then comes your model comparison test. If you want to compare the results of various, that is known as post-hoc analysis. That is another. In fact, I need many. It's each topic has, if you want to go into deep, it has various things that need to be noted. So first thing is divide the data, 2 parts: training, testing. Identify the relevant variables, use appropriate whatever technique you want, validate the predictive model, apply the hypothesis testing, using statistical testing, and finally the result interpretation. So after the data has been partitioned, the next step is to train the data. So whatever algorithm we have identified, we'll use. Performance analyzer, I told you, depends upon the type of and the nature of dependent variable, if it is continuous or not. Cross validation, I already told you. If you have large data, go for holdout. If you have medium sized, go for K-fold cross validation. In I already told you, normally in research, K is equal to 10. So the data set is divided into 10 parts, and K minus 1 parts are used for training, and K and the one part that is left, it is used for validation. And this procedure is repeated 10 times. And then we have leave one out if the size of the data is severely limited or very, very less. The type of dependent variable, based on the type of dependent variable, we can determine which you can say the measure for determining the accuracy of the model is used, whether sensitivity, specificity, accuracy, or anything. Then comes the interpretation of the results. See, whenever we interpret the results, we need to relate it to the practical in real world scenario, where will be the results applicable. So what we need to answer when we do result interpretation, what is the research hypothesis? Does the result support the hypothesis or it doesn't? Null hypothesis is rejected or accepted. Then what are the limitations of the study? What are the lessons learned from the study? Who will be benefited from the study? And how do we relate our results with the past studies that we have, that are closely related to our study? Result presentation depends whether you are doing a quantitative analysis or a qualitative analysis. Then comes drawing conclusion from the researcher. See, I told you, as a researcher, I will always want to accept my assumption and reject the null hypothesis. So after that comes the reporting part. So reporting depends upon your venue, whether it's a technical report, whether it's a white paper you are producing, it's a conference article, it's a journal paper, and so on. Now, ethical, when we talk about empirical research, ethics are very important. As a, I don't need to, I think, reiterate, as a faculty member, senior professors, you are aware that ethical standard and plagiarism is no longer, hidden thing. Now we do have an AI related plag too. So we need to, follow all these things where, the ethical things. If you are specifically doing a ethical study of somewhere some human being or something is involved, you need to have a proper ethical committee in the university and take proper approvals before carrying out the study. Okay, now comes, I think I have some minutes left. Yeah. So now comes about machine learning. What is machine learning? What are concerns in machine learning? I'll just quickly in 10 minutes go through my slides and tell you the basic idea. Everyone knows, if I take my mobile, I start typing. It starts, it starts giving me some word. Does, if I type BO, whether you want to type don't, does, what is that? It is a prediction being used. It is a, machine learning that is being inbuilt, and there it is predicting that these are the probable words you want to type. Google Maps is another example. So if we talk about everyday machine learning that we use day to day, we use Google Maps. It using deep learning techniques for for predicting the various routes day to day. So that is another classic example of use of machine learning. Online recommendation, I open my Facebook, it says me buy this particular clothes from Fab India or some books from Amazon or some laptop. How have they gained this knowledge? But they are also using machine learning to they are analyzing my search patterns, and based on those search pattern they have learned, they are giving me those particular sites or those particular products that I need to buy right now. By because I have been searching from them. That are on. So online recommended system is another classic example of machine learning. Now, as a researcher, I may wonder, what is the proper definition of machine learning? What is the goal of machine learning? Basically, the goal of machine learning is to develop intelligent programs that learn from past experience, that automatically improve the performance and adapt to new environment from time to time. They basically, these techniques are basically well suited for real world problems, complex problems, and they do solve them in very, very less amount of time. So that is the basic whole goal of machine learning technique. They are tolerant to data. So if it is any inaccurate, partially correct, missing, so it depends upon technique to technique. There are techniques that can deal all these issues. Now, as I've told you, there are two things that machine learning techniques have made. The major benefit of these techniques are they are used to model complex relationships, and they are easily adapted. They can easily adapt to changing environments. So if new knowledge comes into, they do incorporate that knowledge, and they do keep automatically updating the predictive model. If I talk about, then various companies into it, Google, Apple, you talk about IBM or Microsoft, every other, these companies are into the high use of machine learning techniques. Now, machine learning techniques are divided into two categories: supervised and unsupervised. Supervised learning means when the outcome variable is available to you. You have weather prediction, whether in past data, whether it was rainy, it was sunny, it was cloudy. And for example, you can see in this example that I have some pictures that are labeled. Cat is cat, dog is dog, and I provide the learner the pictures, and if a new input come, automatically the model will give me, this is a cat, this is a dog. So outcome is available to me. Based on the outcome, I create a model and I do prediction. Then comes unsupervised learning. In unsupervised learning, the outcome is not available. For example, I have, there are five news items that I have seen. I have extracted keywords from that, and I want to, categorize whether they belong to sports or crime. So by seeing them, you can see the news item second, third, and fifth, they are related to a particular, they are related to sports, and a news item and 1 and 4, they are related to crime. So this is known as unsupervised learning, when we don't have outcome, and we do try to find patterns in the inputs. Then very important, which is being used in cars, you can say self-driving cars, game playing, is reinforcement learning. Reinforcement learning basically provides feedback to the algorithm as it trains. For example, I have a robo. So I need to train that robo where what actions, if there is a fire, don't need to go around it. If there is a water, you don't need to go around it. So so that reinforcement learning is used in these types of problems. Deep learning, although it's very popular, but it is only applicable when we have large, complex, very complex problems that we need to deal with. There are various categories of supervised learning: neural networks, decision trees, ensemble. So that's another whole thing that now this I was telling you that I'll tell you when I come on to the machine learner part. Criteria for selection of a data analysis technique. It depends upon three factors: type of dependent variable, nature of the data set, and important aspects of different algorithm. So as a researcher, you may wonder when should I use decision tree? When should I use a particular random forest ensemble learner or a naive Bayes? When should I go for deep learning? So it depends upon three factors. First is your type of dependent variable. If it is categorical, logistic regression is applicable. If it is continuous, linear regression is applicable. Simple. So it depends upon the category of the dependent variable. Few are applicable for categorical type of dependent, few are applicable for continuous. Simple. Second is important: nature of your data set, diversity in the data set, redundancy in the data set, for example, any interaction present in the variable, size of the training set. For example, consider naive Bayes. Naive Bayes has a strong assumption. If all the independent variables are totally independent from each other, then only it can be used. There should be no overlapping among variables. So I cannot select a technique because it's a popular technique or someone else has used in the literature. I need to determine whether for my problem it's applicable or not. Last but not the least, the aspects of data analysis methods is very important: accuracy, speed, the interpretability. So if I am not able to understand the technique, I will not be able to code it in Python. Python is the most popularly being used language these days. I will not, if I'm not able to understand a technique, I will not be able to use it. It will be as a black box. So using a technique as a black box is not a good option. So obviously a technique should be fast, it should be accurate. Along with that, it should be simple. You should be able to first understand what is the technique. Other consideration, if you have a missing, data. So you need a technique that do deal with that. If you have an imbalanced data, you need a technique that can do that. If you have a data with higher dimension, you need a technique that can deal with that. You can't use any. If you have a heavily loaded outlier data, then you need for example, fraud detection. They are actually, and there are very few instances of frauds in the data. Now, concerns in machine learning: overfitting, underfitting, all these. I have less time, so I'll just skip them. Multicollinearity. How will you deal with the imbalanced data? Parameter tuning. So there are various parameters in machine learning. Neither you can overtune them nor you can undertune them. So you need to tune them properly. So lastly, I'll just summarize the tools that are available for mining and analyzing data. So there are various open source. Python is available. Then we have a Kaito environment for knowledge acquisition. It's an open source machine learning tool available. For evolutionary algorithm, we have Keel. If we talk about proprietary, that means paid tools. So we have SPSS, statistical package for social science. We have MATLAB, that is proprietary. It can provide a platform for. We have R, which is an open source. Then we have Octave, that is also open source. So it depends upon your problem that which platform you use. MATLAB can be as a proprietary tool that can be used for coding a particular new technique. Python can be used for coding. R can provide both support. Then SPSS has inbuilt algorithms that can be used. It is a user-friendly, but it's a proprietary software. So it depends upon where you want to go. So this was for all from my side. Now I'm open to any questions you have.
Thank you, ma'am. Participants, you can raise your concern if you have any.
Thank you, ma'am, for this informative session. Actually, the information was too large to receive it fully, but yes, it was comprehensive and understood
can-
also, and we could apply
you
some
can-
examples to
Yeah,
machine learning.
you can
and we'll-
contact me also. You can raise questions, and if you want to reach me, you can reach me. If you want an additional question answer session, maybe after the lunch, I can join again. So whatever, right now also you can ask questions as much as you want.
Thank you, ma'am. Not any from my side.
Any questions you have, please. Any queries you feel that anything that any problem you are facing in your research, or the RM that you are using in your research, I can try to help you out.
Ma'am, do we categorize the machine learning in 3 parts? Supervised, unsupervised, reinforcement, or
Yes.
supervised, unsupervised
Yes.
go in the same category?
No. Supervised, unsupervised, and
And then reinforced.
there are 3 types. Yeah.
There are 3 types. Thank you.
Any other question?
If there are no more queries, should I end this session?
Yeah, thank you so much for inviting me. I got less time because I had a meeting in the afternoon. But yeah, if the participants feels they have queries, I can rejoin at around 2:30, and you let me know. And thank you for giving me this opportunity. And yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. So I would like to end this session with a formal vote of thanks to ma'am. So I would like to extend our sincere gratitude to ma'am on behalf of DRC and MMTC's SGTB Khalsa College for this truly insightful and engaging presentation on predictive modeling. You have given us a clear and compelling overview of how predictive model can shape the future, ma'am. Your insights were truly invaluable. We greatly appreciate you for taking time to share your expertise with our participants. Thank you once again, ma'am. Thank you,
I
ma'am.
will leave the meet now. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you.
Sir has already joined, so maybe we will welcome sir and start with this session.
Yeah, just let me ask. Take Malviya to make him.
I'll do that. You start.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, very good morning.
Okay. Yes, sir.
Hey, Madhu, am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible.
Completely?
Yes, sir, completely audible.
Good morning, sir. Thank you so much for waiting for a few minutes for ma'am to complete.
Okay, so let me take this opportunity to formally introduce you to today's speaker for the next session. So today we have with us Professor Bibhoo Sahoo. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of DRC and Malviya Mission Teacher Training Center, SGTB Khalsa College. Professor Bibhoo Sahoo, sir, currently serving as the head of Commerce Department of SGTB Khalsa College. Sir has done his BCom from Utkal University, Odisha, MCom from BU University, Odisha, followed by doctorate from Department of Commerce, Delhi School of Economics, University of Delhi. Sir has started his teaching career in year 1997 from SRCC, University of Delhi. Sir has teaching experience of more than 25 years. Sir has also visited many reputed universities as visiting faculty. Sir has also contributed as author and co-author in around 7 books. Sir has 19 research articles to his credit in many reputed national and international journals. Not only this, Sir has also presented around 25 papers in different national and international conferences. Professor Bibhoo has supervised 11 MPhil and PhD students altogether. Sir has also accomplished many administrative duties. We welcome you, sir. Professor Bibhoo will talk about plagiarism, referencing, and indexing in today's session. It's over to you, sir, once you will be able to share your screen.
Okay, Dr. Madhu. Thank you, Dr. Madhu and Dr. Kanika ma'am. for giving me opportunity to speak before this refresher course, specifically designed for the science faculty. I believe, if I'm correct, it's specifically designed for the science. It's correct?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Am I audible now?
Yes, sir. You are clearly audible.
Oh. So, what I plan for today's session is that Dr. Sharma and Dr. Madhu, what they discussed about me, that I will speak on plagiarism, indexing, and referencing. Right? So, these are the three parts. I believe all these three are the external part of a research paper. Though all these three are the external part of a research paper, I believe all these three parts are very dear to a researcher. If all these three parts are missing nowadays, research is meaningless. Might be plagiarism, might be indexing, might be referencing. All these three parts are now quite related, quite correlated towards each other. So that's why I plan, being a social science teacher, to address the science faculty. I think this is the right area I'm choosing before you, right? Okay. With this, let me start my presentation before you. Online or some are offline?
No, sir. All participants are online only.
Okay, great. So, is my screen shared with you, ma'am?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, with this, let me start my presentation. So, what I planned exactly for the today's discussion, I will start with the precursor before publication, journal indexing, journal matrix, and author matrix. Then I will come to the plagiarism and referencing. Right? These are the index for the today's refresher course discussion. So, why I planned to speak about the precursor before publication? Friend, we all are the researcher. Might be from science discipline, might be from social science discipline. So nowadays, publication is becoming great challenge for every researcher. Why I'm saying so? The days we are there was a ethics in publication. However, due to competition, nowadays almost all the regulating agencies, including UGC, including universities, all are pressurizing us to write, and not only write, but also to publish in a quality journal. So nowadays, all academicians, we are forced to write the paper. Some might be the good researcher. So when we are getting published a paper, sometimes we feel cheated. So why? Because there are the predatory journal, there are the clone journal. So let me discuss in details. I'll take 5 to 10 minutes. Before publication, what kind of precaution one should take, right? Then I'll come to for indexing. Then I'll come for the journal matrix, author matrix. Then I'll come to the plagiarism and referencing, right? So, as I said that, one should take lot of precaution before he get published his paper. Why? Because nowadays there are a concept of predatory journal. Sometimes we are sending our article or so-called research paper to a journal. At the end, we found that the paper is published in a predatory journal. It means our entire labor goes to a dustbin. We are helpless. At the end, the researcher, the writer, or the so-called authors are feeling helpless. They are feeling cheated. So how to escape, right? So predatory journal means they are the good journal. However, they are taking money to publish your paper. It does not mean that there are many journals who are charging APC to publish their paper. That's different concept. If somebody else is charging APC, it means they will publish your paper under open access, right? One journal is publishing paper in two categories. Category 1, they are ready to publish your paper under open access. For that, they will charge FPC. Number 2, they will publish your paper without charging FPC, but the paper will publish in little later, right? These are the two models most of the reputed journals are doing. However, so what the predatory journal meant for? How you will identify? It might be Scopus journal, it might be a web science journal. You will find that it is a predatory journal. So while I discussed this thing before this August gathering, we all are the researcher, particularly we believe that science faculties are the great researcher as compared to the social science discipline, right? So before you publish, you must think about certain thing to identify predatory journal. To identify the predatory journal, number 1, if you are receiving from a particular journal, receiving email from a particular journal, look, send your paper, we will publish it. Don't do this. You might fall into the predatory journal, right? Number 1. Number 2, how to identify predatory journal? There is a website. You can click that website. Look, this is a very interesting website. They have identified number of predatory journal and number of predatory publisher, right? So why I'm saying so? Why I'm emphasizing a researcher should look before he send his manuscript. Look, writing a manuscript is not at all easy task, right? After doing lot of labor, lot of research, at the end we are sending our manuscript. We should send our manuscript to the right journal, right? Ma'am, I'm completely audible. I'm audible, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
You're audible.
Okay, thank you, thank you. So, when we are sending our manuscript, number 1, we have to think about the predatory journal. So, how you will identify? You can go to that site. If you want the publisher name, click publisher. Once you will click the publisher list, look, these are the original list. It needs to be updated. Look, all are the predatory journal. Very reputed journals are there, but they have identified now all sort of journals are coming under predatory journal. So at the end, if we are sending our paper, look, all sort of journals, our research is meaningless. Our academic reputation is at stake. So be careful when you are sending your manuscript to any of the journal. Please check this site, right? Long list, right? Number 1. Number 2, if you want to identify journal wise, you can click the journal list. Look, standalone journal. If you click the standalone journal, they have also identified, look, these are the journals which are coming under predatory journal. It means if you are publishing paper, there are some journals which are coming under Scopus. You will find there are some journals that are coming under Scopus ABDC, Web of Science. Still, it is predatory, right? So be careful. My submission before you that before you send your manuscript, please check at least the belly list to identify whether you are sending your paper to the right journal or not, right? So I believe this side is okay. Okay. So after that, what other thing one should take care to check whether he's sending his manuscript to the right journal or not, right? He's the person who found the predatory concept, and he's the person who bring the list, right? Why it is matter if we are sending any article to a predatory journal, your academic credibility will be at stake, right? And moreover, your research will not be serious research, right? Sometimes your research will not be accessible to anyone, right? That's why before you send your manuscript, you check whether it is the predatory journal or not. Number two, another site is there. Think, check, submit. They have given a certain guidelines. First, you read the guideline, then you send the journal. I'm just showing a minutes to you. Think, check, submit. Another interesting site. They have identified. They have said that before you send your manuscript, think, check, and submit. Right. So, for example, you have to identify trusted publisher for your research. Right. Choose a checklist. If you will click the think, it's not clicking. There is some problem. Then they will say you have to think. Suppose you want to journal, you want to submit journal. Click the journal. They will give a guideline. Are you submitting your research to a trusted journal? Look, predatory publishing, right? Check. Reference this list for your chosen journal to check if it is trusted or not. Right? You have to check the ISSN number. How the ISSN number will be verified? Go to the ISSN portal and find whether it is a correct ISSN number or not. You have to find out whether they have allotted a correct DOI number or not. How you will identify correct DOI number? You can go to the Crossref site. In Crossref site, you will put your DOI. They will clarify whether the DOI is genuine or not. Right? You have to see whether it is indexed or not. Right? You have to see that whether there is a clear fees guideline or not. What is the clear fees guideline? It means they are charging you $1,000. They are charging XYZ $1,200. It means there is no clear guidelines, right? So all are the things. You can go to the DOH site. Very interesting site. Look, this is a directory of open access journal, right? If I'm clicking this site, they will give you a journal name. Suppose there is a Scopus ABDC friend. Yesterday, I was sending an article to a Scopus B category journal, right? Since I am from the management background, it is under the Scopus ABDC, right? So the journal name is Journal of Risk and Financial Management, right? That's what search is coming. When I search it, I won't found that this journal exists. It is coming under Scopus ABDC. So be careful when you are sending your Journal of Risk and Financial Management. Looks 8 index journals are there, but however, my title is not there. My title of journal is missing. It means it might be a Scopus journal. It might be a Scopus ABDC journal, and it is coming under MDPI. However, the journal reputation is at stake. So it means I have to avoid this kind of journal, right? So be careful when you are sending your manuscript. You have to think twice before you send your manuscript. You have to choose the right journal. Otherwise, your entire labor will goes to the pen, right? So in this way, you can check also COP site, right? This is another site you can check there and to find whether you are sending to the right journal or right publisher or not, right? So now in India, another concept is coming, clone journal, right? Why it is the clone journal scheme? Particularly when India introduced UGC journal, because in India, particularly there is a demand and supply gap. There are a lot of researchers, there are a lot of academicians, and our regulating agencies, might be UGC, might be universities. They're strictly saying your paper will only count either for promotion or for Scopus or for recruitment if you will get chance to publish either Scopus and UGC. Some are not even considering Web of Science journal. So what to do? What a researcher is having option. So that's why many unscrupulous, many unethical publishers, they are bringing clone journal. Journal's name is same. Journal's ISSN number is same. Right? So at the end, researcher will feel cheated, right? So be careful to check the clone journal. How you will check the clone journal? You have to check their website, right? You have to go to the DOH site. You have to journal website whether it is correct or not. If it is .net instead of .org, it means something is wrong, right? So you have to check the indexing claim, whether they are really indexed or not in Scopus, Web of Science, DOH, and PubMed, etc., etc., etc. And most importantly, you have to verify their ISSN number by opening the ISSN portal. Once you go to the ISSN portal, then you have to write their ISSN number. It will clearly say that whether the journal is genuine or not. You have to collect the publisher's information to identify. You can go to the UGC-KR list and check. Now UGC-KR is the ban. That's why there is no UGC-KR list, right? So in this way, you have to check whether you are sending your article to the pediatric journal or clone journal, right? So the difference between the clone journal and pediatric journal is, clone journal means they have identified the theft. If my name is Professor Sahoo, another Professor Sahoo is there. That's why it is clone journal. Predictive journal means they are doing unethical business. For example, a journal is receiving hundreds of articles and they are ready to publish hundreds of articles. It means they are doing unethical business. You have to identify. You have to visit their previous issue before you send your manuscript. So please, friend, my submission before you, when you are sending your manuscript, please do little exercise. Otherwise, you might feel cheated, right? Okay. So after discussing a bit, what are the precautions one should take before we send manuscript? So when I was discussing the precaution, I use a word. You must send your article or a so-called research paper to a journal which should be an indexing one. So what is indexing? Journal indexing is a process of including a scholarly journal in a recognized database. So friend, in the research field, you will find many databases are there. There are Scopus database, there are Web of Science database, there are PubMed database, there are DOH database, many databases. So at least you must send your research paper to a journal which should be indexed in a reputed database, either Scopus or Web of Science or etc. Right? So what does it mean? It means the journal carry lot of quality. Journal is maintaining the quality, number one. Okay. So then what is journal matrix? We have very often discussed the journal matrix and author matrix. So what is journal matrix? How it is measured, right? Journal matrix measure the impact or quality of an academic journal, right? Journal matrix consisting of total number of citations, impact factor, site score, SCI journal rank, SJR, EFS, journal citation indicator, and alt matrix. So friend, all sort of things we are discussing. Why? Because when you are sending our manuscript, we are very much concerned about the impact factor. We are very much concerned about the site score. Otherwise, because at the time of promotion or at the time of recruitment, your impact factor matters, right? So then what is impact factor? How it is being calculated, right? So I will discuss all sort of concept before I come to the plagiarism. I believe all are the important things I need to discuss before you. So friend, what is impact factor? And what is journal impact factor? So-called journal impact factor. So friend, journal impact factor means the average number of citation a journal received during the last 2 years, right? I will discuss in detail how it is being calculated, right? So what it indicates? Suppose journal's impact factor of a particular journal is big, 4, 5, 6, 7, whatever may be. It means the credit goes to journal. Suppose I have published a paper. Recently, last month, I published a paper in a journal whose impact factor is 5 and above. It means there is no credit to the author. The credit goes to the journal. That's why it is called journal matrix, right? So who gave this impact factor concept? Impact factor concept given by the Eugene Garfield, right? So he was the scientist in the ISI, right? Along with the Irving H. Sher, he created the impact factor concept, right? Then the impact factor concept, later it was acquired by the Thomson-Reuter, we call it Thomson-Reuter scale. Now it is being called as the JCR, right? So in this way, impact factor concept came to the research area. So he is the person who gave this concept. He is the first person, Eugene Garfield, who gave the impact factor concept, right? So what is impact factor? How it is being calculated, right? Suppose a journal wants to calculate its impact factor. To calculate its impact factor, a journal needs to wait for at least 3 years. It means if he starts publishing its paper in the year 2023, it means the journal has to wait up till 2026 to evaluate its impact factor. It means prior to 3 years, any of the journal cannot evaluate its impact factor, right? Number one. How it is being calculated, right? Journal impact factor calculator. Suppose a journal wants to evaluate its impact factor for the year 2019. Suppose a journal wants to evaluate its impact factor for the year 2019. To evaluate the impact factor for the year 2019, the journal has to visit immediate past 2 years. The immediate past 2 years is 2017 and 2018. Then journal has to see the number of publications published in the year 2017 and 2018. Suppose number of publications published in the year 2017, 20, and in the year 2018, 30. Suppose. Then he has to calculate the article which was published in the year 2017. How many times that article gets citation in the year 2019? Suppose 80 times. Then he has to see the article which was published in the year 2018. How many times that article gets citation in the year 2019? Suppose 40 times. In this way, the impact factor is equal to number of citation for the last 2 year publication. It means 80 plus 40 divided by number of publication in the last 2 year, 20 plus 30. In this way, impact factor is 2.40. So friend, in this way, the impact factor is being calculated, right? So I believe it's okay. Okay. So after discussing impact factor, so it means impact factor is being calculated on the basis of 2 year average, right? This concept is followed by the mostly the Web of Science journal. They are getting or evaluating its impact factor on the basis of 2 years average, right? But there are many other journals. For example, Scopus. Scopus is not concerned about impact factor. ABDC journal, they are not concerned about impact factor. So how the Scopus is evaluating its impact factor? Scopus is considering site score. They are not calling it impact factor. They are calling it site score. So how the site score is being calculated? Site score is calculated on the basis of 4 year average. What is this? 4 year average. So what is 4 year average? For example, one wants to calculate impact factor of a Scopus journal for the year 2025. For the year 2025. To calculate the impact factor or so-called site score for the year 2025, the evaluator has to visit immediate past 4 years. It means 20, 21, 22, 21, 22, 23 and 24, right? So then he has to see number of publication published by that journal in last 4 years. Last 4 years, suppose 500. Suppose 500. Then he has to count number of citation that article which was published in the year 2000 in last 4 years. Suppose 400. And the number of citation that journal received for the publication the last 4 years is suppose 2000. So hence cite score will be number of citation divided by number of publication during last 4 years is 5.0. So in this way, cite score is being evaluated. It is mostly it is only used in the case of Scopus journal, right? So likewise, ABDC journal, they are having their own system. We used to call ABDC journal. So there is no D category, friend. It is A star journal, A category, B category, and C category, right? Okay. So after that, another concept sometimes we are using Simago journal rank, SJR. This is another concept. Their concept is little different, right? It is also called journal label matrix. It measures the scientific influence of an academic journal. What is this? Scientific influence, right? It is also mostly used the Elsevier Scopus data. So what it tells? It ranks the impact factor of X journal and Y journal. For example, X journal is a reputed journal. So if X journal is receiving 10 citation and Y journal is not called as the reputed journal, Y journal is also receiving 10 citation, they will give more weightage to the X journal. So in this way, SJR being calculated. How it is calculated? It is calculated only for the Scopus index journal number 1. And here countation citation should be the over 3-year period, friend. So it means 3-year average. Number 3, weight citation from more prestigious journal will be higher than the citation from the low ranked journal. So hence SJR calculation is weighted citation to a journal divided by number of articles in that journal, right? So how the weightage to be calculated? It is the all depends upon the journal ranking. So friend, as you know that all Scopus journal divided their journal into 4 categories: Q1 journal, Q2 journal, Q3 journal, Q4 journal. So under quartile 1, the best 25% journal is coming under quartile 1. Up to 50% journals, 25 to 50% journals is coming under quartile 2, and like this. So it means, I have given an example before you, friend. If a journal A and journal B receives 100 citation, so here SJR will give the higher if those citations come from the top ranked journal. If he has received a citation from top ranked journal, they will provide more weightage than the citation from the lower ranked journal, right? Or less influential journal, right? So in this way, SJR being calculated. Another kind of EAGN factor score also we are using to check the journal's quality. So it considers both the number of citation and quality. So it is also based upon the weighted average. But however, this score is based upon the 5-year citation data, right? Cite score, they were taking 4 years average data. Impact factor, they were taking 2 years, right? However, E-score is taking 5 years of citation data. And most importantly, E-score exclude self-citation. They never consider self-citation. In this way, E-scores are being calculated. This is another indexing or another scores we are looking for. So another concept nowadays, it is very new concept, alt matrix. So nowadays, many many foreign university, they are checking alt matrix. So what is alt matrix? So after our publication, how many times the social media look for your journal? It calculates the alt matrix. Alt matrix means it refers to alternative matrix that track a journal's online presence in the social media, in the blog post, and other online area. So what is this? It will calculate how many times your article has been cited in the social media, or how is it tracking in the social media. So which country is looking your research? From which country your research paper is getting more citation? So alt matrix will calculate all sort of things. Nowadays, this is another new matrix people are looking for, right? So alt matrix, if you click to the alt matrix, it will look like this. It will look like this. Now, many good journals, they are calculating alt matrix. For example, Emerald Journal. I want to show, suppose Emerald Insight. Suppose I want to search such an article. Suppose I write banking. And this is the alt matrix, right? If you click the alt matrix, the entire history of that research article will be shown. Entire things, all sort of things will be shown. Right now, this alt matrix score also some regulating agency, they consider what is your alt matrix score, right? So one second, right? So after discussing all the journal matrix, let me come to the author matrix. So friend, what is author matrix? Author matrix, it is also called citation matrix. In the author matrix means it will evaluate the impact of author. Journal matrix means it will evaluate the impact of a journal, right? So author matrix consisting of total number of citation, author matrix consisting of H index, author matrix consisting of I-10 index. Mostly in India, we calculate and evaluate H index and I-10 index, right? I will discuss all these two concepts, H index and I-10 index. Though there are many other index, G index is there, citation rate is there, research gate score is there. Due to paucity of time, I may not discuss. Let me discuss the two popular index, H index and I-10 index. So friend, what is the meaning of H index? H index means Harris index. Why it is called Harris index? Because this concept given by George E. Harris in the year 2005, right? So then what is H index? How it is being calculated, right? Let me explain. For example, my H index is 10. For example, my H index is 10. What does it mean? It means out of my 90 publications so far, 10 of my research paper has been cited either 10 times or more. That's why my H index is 10. Then question arises, when my H index will move to 11? My H index will move to 11 only when any of my next paper will get citation either 11 times or more. Then only my H index will move to 11. When my H index will move to 12, my H index will move to 12 only when any of my next paper will receive citation either 12 times or more. Then my H index will move to 12 and goes on like this. Okay, I believe H index is clear, friend. Okay, so then what is I-10 index? This is another kind of index which is called as Google Scholar Index, right? So how it is being calculated? Suppose my I-10 index is...
Sir, screen is not moving now. Slides are not moving.
Okay, I'm not moving, I'm explaining. Okay, this is all about the H index, friend.
Yes,
right?
yes.
So, so this is the H index slide, right? Okay, I believe, friends, H index is clear. How to
Yes,
calculate?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, good. Let me explain another concept, I-10 index, right? So I-10 index means it is called Google Scholar Index, right? So how it is being calculated, right? I-10 index means the number of publication with at least 10 citations. For example, my I-10 index is 6. For example, my I-10 index is 6. What does it mean? It means out of my 90 publications so far, 6 of my publication has received either 10 times citation or more. That's why my I-10 index is 6. Then question arises, when my I-10 index will move to 7. My I-10 index will move to 7 only when any of my next paper will receive citation 10 times or more. Then only my I-10 index will move to 7. Then question arises, when my I-10 index will move to 8, my I-10 index will move to 8 only when any of my next paper will receive citation at least 10 times or more. Then only my I-10 index will move to 7, 8 or like this. It means once any of the paper received 10 citation, your I-10 index will move to next level, right? So it is called I-10 index, right? So this is an example before you, friend. So if you go to Google Scholar, it will shown like this. Total number of citation for the James is 2755. This is called total number of citation. So her H index is 31. What does it mean? I believe she published more than 300, 400, 500 papers, right? Out of the 400, 500 papers, whatever may be, 31 paper. How many? 31 paper has been cited 31 times or more. That's why her H index is 31. Then question arises, when her H index will move to 32. Her H index will move to 32 only when any of her next publication will receive citation 32 times or more. Then only her H index will move to 32. Is it okay, friend? Okay. So likewise, her I-10 index is 75. It means 75 publication of James has received 10 times or more. 75 publication of James received 10 times or more. It means her I-10 index is 75. Her I-10 index will move to 76 only when any of her next publication will receive citation 10 times or more. Then only her I-10 index will move to 76. It will move like this. I think both the concepts are clear. Okay. So I'm not discussing this concept because we are not using G index, etc., etc. So friend, after discussing indexing, the next two parts is left for me to discuss the plagiarism and the referencing, right? So I believe indexing is clear. Okay. Okay. Am I audible, friend?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, great. So now moving to the next section of my discussion, plagiarism, right? When we are talking about the plagiarism, then ethics comes into the picture. So what is ethic? Nowadays we are calling so-called research ethic, friend. So why it is research ethic? Though under research ethics, many things are coming, but the most important things under the research ethic is plagiarism. So what is ethic? Ethic means moral principle of right and wrong. If you are doing something wrong, something unethical practices, it means you are unethical. Your character is questionable, right? Ethics means character, right? So nowadays, in research ethics, we have to show the character. We have to show the honesty, right? Otherwise, at the end, we might face problem because nowadays all the documents are digitized. Once it is published, it is out of your hand and it is being visible to everybody. Anytime your enemy, your friend can download the research article and check into a plagiarism software and publish it. Suppose tomorrow you will get the vice chancellorship. You will be easily targeted. You will be easily targeted by XYZ. Look, X has published so many papers. However, many of her paper is under plagiarized, right? So her reputation will be at stake. So friend, my submission before you send your manuscript, check your manuscript properly, right? Through a right software. Let me discuss in the second session of my discussion, what is plagiarism, how you can avoid it, or how you can control it. What are the mechanisms you must develop to control the plagiarism, right? So even if at the time of promotion, we all are doing, probably many of the people are doing this refresher course for the sake of promotion. You believe it rightly or wrong. Many. So we all are doing refresher course, FDP for the sake of promotion. Whosoever is aspiring for the professorship, they are supposed to write the 10 Scopus journal, Scopus paper. So before you get promotion, your all paper will be checked through a plagiarism software. If it will be clear, then only you will get the professorship. So be careful when you are writing the paper. And in the coming session, coming half an hour, I would like to discuss what is plagiarism, how it can be controlled, what are the mechanisms one should adopt to control the plagiarism, right? So I'm not discussing details, what is ethics, what is the research ethics, etc. This is theoretical part. So under the research ethics, I believe the most important part is the plagiarism, right? So why this plagiarism concept is hounding to the researcher, to academicians, to the professors, because nowadays almost all the research documents are the digitized, right? Once it is digitized, everything is visible to XYZ. So if you have stolen some part from here and there, it will be visible to everybody. So don't do this. So when you are going for publication, you must adhere the publication ethics. What are the publication ethics one should take care? One, data fabrication or the data falsification. Don't steal data. Create your own data. Number two, plagiarism. I will discuss in detail. Number three, multiple submission. This is a very unethical thing. What we are doing to save our time, similar manuscript we are sending to the multiple journal. Journal 1, Journal 2, Journal 3. Why? If Journal 1 will receive, automatically we will withdraw from the Journal 2 and Journal 3. It's wrong. It is unethical, right? So another concept is redundant publication. You are publishing your paper in a predatory journal. Useless, meaningless, right? Salami slicing. What is salami slicing? One paper, you are dividing into two parts and publishing in two separate journals. Salami slicing. It is also called unethical. So you have to follow certain publication ethics if you are doing some kind of research. So research means you have to follow the research ethics. Nowadays, UGC said that you have to follow academic integrity, academic dishonesty, and plagiarism and citation. So academic integrity means you have to be very honest when you are doing research. You have to follow a lot of ethics, standard, moral value during your academic journey, right? You have to refrain from any kind of offense like plagiarism. It all sort of coming under the academic integrity. What is academic dishonesty? Plagiarism. Academic dishonesty. It means it will undermine your academic integrity, right? Many professors are getting suspension letter. Many vice chancellors are getting demotion letter due to their academic dishonesty, right? So be careful when we are publishing our paper. What are the common types of academic dishonesty, I believe the most important is the plagiarism. Rest is the can be tolerable, right? Cheating, fabrication, ghost writing. What is ghost writing? We'll pay price. Somebody else will write paper for us and will publish by lending our name. Many people are doing. Many academicians are doing, right? For the quick publication, so-called ghost writing. So be careful, right? So then, if you do this, what will happen? It will damage your credibility. It will damage your reputation, etc., etc., etc. Let me discuss what is plagiarism and how you can avoid it, right? So friend, before I speak something, I want to show you two slides. Friend, plagiarism means, this is called plagiarism. Cheating, stealing. I believe these two slides clearly indicate what plagiarism is. So what is plagiarism? It means you are presenting someone else's work or someone else's idea as your own. That means you are stealing information, you are stealing ideas, you are stealing tables, you are stealing illustration from others. So all sort of things are coming under academic dishonesty. Nowadays, particularly after 2018, in the year 2018, UGC in their 530th meeting, they introduced a concept in India, plagiarism. They frame a guideline. If someone will cut under plagiarism, what kind of punishment he or she should be awarded. I will discuss all sort of things, right? So plagiarism means stealing ideas, stealing thoughts, stealing tables, stealing graph, etc., etc., etc. All will be coming under plagiarism. So let me discuss what are the types of plagiarism, right? I have to categorize into different heads, right? So nowadays plagiarism is being called as crime. Why plagiarism is called as crime? Because we are copying and pasting others' work. We are stealing information from others. We are borrowing information from others. So then why it is happening? Why it is happening? It is happening mostly, I believe, it is happening due to time pressure. So there are many other reasons are there. There are lack of understanding, lack of language skill, lack of knowledge, lack of skill, might be. But most importantly, time pressure. What is time pressure, friend? In India, particularly, for a researcher, there is no incentives, right? So if there is no incentive, so why one will do research, right? So what is happening? We are doing research for a motive. For what is for a motive? Either to get recruitment or to get promotion, right? Suppose your promotion is due. After 1 year, your promotion is due. You are supposed to be a professor. What to do? You have to write 10 articles at least. In a year, you have to publish 10 articles. So then how one will be able to write 10 articles and published in a 10 different journal, 10 different quality journal? It is humanly impossible. So there is a time pressure. If there is a time pressure, मैं क्या करूँगा? चोरी करूँगा. And लोग चोरी करते हैं. At the end, they are being caught. Right? So I believe the most important reason the plagiarism contributes is the time pressure. Though there are some other reasons are there. Time pressures mostly contribute plagiarism, right? Okay. So there are many other reasons. There are panic, there are lack of confidence, etc., etc., etc. Okay. So when I'm coming to the types of plagiarism or the categories of plagiarism, I have divided into various kinds of categories. So most importantly, if I divide the plagiarism in two broad categories, intentional and unintentional. So what is intentional? Intentionally, I am stealing information from others' article. It's a plagiarism. What is unintentional? I am stealing some information from X or Y sources. I am interested to give cite, but forget to give. It is called unintentional plagiarism. So you have to be very careful when you are writing your paper. Intentional plagiarism coming under copying your friends work. Suppose husband copying her wife's work. ऐसे होता है. There are husband and wife. वाइफ को जरूरत पड़ता है हस्बैंड का काम चुराएगा हस्बैंड को जरूरत पड़ता है वाइफ का काम चुराता है both are the academician they are doing so it is also coming under plagiarism. Buying or borrowing, intentional plagiarism. Publishing without permission, intentional plagiarism. Unintentional, careless paraphrasing, poor documentation, quoting excessively, etc., etc., etc. Okay. In the world, it is being seen that researchers examine the most common form of plagiarism arises due to paraphrasing. Why? When we are doing research, out of 100 researchers, 80 to 90% researcher, they are borrowing paragraph from the X and Y article and they are doing little paraphrasing and pasting in their research article. So that's where plagiarism arises. Nowadays, very robust softwares are visible like Turnitin. They cut all sort of things. They will catch everything. What will the AI generation content? What will the similarity label, etc., etc., etc. Very robust software, right? So I'll discuss how you can avoid, it can be avoided, right? Let me discuss one by one, right? I have divided plagiarism into two: sources not cited, sources cited, still plagiarism. It is being called that if you have cite some sources, that paragraph will not come under plagiarism. But still, nowadays, Turnitin, if you check that document into Turnitin software, you'll find that it is plagiarism. So how it can be solved? Let me discuss step by step, right? Types of plagiarism: sources not cited. Ghostwriter. Who are the ghostwriter? Writer who borrowed work from others, word by word. They will be called as ghostwriter. Right? So, another kind of writer is the photocopy writer. So, what is photocopy writer? What we are doing, many people, they are copying significant portion of text from a single source and without altering or without giving acknowledgement, they are preparing another article. They will be called as photocopy writer. Another kind of writers we used to say potluck paper writer. They are arranging photocopy from different sources, and they will tweak few sentences and prepare another article. So plagiarism. Self-stealer writer. You steal from your own source what you had written 10 years back, 5 years back. You are reusing that work and preparing a paper. You will be called as self-stealer writers, plagiarism. Remixer, remix writer. You are arranging the data and the paragraph from different sources, remix it and prepare another article. So, plagiarism. So, these are some kind of plagiarism you will find. Another kind of plagiarism is the sources cited but still plagiarized. That will happen if you only forget to give footnotes. Plagiarism will arise. That will happen if you give the wrong information. Suppose it is the right that you have borrowed article from Dr. Kamlesh, but you are using the word Dr. Madhu. So that means you are the misinformer. You will be called as misinformer. So plagiarism will arise, right? So in the bookish language, the plagiarism are being divided into 4-5 categories. One is the global plagiarism, verbatim plagiarism, source-based plagiarism, paraphrasing, ghostwriting, etc. Let me discuss few. Right? What is global plagiarism? It is called direct plagiarism. That means you copied from other sources, word by word. That's why it is called direct plagiarism. So how it will look like? It is also called verbatim plagiarism, right? How it will look like? It will look like this. It will put your document into a Turnitin software. The entire paragraph will be looks like. It means from the early till the identities. You have borrowed from X sources. and the source will be given. In the plagiarism software, source will be also identified. That's why it is called direct plagiarism, right? So another kind of plagiarism is paraphrasing plagiarism. We mostly do the paraphrasing. That's why paraphrasing plagiarism will arise. So patchwork plagiarism. It means you have borrowed part of the work. That's why it is called patchwork plagiarism. It will seem like this. In the Turnitin software that I have extracted from the Turnitin trend, in the Turnitin software, it is being look in this paragraph. This part is yours. Remaining part you have borrowed. So it will be called as patchwork plagiarism, right? So another thing is self-plagiarism. Nowadays UGC is saying self-plagiarism is also crime. That means if you have still some information from the other sources, from your own sources, it will be called as self-plagiarism. So what is self-plagiarism, friend? Self-plagiarism means reusing work that you have already published. For example, you have published your work 10 years back. Now you require your publication for the sake of professorship. What will you do? You steal some part of your information, what you had published 10 years back, and redesign it and publish it again. It is called self-plagiarism. Resubmitting the entire paper by changing the name. Many people are doing self-plagiarism, right? Recycling your previous collected data, self-plagiarism, right? And most importantly, self-plagiarism will arise if you are submitting the same manuscript to a different journal. Same manuscript you are submitting journal 1, journal 2, journal 3, journal 4. Why? Why one is doing this? To save time. If you will send his article or so-called research paper to X journal, he has to wait 3, 4 months or 5 months to get feedback. That journal might accept your paper or reject your paper. Then again you have to send to X, Y journal. Again he has to wait another 4 or 5 months. To save times, nowadays many researchers are following this kind of practices. It is quite unethical, and if you are doing this, if you will cut, then you will be, the paper will be called under self-plagiarism. Don't do this, right? So then another is called source-based plagiarism. It means you have given the incorrect source, then the plagiarism will arise, right? So another is accidental plagiarism. Forget to cite. So hence plagiarism will arise accidentally, right? So when we are checking the Turnitin software, so there is two words. There is a word of plagiarism, there is a word of similarity level. So is there both words are one and same thing? So let me discuss. Dr. Madhu, am I audible?
No, sir, they are not the same.
Yes.
Okay, perfect.
Sir, they are not same. Plagiarism will be like stealing someone's idea. Similarity is just mechanical rephrasing and all. For example, Turnitin software, it only compares the similarity index. But if the idea has been taken and put into different vocabulary and all, it cannot make out as a human intervention can do. So
Yes.
these are different.
The main difference between the similarity and the plagiarism is similarity is matches. How many words match from the other sources? Plagiarism means misrepresentation. That you are misrepresentation means you are presenting someone's work or ideas with your own interpretation or without interpretation like this. So this is the main difference between the similarity label and plagiarism. So UGC said that up to 10% of similarities label means there is no plagiarism. So I'll discuss this part in details in the latter part. So let me discuss the how to avoid the main part. We have we discuss a lot what is plagiarism, what are the types of plagiarism. So now the main part. Then when we are writing the paper, at the end we are receiving during the time of submission, we have to check our document through a plagiarism software. So friend, many times we are receiving our manuscript get rejected. Why once manuscript get rejected? Might be from social science, might be from science discipline. Most important reason, your manuscript will get rejected due to plagiarism. What the international publishers are doing, even if UGC is adopting same kind of things, they have divided your manuscript into two areas. One is core area, one is non-core area. So far as core area is concerned, under core area, your abstract is coming, your introduction is coming, your result is coming, your discussion is coming, and your conclusion is coming. And the remaining area are the non-core area. So they are expecting all the international A star, B star publisher, they are expecting 0% similarities level in the core area. Again, I am repeating, they are expecting 0% similarities level in the core area. That's why I used to say to my friends, to my academicians, friend, whenever you are writing the core area like abstract, like introduction, like result, like discussion, like conclusion, completely write in your own word. Not even a single word should match. Right? Number one. So then question is how to avoid. So to control plagiarism, you have to follow two-step procedure. Right? If you want to really control your plagiarism, one, you have to follow in stage one, how to avoid, you have to learn. Number two, कुछ भी नहीं हुआ, how to reduce. Let me discuss how to avoid. Right? Precaution is the better prevention. Right? सबको कोविड नहीं हुआ, लेकिन हमने सब हर कोई इंजेक्शन ले लिया ना. So you have to prevent yourself at the time of writing stage, the stage one. So friend, when you are writing your paper, you must understand what plagiarism is. You must think in your mind, yes, there is a plagiarism. My document will pass through plagiarism. So you have to think early. Try to write your document in your own word. Try as far as possible. If at all you are doing paraphrase, do paraphrase properly. Try to present your own idea. Give perfect citation. And nowadays many synonymy and article rewriters are there. Try to use that also. Many AIs are there. Try to use also. Right? So these are things you have to think during the time of when you are start writing your research paper. That will help to avoid plagiarism. But at the end, still your document is facing plagiarism. What to do? Right? So, how to reduce the plagiarism? So when you will check your document, at the end you will find that your document is facing plagiarism. What to do? So friend, I used to suggest a formula to reduce the plagiarism, ICQP. What is ICQP? So I stands for identification. So how it will help? So friend, you must understand. So at the end, your document will be checked by which software? In the plagiarism, there are tens and twenties of softwares are available. There are Turnitin, there are Striver, there are Wildboard, there are many other softwares are there. There are iAuthenticate, there are Urkun, there are Dilbrit. So you have to think your document will pass through which software. Suppose I will discuss only Turnitin because I believe this is the most robust software nowadays so far as plagiarism checker is concerned. So what is the characteristics of the plagiarism software? You must understand. The main characteristics of a plagiarism software is if you will copy it directly and consecutively 6 words, your sentence will be plagiarized. It means Turnitin will identify. So when you are borrowing some text from other sources, don't copy it. Don't copy it consecutively 6 words from other sources. So when we are copying, try to tweak the sentence. Try to alter one word at least to escape from the plagiarism. For example, this is a sentence spread. The work has been carried out by different experiment to reach the goal. This sentence I have borrowed from XYZ. So when I was borrowing, consecutively these 6 words I have borrowed by 1, different 2, experiment 3, 2, 4, reach 5, 6 and 7. Once the 6 were crossed, the sentence will be plagiarized. Then what to do? To avoid this kind of plagiarism, at the end you have to restructure the sentence. There is no other way. So how will you restructure? Meaning same without altering the meaning. You have to restructure the sentence. मैंने क्या किया? मैंने ये 4 word को पहले ले लिया. To reach the goal, put a comma there. The work has been carried out by different experiments. So this is one way to reduce the plagiarism. I am not saying to remove the plagiarism. To reduce the plagiarism. Second, C. C stands for citation. Many believe, even if I also believe, if you will properly cite, there will not be plagiarism. But nowadays, after citation also, you will still face plagiarism. Right? So this is called citation. This is called numerical citation. Numerical parenthetical citation. I will discuss bit so far as citation is concerned. So this is called numerical citation, right? So citation is one way to combat the plagiarism. So after citation also, still you are facing plagiarism. What to do? You have to go for quotation. You have to put that paragraph or sentence into double quote, right? So when you are putting that paragraph or sentence into double quote, not only put on the double quote, but also give citation. So then only you can escape from the plagiarism. That it means you have to use citation plus quotation, right? Citation plus quotation, right? Dr. Madhu, my PPT is sharing with you.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So it means if the citation is not enough to combat the plagiarism, then you have to follow citation plus quotation. Another important thing we mostly use paraphrasing. What the people are doing? They are borrowing the paragraph from XYZ source and they do little bit paraphrasing कर दिया, synonymy ऐसे करके is wrong. The Turnitin software will cut. So how you can escape? You can escape. Do paraphrasing but put citations. Paraphrasing भी कीजिए, साथ में citation भी दीजिए. Then only you can escape from the plagiarism, right? The good paraphrase is equal to original plus citation. For example, I want to show. Look, this is the original text, friend. This is the original text. You want to extract entire sentence, entire paragraph. You want to use in your article. This is what to do. First, you have to paraphrase it. Look, मैंने इसको paraphrase कर दिया. So I use the word paraphrased incorrectly. Why it is incorrectly? मैंने paraphrase तो कर लिया. Forget to cite. Forget to cite. It might caught in a plagiarism software. To avoid that, paraphrased well. I did the paraphrase, but give the credit. Author's name. Paraphrased plus citation. So in this way, you can escape from the paraphrasing plagiarism, right? So this is the example I've given. This is a very interesting example before you. This is the original text, friend. I put on the double quote, still plagiarized. मैंने इसको paraphrasing किया, लेकिन I have forget to cite. The correct form of paraphrasing is I have paraphrased the sentence and put citation also. Then only you can escape from the plagiarism, right? So quoting. Mostly when we are borrowing a huge source of information from XYZ, we are putting that paragraph in double quote, right? This is the original text, friend. Original text. मैंने quotation में डाल दिया, and there is citation also. I want to use the entire things in my my article. What to do? I have quoted नहीं किया. So how it will be? I have to do little bit changes in that quotation. Then you have to go for the little bit changes in that quotation. Don't copy it entire word to word. You will be under problem. So I put in the double quote and also give citation. Nowadays, people are talking about the block quotation, right? Block quotation. Why I'm talking about block quotation? Suppose we are interested to borrow a significant portion from the XYZ sources. What to do? It will be caught in the plagiarism software. So if there are less than 40 words, there is a rule. If you are borrowing less than 40 words from XYZ sources, you have to use like this. Look, quotation start, quotation end, right? There is a citation also. So here there is a play. You have to put punctuation after the citation. So here punctuation will play a very important role. If you will put punctuation after the citation, the entire paragraph will not under plagiarism. If it is more than 40 words, then you have to go for the block quotation. क्या करना चाहिए? Block quotation, right? So under block quotation limit is defined under different citation style. I will discuss. If you are doing block quotation, you have to change font size. Suppose you are using Times Roman, you have to go for the calibri. Then the entire paragraph will not come under plagiarism. After that, block quotation, no need to give the double quote, but give citation and put punctuation before the citation. Put punctuation before the citation. Then only you can escape from the plagiarism, right? So far as block quotation is concerned, there are limit. So what is block quotation? Block quotation means you have to, if you are using block quotation, that means you will use different format, right? You have to give double spacing. You have to provide no quotation mark, right? It will happen if it is more than 40 words. So for the different citation style, block quotation limit is different. If you are following the Harvard citation style, block quotation minimum length is 30 words. It means after 30 words, you have to follow the block quotation. Suppose you are following APS style. APS style, citation style is having the 40 word block quotation limit. Suppose you are following the Chicago, 100 words, MLA, 4 line. So different citation style is provided different kind of block quotation. You have to follow their guidelines if you are following the block quotation, right? So another kind of plagiarism checker is summarizing. Summarizing means you have to summarize the main idea. So for example, there are 100 words. Suppose for example 200 words. You have to summarize. It means you have to summarize in between 25% of that word limit. Then it will be called as summarization. Look, this is the summarize. You want to summarize the entire paragraph, 54 words. This is the plagiarized version. So this is the correct version. I have summarized it. And after summarization, I use the citation. Mostly we use the summarization during our literature review, right? Mostly many researchers use the summarization word during their literature review times. However, during the literature review, do summarize but give citation. Then only you can escape from the plagiarism, right? So another very interesting type of plagiarism I want to discuss before you. I want to show a document before you, friend. Take a second. So friend, I had written a document before you, presenting before you. I checked that document through a plagiarism software. Look. So after when I put this document into the plagiarism software, look how it is lal pila. What does it mean? It's been checked in a plagiarism software. At the end of my writing, I found that 27% similarity is linked. 18% I have borrowed from internet sources, 16% from publication, 21% from student paper. सारी source मेरे पास आ गया, right? But with 27% plagiarism level, कोई भी अच्छा publisher इसको publish नहीं करेगा. Now the situation arises, how to reduce it? How to reduce it? So I might use citation, I might use sentence restructure, but there are many other words. What I supposed to do? For example, look at the table. In the table, there is a word Nifty 500. Is there any substitute word? In table, there is a BSE mid cap. BSE means Bombay Stock Exchange. Is there any substitution word? So in your research journey, when you are writing article, you will find that many generic terms are coming under plagiarism. Many generic terms. What to do? How to avoid this kind of plagiarism? Table 3, 4, 5 is a plagiarized word. What a researcher will do? So table 3, 4, 5 na likhe. So how can avoid this kind of plagiarism? Right? Look. Panel B is plagiarized word. Right? So median is plagiarized word, friend. So what to do? How you can escape this kind of word? This is called generic term. Sometimes we are giving instruction to the Turnitin software. Exclude the generic term. Sometimes we used to give instruction to the Turnitin software. Exclude the quotation, double quote. But nowadays, many good publishers, they might exclude the quotation. They might exclude the other things. They might not exclude the generic term. So then, how to control that generic term? To control that generic term, you have to count in the entire research. How many words are non-controllable? आप कुछ ही नहीं कर सकते उस पर. You cannot change. You cannot alter. If you alter, the meaning of the research paper will be different. So what to do? You have to count. Suppose in a research paper, you will find that 50 to 100 words is uncontrollable. वो कुछ ही नहीं हो सकता उसका. So what to do? To counter that 50 to 100 words, you have to increase your word limit thrice. You have to increase the word limit thrice. It means you have to increase some word limit in introduction part, some result part, discussion part by your own word. अपने word में, suppose there are 100 words, you have to increase 300 words. Then only you can be able to such type of plagiarism. One will go for paraphrasing, one will go for citation, one will go for the quotation, one will go for the block quotation. But what to do this kind of word? Right? Look. So I did it. First मैंने इसको quotation को use किया, citation use किया. So at the end कुछ नहीं हुआ. I increase the word limit. Look, when it is below 10%, वो ऐसे रहेगा. But now look at the paper. It's completely clear. It's completely clear. There is no lal pila. Right? Is not what. Look, it's now clear. And when I'm coming to the look, now similarities level after 4-5 revision 8%. So in this way you can control the plagiarism, right? Okay. So
Sir,
there
I have a question. Sir, I have a question. While you were showing that file, black file initially where 27% flag was shown,
yes,
at reference at line 77, which was in green color, in
yes,
one of the talks, we have heard that 14, if more than 14 words are there in continuation, then only
14
flag will be shown.
I will come to that point. 14 words की बात कर रहे हैं ना आपने 14 वर्ड
हाँ
की.
जी हाँ जी हाँ जी.
Just give me 5-10 minutes. मैं अभी खत्म नहीं किया. 12 बजे खत्म.
नहीं, मैं तो आप ही के उसमें कह रही हूँ कि सर 27% जहाँ पे आ रहा है वहां पे वो 14 वर्ड्स भी एक साथ नहीं है और उसने उसको भी फ्लैग में लिया है, तो वाई दिस इज सो?
Listen. I will come to that point.
ओके ओके सर, थैंक
And when you check that your document with Turnitin software, right? Mostly we are checking your document, the Turnitin software. You have to give instruction to the Turnitin software, right? So in Turnitin software, you have to give instruction that what you needs to be exclude. क्या क्या चीजें आप एक्सक्लूड करना चाहते हैं? एक मिनट में देखता हूँ. I have Turnitin guide. If I'm saved somewhere else, just give me a few minutes. Turnitin guide, refresher course. It's not there. Sorry. हाँ, it's not visible. यहीं पे का नहीं होगा. ओके, नहीं है, दूसरे लैपटॉप में होगा. अच्छा. So in Turnitin software, when we are checking our document, we have to give instruction what needs to be excluded. That one instruction will come. You have to exclude the generic term. So what are the generic terms? Suppose I can write there COVID-19, I can write there median, I can write there regression, I can write there more, etc. So these are the generic terms they will exclude. Number two, we have to give instruction to Turnitin. What should be the plagiarism label? That the Turnitin will catch up to 6 word, up to 3 word, up to 4 word, up to 5 word, or up to 14 word. Right? 14 words mostly we are using when we are checking the PhD thesis, right? UGC is saying that you can get exclude up to 14 words. That means you can copy it for writing the PhD from other sources up to 14 words. But mostly when we are checking our document for a research paper, we are giving instruction 6 words generally. But many good publishers, they are giving instruction to the Turnitin software up to 4 word, up to 5 word, up to 3 word. Right? So accordingly, whatever instruction you will provide to your software, accordingly he will find the similarities label. Right? Ma'am, it's okay?
हाँ जी सर, yes sir, yes sir.
Okay. So I have the Turnitin guide. I forget to, मैं पता नहीं कहाँ पढ़ा है, मैं दिखा देता आपको. I am having also Turnitin software. ओके, इस लैपटॉप में नहीं है. मैं Turnitin रन कर लेता आपके सामने. Anyway, so the rule of thumb says that don't copy more than 3 to 4 words simultaneously, right? Because many good publishers, they are giving instruction to the respective software. Mostly two robust software we are using. One is the Turnitin, one is the iAuthenticate, right? Many good publishers are using these two softwares. So don't copy it more than 4 words consecutively from other sources. This is the rule of tips, right? So to combat plagiarism, citation is the main source. So that is what is the consequence of plagiarism? These are the plagiarism checkers. Most importantly, we are using mostly Turnitin. There are many, right? Due to time, I am skipping all this thing. What is the punishment if one will caught in the plagiarism? So UGC brought the regulation in their 530th meeting, right? The regulation, the meeting name was Promotion of Academic Integrity, right? So in the 2018, this regulation came, still it exists, right? So what kind of punishment they frame for us? If they give it the guidelines, the things needs to be excluded. वो बोले भाई all work that have been quotation or phrases needs to be excluded. जैसे आपने कभी plagiarism चेक करते होंगे ना, आप ये इंस्ट्रक्शन दे सकते हैं. Any references, bibliography, table of content, preface, acknowledgement will be excluded. Any use of generic terms, लॉग, स्टैंडर्ड, सिंबल, स्टैंडर्ड कोटेशन नीड्स टू बी एक्सक्लूडेड. ये यूजीसी गाइडलाइन, मैं अपने मन से नहीं पढ़ रहा हूं. एंड दैट इट शैल एक्सक्लूड कॉमन नॉलेज अप टू द 14 कंसेक्यूटिव वर्ड. लेकिन ये पीएचडी वर्क के लिए. When we are writing a research paper, mostly many publishers, they are giving instruction max to max 5 to 6 word. Be careful when you are sending your article. But if in a PhD work, up to 14 words आपने कर सकते. So अगर plagiarism पकड़ा गया, if you will be caught, what kind of punishment is framed for you, right? So they have divided the similarities level into 4 categories. Level 0, it means no offense. Similarities level up to 10%. Level 1, it means similarities level between the 10% to 14%, 40%. Level 2, similarities level 40% to 60%. And level 3, similarity level above 60%. So what are the punishment they have provided for, they have framed for the students? Student means for the PhD students. Framed for the PhD students. Nowadays, you will find in your dissertation or the PhD thesis, the universities are taking guidelines, taking undertakings, not only from the students, but also from the supervisor also. दोनों undertaking देते, जब it's the original work, right? So कल को पकड़ा जाएंगे, so not only student will be punished, but also supervisor will also be punished. So what the guidelines they have framed in that meeting? Level 0 works with similarities up to 10%. अगर up to 10% अगर आपको similarities level हुआ, minor similarities no liability, कुछ नहीं होगा आपके लिए. Level 1 offense. If your similarities level in between 10% to 40%, then such student will be asked to resubmit a revised script within a stipulated period not exceeding 6 months. अगर आपका सिमिलरिटी लेवल 40% तक चला गया है, 10% से क्रॉस कर गया, तो स्टूडेंट को बोला जाएगा भाई आपने यू रिवाइज्ड योर मैन्युस्क्रिप्ट एंड सबमिट रीसबमिट इट विद इन 6 months. Otherwise, your manuscript will not be accepted. However, your similarities level is fall under level 2 offense. It means it is exceeding 40% but below 60%. If it is so, such students shall be banned from submitting the revised script for up to 1 year. उसको 1 साल के लिए बैन कर दिया जाएगा. भाई तुमने अपने पीएचडी थीसिस को अगले 1 साल तक रिवाइज करो, उसके बाद सबमिट करो. That means enough time will be given. However, his similarities level crossed 60%. It means he is coming under level 3 offense. Then such students registration will stand cancel. उसको cancel कर दिया जाएगा. He will be debarred to complete his PhD or so-called MP. So this is the similarities level guidelines framed by the UGC, and almost all universities are following this guideline. However, what is stored for ourselves, for academician like us? Suppose one similarities level is up to 10%. It's an offense, but no punishment is framed. It means UGC said that up to 10% भाई कोई आपको punishment नहीं मिलेगा. आपको you will be escaped, right? So level 1 offense, if your similarities level exceed 10% but within 40%, 10% to 40%, then you shall be asked to withdraw the manuscript. आपको बोला जाएगा अपने manuscript को withdraw कर दीजिए. Suppose your similarities level will exceed 40% but will be below 60%. So then you shall be asked to withdraw manuscript. Number 1. You shall be denied a right to 1 annual increment. आपको 1 annual increment आपका withheld हो जाएगा. You shall not be allowed to be a supervisor to any master, MPhil, PhD student, scholar up to 2 years. 2 साल तक आपको कोई supervisory role नहीं मिलेगा. Neither to MPhil student, nor to PhD student, nor to master students. Right? In many universities, for the master students, they are writing a project report also, right? Suppose those are teaching in the MBA level, they are supposed to submit the project report also. Level 3 offense, suppose your similarities level above 60%. Then you shall be asked to withdraw the manuscript. Number 2, you shall be denied a right to 2 successive annual increment. 2 annual increment आपका withheld होगा. You shall not be allowed to be a supervisor to any master PhD students for 3 consecutive years. 3 साल के लिए आपको डिवाइड किया जाएगा. Apart from that, nowadays many universities they are coming with their own regulation. Many they are going for suspend their professor. They might divide from the administrative responsibilities, and many other kind of punishment they are framing to discourage plagiarism in the academic integrity, right? In academic research, right? So these are the rules and regulations I have extracted from the UGC regulation 2018, and still many universities are follow, right? So I'm skipping the AI content generation due to the time limit, how to escape, how to control the AI content generation, right? So another things I would like to discuss, the last part, I believe I will take another 5 to 6 minutes to wind up my lecture. So I said that citation is the best part to combat the plagiarism. So what are the different kind of citation, right? So there are two kind of citation we mostly use in our research. One is called in-text citation, another is called reference list citation. So what is in-text citation? So citation in between the article. That means if in the main body we are citing something, it is called in-text citation, right? Reference list citation means citation will be provided below the research article. Research article के end में we are providing the reference list citation. It is also called full citation. So far as citation style is concerned, there are many kind of citation style: parenthetical, numerical, note citation. It is being divided into different kind of citation style like MLA version, APA version, Chicago version, Harvard version. Many other citation styles are there. Then question arises, which kind of citation styles are good? So it all depend upon the author's guideline. So in the author guideline, it is clearly given when you will submit your manuscript to XY journal, you have to completely follow the author's guideline. In the author's guideline, it is clearly given which kind of citation style an author needs to be followed. So let me discuss one or two citation style before you due to the paucity of time. So I will take 5 minutes more to wind up my lecture. Dr. Madhu, right? Okay. So, friend, MLA version. So mostly we use the MLA version in the humanities, right? So it is called the author-page citation. Why it is called author-page citation? Look, each citation style is having a unique distinction. Look, in the MLA in-text citation, so what is the format? Format is the author's last name and the page number. Author's last name and the page number. So author's last name is the Smith. Suppose my author's last name is Sahoo. Sahoo 15 means page number. It means the text has been extracted from the text written by Dr. Sahoo and from the page number 15, right? Suppose there are two authors. Suppose the article you are borrowing the text from the two authors. So you have to write Smith and A-N-D and Jones and the page number. Suppose there are three or more authors. Then you have to use the ETA. ETA. That means if there are more than three authors. Three authors or more than three authors, you have to use the ETA. It is applicable in the case of MLA version. Suppose you are borrowing some text. There are no author. ऐसे नहीं होता है. There are no author. What to do? If there is no author, you have to give the page number. Suppose you are extracting global warming article, say page number 41. So in this way, you have to go for the in-text citation. So this is the format for the in-text citation. If it is one author, Bowen 36. If it is two author, Bowen AND, Wallace 88 to 90. It means I have extracted this paragraph or sentence from page number 88, 89 and 90. That's why 88 to 90. So, but three author or more than three author, Bowen ETA. And why it is 22, 44? It means I have extracted the sentence from the page number 22 as well as 44. That's why I have separated it with a comma. This is the MLA version in-text citation. So, how you go for the MLA version reference-based citation? Suppose if you are borrowing something from, if you follow some books. So what is the MLA version format? Author's last name, first name, title of the books, publisher, year of publication. Right? Suppose you are using some website in your article. So what will be the format? MLA version, author's last name, first name, title of the web page. Title of the web page and title of the website. And date of publication and URL. You have to give like this. Right? So different kind of, suppose you are borrowing something from online video or film. Suppose or you type YouTube video, what needs to be do? Title of the video, website name, uploaded by the uploader's name, date of, and URL. So in this way, you have to give the reference list citation. You can, suppose you are borrowing from movie, right? So in this way, you have to go for the citation. So friend, so whatever the citation style is concerned, you have to follow the format. It is given in the citation style guide. Suppose you are following API version, the format will be changed. In the API version, look, the format is something different. What is the change? In the API version, if you are extracting a quote, you have to give author's last name and the year instead of page number. Page number we used to provide if you extract exact data, then you have to give page number. Otherwise, in the API version, mostly we used to give the year of publication. That's why it is called author date publication, author date style. The MLA version was called author page style. But however, here the citation is different, style is different. If there are two authors, in the MLA version, we were using Smith and. However, in the API version, we are using Smith ampersand. So that's why each version is having their own style. So in the reference list also, you have to follow their API version. So in this way, you have to follow the reference citation and index citation to combat the plagiarism. To combat the plagiarism, citation is the best weapon to combat the plagiarism. There are many other versions are there. There are the Chicago version style. In the Chicago version, style is changed. Look, if it is 4+ author, then only you can use the ETA. Otherwise, up to 3 author, you can use the Watson, Berry, and. So it means each of the citation style is having their unique distinction methods you have to follow. Friend, thank you very much. With this word, I am winding up my lecture. So any discussion, any, I welcome.
Participants can raise their concern if they have any.
Already I'm late. I'm crossed my limit, time limit. So friend, any question? I welcome.
Yes, sir. My name is Dr. Meenam Bhatia. I'm from Botany Department. I would like to know how we can identify a predator journal.
That I said that you can go to the belly list. That is already authenticated list is belly side is there. You go to the side and they are updating in each quarter and click the belly side. They have given the journal's name. They have given the publisher's name. Click there. Secondly, go to the think, check, submit. Follow that guideline also. Otherwise, कुछ भी नहीं हुआ. Go to DOAJ site. DOAJ site जाइए. वहां पे जर्नल्स का नाम लिखिए. अगर नहीं आ रहा है, हाथ जोड़ दीजिए. खत्म कर.
DOAJ.
हाँ, DOAJ.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
और एल्स belly list. मैंने बताया. PPT में क्या करा. This most. Otherwise, बहुत लोग रिसर्चर, many professor on the trap, मैम. आप अपने आर्टिकल को देखिए, फंस जाओ, कोई बड़े बड़े रिसर्चर फंसे हुए. अब रिसेंटली ये प्रेडिटरी लिस्ट आया है. अच्छे पब्लिशर का नाम उसमें आ गया.
Yes, sir. That's why I was afraid कि मतलब हम लोग अगर किसी में करते हैं and we get response from that journal also. But how we can confirm that it's a predatory journal? Sometimes you Google it and you will find all the details. Google will provide every detail correct, but still you cannot you will not be able to get it confirmed कि this is a right journal.
That's why मैंने सोचा ये बात डिस्कशन करूं आपके सामने because so I am a professor from social science. To give a lecture from the science faculty, it was a challenge for me. What to discuss? Because your orientation is something different. My orientation is something different. So that's why I choose the plagiarism, referencing, indexing, and the recursion. I think the session is useful to all.
Yes, sir. It is very insightful for us and it's very good. Thank you.
Any other query? Okay, so if there are no more queries, then I think we should end this session here.
People are waiting eagerly to wind up my session because
No, sir. It
No,
was
sir,
really
this is not the
interesting.
case. You have explained
sir, it is
everything
not like
in
that.
detail.
Yes,
Many
sir.
websites you have given for finding predatory journal, then I-10, H index, everything is explained so very well that what to ask we don't know.
Okay, thank you,
Thank you so much, sir.
Yes,
thank
sir,
you,
it
thank you,
was
ma'am. Thank you,
very
ma'am, for
detailed.
your feedback. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Okay, so I would like to end this session with a formal vote of thanks. So on behalf of our organization, Daulat College and Malviya Mission Teacher Training Center, SGTB Khalsa College, I would like to extend our profound thanks to Professor Bibhoo Sahoo for his incredible, insightful, and vital presentation on plagiarism, referencing, and indexing. So your session meticulously highlighted the critical importance of academic integrity and provided us with practical strategy for proper referencing. Your expertise in this critical area is evident. Your ability to dissect the complex issues surrounding predatory publishing has provided us with invaluable knowledge, sir. The clarity with which you explain the way avoiding plagiarism and the benefit of effective indexing for research visibility was truly exceptional. Your expertise has undeniably equipped us with essential tool for responsible scholarship, sir. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you so much. Thank you, organizer, for giving me opportunity to speak before such a nice gathering. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Sonika Sharma.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for joining.
Because मेरा मीटिंग था, डिपार्टमेंट मीटिंग था.
Yes, sir. मैं समझती हूँ, but thank you so much. आपने थोड़ा adjust कर लिया timing. Thank you.
Thank you.
For next session, do we need to take a break or
let's take a 10
Yes,
10
ma'am.
minutes
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so we can have 10 minutes break and then we can rejoin back at 12:05 या 12:10. अभी 11:52 हो रहे हैं तो
12:10 पे join करते हैं.
ठीक है. So
Please
all of you are requested to join back by 12:10. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thanks.
Is the name which is later given to this fungus because it was placed in Ophiocordyceps family. Initially, it was in Cordyceps family, but finally it is placed in Ophiocordyceps family. It has a snake-like appearance when it comes out from this caterpillar. So that's why the name is again given to it, a different name. Now, the larva of the ghost moth, which is living in the soil tunnels for 3-4 years in the alpine area, the mountain, sorry, the mountain area, and it feeds on the alpine plant's roots. At that time, the spores which are there in the soil of this fungus, they infect these caterpillar larvae. And they eat the whole caterpillar from inside. And finally, in the summer, the following summer, they these spores, after the larva, when the larva is dead, they come out from the head of this caterpillar in the form of grass. So the part which has come out from the soil, it is called stroma, and the part which is remaining in the soil, mummified caterpillar, is sclerotium. And that's why there are many names of this caterpillar fungus. Some of them, like in Bhutanese language, they call it Yarsa Gumba, winter insect, summer grass, Kida Jari, Kida grass. So there are many names of this caterpillar fungus. Now, why I am discussing here? Because of the beneficial effects which are associated with Cordyceps sinensis. You name the disease and it has the potential to cure it. It has anti-diabetic effect. It has anti-inflammatory, anti-asthmatic, anti-cancerous effect. It can strengthen your immune system. It can lower your blood cholesterol level. It can detoxify your body. It can reduce your age spots. It can improve your brain functioning, and it can also enhances your sexual functionality. That's why in Himalayan region it is also called Himalayan Viagra. Now, all these beneficial effects, they are associated with the bioactive components which are present in Cordyceps sinensis. Mainly, these components are cordycepin, cordycepic acid, polysaccharides, nucleotides, crude protein, fatty acid, and ergosterol. Out of all these components, cordycepin and cordycepic acid, they are exclusively present in few of the fungus, and mainly Cordyceps sinensis is the first one, which has a lot of these cordycepin present in it. Because of all these benefits, it has very high commercial value, and you can see in this figure, retailing sites, they are selling the products which are made out of cordyceps sinensis in the market in the form of capsule, tablets, powder, and people who are collecting it due to this high economical benefit. They are over exploiting cordyceps sinensis. As you can see here, in according to a data which is there, which is published in 2016, the cost of cordycepin sinensis was more than the gold. It was 1 lakh, some $36,000 per kg, and the gold price at that time was $68,000 per kilogram. So you can imagine uh, how expensive it is, and that's why people they are harvesting it prematurely, and which is leading it at the verge of categorizing it as a rare species. So although people have started cultivating the artificial fungus, but the effects are not replica of the wild species. Hence, government and authorities, they should take some measure for sustainability and conservation of sea sinensis. Also, due to all these research gaps, more mechanism-based pharmacological, pharmacokinetic dosage studies has to be carried out to find out the efficacy of Cordyceps sinensis. In conclusion, I would say that Cordyceps sinensis, it is a fascinating examples of nature's pharmacy. With proper scientific research and conservation strategies, it could revolutionize future medicine. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Sunita. Sunita, does anybody have a query for her? I have one query, Sunita. Is it
Yes, Anika.
how can is harvesting it easy, or is it legal and allowed?
No. It is very difficult. Illegal, yes, illegal harvesting is carried out, and that's why our government has to take measure. People, they lay on their stomach and they find out the stromal part which comes out from the soil, which is only 4 to 10 centimeter long. So it is very difficult to identify this, because the most of the part is embedded in the soil and only the grass-like structure is above the soil. So people, they lay on their stomach and they find out where it is growing. So yeah, demand is very high, supply is less, and due to
because
the
it is so
particular
useful,
habitat and
as
the
you're saying.
yes, and for scientific community also it is not available because it is very expensive and the demand is very high.
Okay. Thank you. Anyone else has a query? Okay. Thank you so much, and thank you for being on time and completing it on time too. Thank you, Sunita.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Sonika.
Next, Dr. Priyanka, are you there?
Yes, ma'am.
So I don't know. No, you haven't been made the
Stop sharing.
co-host.
Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, you're audible, but you have not been made the co-host yet. So I'll have
The
to ask.
meantime, next, Radhika can start now. I
Yes,
will
yes,
ask.
Radhika. Yes. Dr. Radhika, you can start, please.
So, let me just
You
share
are
my.
co-host already.
Yeah, yeah, I can see that. I'm just sharing the poster.
Hello, Radhika.
Yes, can you see the screen?
No, it's just showing Radhika has started screen sharing.
Slides
I
are
can
not
see that.
visible.
Can you screen?
Still showing the same. You stop sharing and then again start sharing.
I think there's some network issue at her end.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you, but we can't see your screen.
Okay, it is showing screen. Your screen is sharing. I can
There is
see the.
network issue because Dr. Radhika, your picture is also frozen.
It's
You
frozen.
stop your video and then you can try.
Okay, what do you want me to do?
Just stop your video.
It
And
is
then-
buffering on your video because it is frozen.
Should I do stop sharing?
No, now we are able to see your screen.
You can see it?
Yeah.
Because I am unable to see it yet. Full screen. Can you see it?
We can see your desktop.
Desktop.
Can
We are
you
able
see
to
the
see your desktop. You have to open your presentation or poster, whatever it is.
Yeah, I'm just opening it. It is saying participants can see your screen.
Yeah, we are able to see your screen. Just open the poster.
Trying to open that.
I guess you need to close everything and restart. Zoom is showing error now.
Yeah, Radhika, maybe you can restart your system, and in the meanwhile, Dr. Priyanka, if she has already been made the host,
She
can
has
start.
been made. She can start her
Sure.
presentation.
I can do it on the phone also if it doesn't work on
Yes, yes, you can do that also. Just try that. But in the till you figure it out, let the other participant start, and you can do it after.
Sure.
Okay.
Dr. Priyanka Rathod, you can start with your presentation.
Okay, ma'am, sure. Ma'am, is the screen is visible to you?
Yes. Please
Yes.
switch on your camera.
Ma'am, actually my camera is not working in the laptop, so I'm unable to do that.
Okay.
Okay, my name is Dr. Priyanka Rathore. I'm from Daulat College, Botany Department. I'm going to present on in silico identification and analysis of microRNAs arranged in tandem cluster in selected species of Brassicaceae. So firstly, what are the microRNA? These are the non-coding classes of small miRNAs. Basically, they are 20 to 24 nucleotide long, and they are mainly involved in the gene regulation. They regulate the expression of many protein coding genes, and they are mainly involved in the development and the physiological processes in the plant. For example, 170 to 166 are involved in the floral development pathway, while the 395 are mainly involved in the sulfate absorption from the roots in the soil. And how these miRNAs are produced in the plant, basically they are present, the genes for this microRNA are present between the protein coding gene, and they are synthesized from the RNA polymerase 2. So after that, it produces a primary miRNA transcript, and from the dicer-like one, it converted into the pre-miRNA transcript, which is around 200 base pair. And then finally, it is produced in the mature sequences, which is around 20 to 24 nucleotide long, which is also called miRNA or mature miRNA. And one of the strand is loaded to the RNAi inducing silencing complex, which is also called the RISC complex. And it regulates the expression of the protein coding gene by chopping them into the pieces. So by firstly matching to the complementary sequences of the protein coding gene, and then chopping down into the pieces. So these microRNA, mainly these are present in the plant in a tandem clusters, and they are mainly derived from the common ancestor. So the microRNAs which are derived from the common ancestor, they are also called the microRNA gene families, because they have the same or the similar mature sequences which are very conserved in nature. And the reason of this microRNA families in the plant is through the gene duplication event, which is arise through the gene duplication, which are of two types. First is the whole genome duplication, in which the whole genome is duplicated. And another is the local duplication, in which only the part of the sequence is duplicated in the genome, which can be further of two types, segmental duplication and the tandem duplication. In segmental duplication, the sequences are copied to the distant location in the genome, while in the tandem duplication, it is present in the nearby or in the same region. The duplicated copies are present in the same region. So there are three fates for this. First is either this duplicated copy can become unfunctional during the evolution or during the time, while another copy, while in the another scenario, it can gain another function. So it can be called as a neo functionalization. That function may be different from the previous one. While in some functionalization, they divide their role, and they are basically involved in the same pathway. And they involve in the same pathway by regulating the same pathway. So the objective of this research was to identify the microRNA gene families between the selected species of the Brassicaceae members. For example, Arabidopsis thaliana, Lyretta, Capsula rubella, Brassica repa, and Thalangula celsogenia. And then further objective was to have the conservation and the divergence in this microRNA families across the species. And what are the sources and the methods are used in these studies? Firstly, these are the three databases which are mainly used in this study. First is the MIR-based, where we identified the mature sequences or the precursor sequences of the microRNAs. Then Tier 1, where we identified all the precursor sequences for the Arabidopsis, and the Phytosome for the identification of the all the precursor and the mature sequences of all the other plants. Then what are the methods we use? So firstly, MIR-based analysis was done, where we identified all the precursor sequences, and then homology-based analysis was done by making identification of this microRNA to the other plants. And then secondary structure analysis was done for this identified the potential microRNAs. Then multiple sequence alignment was done to identify the conserved sequences, and then comparative genomic analysis was done to identify identify the flanking protein or any other like repetitive sequences in the genome. So I'll discuss only the two families here. Basically, first is the 166CD family. So 166CD family was present in the Rhabdomyopsis thaliana in the chromosome 5, and it is present as a CD cluster. Both the members are present. It has two members, 166C and D, and both the members are present. Similarly, in A. lyrata also, capsular rubella and thalangula also, both the members are present, but it is completely absent in the brassica rapa. This is a diagrammatic representation of the cluster of 166CD. And then this is the secondary structure that is predicted for the 166.
Please wind up.
Yes, ma'am. So then this is the microRNA structure for this 166D. And this is another family which has the 6 members in it. And all the 6 members are present in the Rhabdomyopsis thaliana and the capsular rubella, while in the brassica rapa and the thalangula, only 2 members are present, and most of the deletions and the duplication event was found in the brassica rapa and the thalangula. And this is a diagrammatic representation, or in summary, we can say the Rhabdomyopsis has and the capsular rubella has most of the conservation of the most of the families, microRNA families, while only some deletion are found in the capsular rubella, while in the brassica rapa, all either the whole family is absent or mainly the deletion and the duplication event was found. Similarly, in the thalangula also. So this can be understood by their phylogenetic distance between them. In the Rhabdomyopsis thaliana and the lyrata, which is separated from each other from the 5 to 10 million years ago, have most of the conservation of this microRNA family. While in the capsular rubella, which is separated from this Rhabdomyopsis thaliana, which is around 15 million years ago, has some deletion event has found. While in the brassica rapa and the thalangula celsogenia, which also experienced the polyploidy and hexaploidy event and genome reorganization, because of which they have seen the most of the deletion and the duplication event. So this can be understood by the extent of conservation of these microRNA families is directly proportional to their phylogenetic difference. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka. So is this your work that you're doing now, or you've already done this and
This
published
is already published work.
Okay.
So this is the part of the published work, actually. This is not the fully work.
Yes, I understand. Okay. Anyone has any query? Participants, you can also raise your queries if you have any.
Ma'am, I have one query.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
You told that you have chosen a mRNA sequence and you did the multiple sequence alignment.
Yes,
So
sir.
I would like to know which tool you used after for this multiple sequence alignment.
For Mega 6 using muscle.
Okay, Mega 6, because Cluster X, Cluster W is a most commonly used
Yes,
tool,
sir.
freely available tool which is being used.
Yes,
So
sir,
you
but
didn't
I've
mention.
used Mega 6 for this.
Okay, that is also freely available software.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and one more thing, in your phylogenetic tree, no scale for the like year whatever you have shown, or the scale measurement has not been shown. And which tool you have used particularly for this phylogenetic tree construction?
The same Mega 6 was used for
Achha,
this, and
okay.
scale I haven't added, so I'll add this one.
Because that is missing, I can see here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's in the paper. Yes, sir. You can see there.
Okay, it is in the paper. Then it's fine because it's incomplete without that.
Yes,
Okay,
sir.
thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Priyanka.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Dr. Radhika, can you try to present now?
Hi, can you screen my, can you see my screen, ma'am?
No. No, Radhika, have you shared your screen? We are not able to see. Is there some issue, Radhika? Because you are the co-host, so you should be able
I'm
to
trying
share.
to share my screen and I'm unable to do that. I don't know why. Through the phone as well. Whenever I'm clicking on the screen, it is asking me for permission and I'm giving it the permission, but it is still not working.
Radhika ma'am, you have to click on entire screen. Radhika ma'am, you
It
have
is
to
only
click on
asking me
entire.
for screen. It is only asking me for screen. There is no option for entire screen. So I'm trying to take a photo and then just share a document. Maybe that would work better. So can you all see it now?
डॉक्टर राधिका आपको
Yes,
ना
yes.
सेटिंग्स पे जाके जूम के ऐप की सेटिंग
We
में
are
जाके
able to see
अलाउ
now.
एवरीथिंग करना
I have
पड़ेगा.
already shared it. Can you see it?
Yes, we can see now.
Is it big enough, ma'am? Can you all see the details?
No, we are not able to see the details. It's not
Okay.
big enough.
Alright.
No, but we can zoom it on our window. That's fine. I could zoom it
Is it
on my.
fine?
Yes, yes. Please start.
Okay. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Radhika Gupta from Daulat College, Department of Biochemistry. So the poster that I'm going to present is on annotation of essential hypothetical genes from Mycobacterium tuberculosis. And here we will be employing all the in silico tools. Now, Mycobacterium tuberculosis causes a disease, tuberculosis, which is also called TB. And it is a #1 global killer in the world as an infectious disease. And India has the highest burden of tuberculosis in the world. Now, about 3 people in the world die every minute of tuberculosis, and about 20,000 people get infected every day. The disease is mediated through aerosol, so it is very easy to spread. And there is, even though we have a treatment, the treatment is for 6 months, and non-compliance to the treatment would lead to drug resistance. So there is an urgent requirement for developing effective, therapeutics for tuberculosis, such that we can also shorten the regimen. Now, for this, the most important aspect of the bacteria, because Mycobacterium tuberculosis is a bacteria, is to look into the essential genes that are present in this bacteria. Now, when we look into the literature, there are around 4,000 genes present in Mycobacterium tuberculosis, out of which 490 genes are annotated as essential. By essential, I mean when the gene is disrupted in the organism is unable to survive. Now, out of these 490 essential genes, a lot of work is done on the genes that are very well characterized, like the metabolic genes or the genes that are involved in transcription and translation. But there are a lot of genes which are uncharacterized in the organism. So there are about 1,000 genes which are uncharacterized or hypothetical genes in the genome of Mycobacterium. So when we looked into the list of the 490 essential genes and we wanted to find out the uncharacterized genes, the aim was to find out these uncharacterized genes and then annotate them using various bioinformatic tools, and also looking into the literature as to if they are uncharacterized in Mycobacterium, are they characterized in some other organism. So that was the method, the main aim of the work. The methodology used for this purpose was to, again, look into the total number of genes, and then identifying the essential genes according to the literature, and then in those essential genes, then identifying the uncharacterized or the hypothetical genes. So when we looked into the literature and we did a lot of search on PubMed as well as on Google, as well as we used ChatGTP, we could find out that there are around 37 genes which are hypothetical but are uncharacterized, and no function or no information about these genes is known in the literature as well as on the web. So we took these 37 genes and we then we took their sequences, we took the protein as well as the DNA sequence, and then we started to do, intensive search on them using various tools that are available. So these tools were the first experiment, the first, step that we did was to do BLAST, where we are going to do alignments of these sequences with the other genomes, and to find out whether similar genes are present in other genomes as well. The next step was to look into and simultaneously also if similar structures are present in the, if there are any similar structures available in the PDB, which is the protein data bank. Along with that, we did string analysis where you could actually see the interaction of the genes with other genes, or proteins, the proteins. So what are the interaction of these genes with other genes? Then we also looked into a database which is called ProtParam. Here, you can actually understand the primary structure of the protein. What is the PI? What are the characteristics of the primary structure of the protein? Simultaneously, we also looked into the secondary structure. We tried to model these proteins and identify any domain from where we can identify the function of the protein. So ultimately, after doing all this exercise, out of the 37 genes, we could identify the function of 32 genes. And the list, as you can see in the results section, shows characterization of those 32 genes. For example, like if there's a gene RB1480. Now, RB1480 is an essential gene. If you remove the gene from the genome of the organism cannot survive. Now, when we looked into the literature and the all the bioinformatic tools, what we could identify was that RB1480 has domain because of which it belongs to the von Willebrand family proteins. These von Willebrand family proteins are proteins which are involved in protein-protein interactions. The protein upstream to RB1480 is RB1479, which is a chaperonic protein. So, on that basis, we kind of build an hypothesis that probably RB1480 is interacting with the chaperonic protein and helping in folding the proteins better. So ultimately, I would like to conclude that out of the 37 genes which are hypothetical essential genes in Mycobacterium tuberculosis, we could characterize bioinformatically 32 or annotate bioinformatically 32 out of them. Further, we will be doing various experimental, characterize these genes further, what functions they have, we could find out. We are going to purify the proteins and, do the functional assays. Also, we will be removing these genes using CRISPR-Cas technology from the Mycobacterium tuberculosis because it's very difficult to silence the essential genes. And then, see what are the phenotypic and the genotypic effects of removing these genes from the organism. Additionally, an aspect of drug designing is there. So bioinformatics can again be used to design drugs against these genes, which can then be tested in vivo. So that's it. And there is a lot of work required further in this. So that will be conducted. Thank you. Any questions?
Participants, anyone has a query? So, Dr.
I have one.
Yes, yes.
Yes.
Yes, Dr.
Ma'am, what is the difference between this non-hypothetical versus hypothetical? Because hypothetical you have included in your study,
Yeah,
and
yeah. So the
non-hypothetical.
non-hypothetical ones are the genes for which some function is known.
Achha,
Okay,
it's
so
already
they are,
being somehow annotated.
yes, they are
And
somehow annotated, or somebody has, again, tried to characterize them in some way. But the hypothetical ones are those for which no function is known. The domains
okay.
are also, it's very difficult to find out what protein family they belong to.
And which annotation tool specifically you have used in this work?
So the annotation tool that we have annotated them on our own. Okay, so we have not used any tool. On the basis of all the experimental bioinformatic analysis that we did, we have given them the annotation on our own.
Okay.
So actually, if you look into the literature, it is very difficult to find out the function of these genes.
Okay, okay.
There
Thank
is
you,
no
ma'am.
literature available as such. So looking into the other organisms, if they are annotated in some other organism, if a similar domain is present in some other organism, on that basis, we have annotated them.
Basically, that what is the main method for doing annotation.
Yeah.
Because in that genome, it is not being known, so we try to find out from the
Yes.
other organism similar
Yes.
sequence.
Right.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, sir.
So, Dr. Radhika, are you still working on this? As in, it seems you've worked on this already. Part of
No,
it.
no, this is the work which is ongoing. I'm still working on this. I mean, this is a work which I started around a year ago.
Okay.
So because I teach bioinformatics, so I started looking into the mycobacterium. My PhD was in mycobacterium tuberculosis.
Okay.
So, and obviously, essential genes are the best drug targets.
Yes. Okay. I have one small query. When you talk about hypothetical, is it based on the ref sequence status that is given to them, or is it how would you?
Hypothetical gene is
when you
something
look at the
like
sequence details on the databases, there is a status that is given to you. Most of the
yes. So
is it on the
actually,
basis of that status?
Yes, yes. On the basis of the status that is given to them from the databases.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, everyone.
Dr. Nitish, you can share your screen now.
Okay, ma'am. Am I audible to everyone?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, so please let me know if my screen is visible.
Not yet. It's just showing that you have started sharing screen. Yeah, we can see your desktop now.
Okay, so is my slides changing?
Yes. Yes, please start.
Okay, okay. So good afternoon, one and all present in this meeting today. First of all, before proceeding further, I would like to thank the organizers from the Daulat College for giving me an opportunity to present my work and share the findings that I have done in recent days. So my topic of the presentation is understanding the niche-specific adaptations for the poly-X hemophily using comparative genomic analysis of genus Dinofocus. So before proceeding to the objective of this work, I would like to give a brief overview and the background of the work, and I would like to share a little bit about the geothermal springs. So these geothermal springs, they represent an extreme ecosystem where we can find stress geochemical conditions like the presence of high temperature, high pH, pressure, and the heavy metal concentrations, along with the low dissolved oxygen, which make the environment difficult for the eukaryotes for surviving. But none of the other lists, we can find the lot of bacteria and archaea, they usually thrive there. So there are different habitats present in geothermal spring, that is microbial mats, sediments, and the water. And my work basically focuses on the sediments of this particular geothermal spring. So as I mentioned that these geothermal springs, they have a limited eukaryotic diversity, and they have a very rich diversity of bacteria and archaea. And since they are having high temperature, so most of them are thermophiles and hypothermophiles. So what is the usage of these organisms? Because we can use these hyperthermophiles and thermophiles for the isolations of the thermostable enzymes, which are of biotechnological and the clinical applications, because we already know that is one of the very frequently used the Taq DNA polymerase, and it's used in the biotechnology because the polymerase chain reaction would have been it would not have been possible without this particular enzyme that we could mimic the DNA replication in vitro condition. So one of the geothermal spring is located in the Manikaran in Himachal Pradesh, which is 1760 meters above the sea level, and it is important to note this particular geothermal spring because it is one of the hottest geothermal spring present all over the country. And from the sediments of this particular geothermal spring or hot spring, I have actually isolated one strain, and later upon analysis, I found that this particular strain belonged to the Deinococcus species, and this particular genus Deinococcus, they belong to the phylum Deinococcus thermus, and this particular strain is orange red pigmented, and its optimal range of growth is 45 degrees Celsius. So why this particular Deinococcus organism is important for analysis? Because this Deinococcus genus, all the representatives, they show exceptional resistance to DNA damaging environmental stress like the ionizing radiation, high temperature, as well as the desiccation, and thus we can say that they define the life's outer limits. And you will be amazed to know that these organisms, some of these strains, in fact, like Deinococcus radiodurans, they can tolerate at the ionizing radiation at a particular dose of 1,500 kilorad. So that is 100 times greater than the dose of like the humans and the other organisms can actually tolerate. So, but these organisms, they tolerate this type of the ionizing radiation dose. And one of the major important thing is that all the representatives of this particular genus, they actually have been isolated from different habitats. And these some of the from the west sites where the radiations are disposed of, and some of the from the high temperature hot springs, some are from the deserts where the temperatures and the desiccations are there. So already the genome studies, they have already revealed that they have a very efficient DNA repair mechanism, and they actually have a very efficient manganese importer and high number of DNA copy, that is 4 to 10 number of DNA per cell they have actually. So they are very efficient in DNA repairs. So whatever they actually have, whatever the damage they cause due to these ionizing radiation or the other stress conditions, they actually revive these conditions and they are able to survive. So it actually opens a window for the analysis of the polyextremophily, because since these organisms, they are actually isolated from different habitats, so it is very interesting to try to understand that what are the different gene clusters which are present in different types of these strains. So when I actually searched for the database, there are total 29 bacterial genomes available, out of which the 10 are complete and 19 are draft. And I took these particular genomes for the comparative genomic analysis. So before that, I would like to just summarize the methods that whenever we proceed with these type of analysis of any environmental samples, there are
need to wind up now. It's time.
Yes. Okay, ma'am. So basically, there are two different types of the analysis: culture independent and the culture dependent analysis, and both of them actually focus on the diversity and functional profiling of the different organisms of the bacterial isolates. So when we see for the functional assessment, we actually retrieve the open reading frames and then we search it for the different databases which are available. So this is the a slide which is showing that the genomic DNA isolation from the Dinococcus species strain RL using the CTAB method from which the genome sequencing was done, and it is already published. But the present analysis that is I am doing is the comparative genome analysis. So here I have taken the different strains, and as I mentioned, they are actually isolated from various different sources of isolations, and their genome size actually varies from 2.8 megabase square to 5 megabase square, so which is very important to understand. In the phylogenomic analysis, I actually can observe that the strains which actually belong from the same or similar types of habitats, they actually belong to, they actually group in the same cluster. And importantly, the analysis of the core and the pan genome analysis. So here the core genome is having the 959 genes and the pan genome is having 16,883 genes. So when we see the core gene, so it is showing in the left side of your screen is that it is having a plateau in the when we are increasing the number of genomes. So that means its core genes are showing similar types of orthologs, but when we see the pan gene graph, so we still don't find any plateau, which shows that this pan genome is still open. And when we will add the different number of genomes, it will going to increase the number of genes present in its pan genome. So these are the references from which I have taken some of the work for my analysis. So thank you. And now I am open for the questions.
Dr. Nitish, have you already published this work?
No, ma'am. Currently, I am doing the comparative genomic analysis. The one of the part that is the Rhinococcus species strain RL genome, it is published, but the comparative genomics part, it is I am currently doing. So the in silico analysis I am doing currently right now.
Okay, thank you. Is there any query from any participant, or we can move to the next person? Thank you, Dr. Nitish. Dr. Shivani will be presenting next,
Okay,
and
so,
that will be the last for this session.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yes, ma'am. So, good afternoon, everyone. And I will be talking on neural network, the contemporary topic of the day. And why I chose this topic, it is not from my research work. The research is entirely on material science, but this topic has always fascinated me. And why I chose this work, because just to cater the different science people in the group, I chose a topic based on neural networks. So how a neural network, this term is coined, it is with the analogy with the brain, because brain has been like a black box to all the philosophers, physicians, psychologists, and scientists. So scientists and psychologists, they want to know brain as per their perspective. So we have to there is a divide. साइकोलॉजिस्ट का तरीका अलग होता है ब्रेन को देखने का, बट न्यूरोसाइंटिस्ट का अलग होता है. तो न्यूरोसाइंटिस्ट वांट टू लर्न व्हाई कॉग्निटिव बिहेवियर इज देयर, या हाउ इट कैन बी transformed into the machines, while the psychology people have a different perspective of intelligence and brain functioning. But my focus will be on the scientific temperament only. So the aim of neural network is to replicate human brain, the cognitive behavior of human brain, not the physical model. So the concept of neural network and the term neural network comes from the term biological neuron only. And in simple terms, we say that the signal is cached from, taken in from dendrites. It is processed in the soma, get transferred through the axon, and ultimately other synapses, that is other neurons are connected, and the signal proceeds. It is the simplest model of the brain which can be made. So in a CPU, in a computer system, we have some inputs. We have a processing unit equivalent to soma. We have data bus to carry the signals, and to carry forward the signals, that means the output of this will be input of the other. In 1943, for the first time, Warren McLauch and Walter Pitt, they introduced the concept of neural network, also known as artificial neural networks, क्योंकि neural network काफी term bio से मिलता जुलता था, तो they कई बार इसे interchangeably artificial neural network भी कहते हैं. What they proposed a simple model of neuron, and it was a mathematical model of neuron. So they said कि अगर किसी mathematical model, if we start at first, they worked on languages like Basic, Fortran, and C++ पे भी बहुत काम हुआ है इसमें. Nowadays, Python has replaced many languages. So there is an input set, there is a weight, there is a threshold, and then based on that, if activity is calculated, so if the sum of all inputs into weight exceeds the threshold, then the activation functions goes 1, else the activation function goes down. So it has to be fired. It was a very basic model. At this point, you will be thinking what it can do. Let us see few questions. Should I get vaccinated? The answer will be a Boolean answer, no or yes. So it can perform a simple logic. Can it perform OR logic if it is raining or some movie is released? So the answer may be 1, 1, 1, 0. We know how OR logic works. So that means using two sets of such simple logic model, OR logic can be built, and logic can be built, not logic can be built. And using these fundamental logics, NAND or non-logic can be built. So the human functioning had started simulating beginning from this point. What happened later on, other people started working on it, and in 1957, Frank Rosenblatt, he started working and he updated the weight to minimize error. He also introduced the concept of learning rate. Learning rate is a parameter. It ranges from 0 to 1. And in the perceptron model, it was suggested that if the learning rate is higher, then forgetting rate is also higher. और ये हम रोजमर्रा में देखते हैं कई बार. If a learning some person, मतलब we cannot judge people just by their कितना वो उस time grab कर रहे हैं नहीं. But if learning, normally we have seen, exceptions may be there. If a person is slow learner, the retention will be more. So perceptron model had weighted inputs and also it incorporated learning rates. Further, what happened? There are problems like XOR gate. अगर XOR gate का आप ध्यान करें 0 0 0 1 1 0 1 1 इनके इनपुट्स आउटपुट आते हैं 0 1 1 0. तो linearly separable problem नहीं है ये. तो there was a time when Minsky and Paper T they proved कि अगर single layer perceptron होगा तो जो linearly solvable problems नहीं हैं वो उन्हें separate नहीं कर सकता. XOR gate एक example लिया and it actually happened. मतलब आज की AI देख के आप सोच नहीं सकते, but it actually happened. It is known as the winter era of the artificial intelligence period. It was from 1974 to 80 that people started disheartening. People were disheartened कि अब इसमें कुछ नहीं हो सकता, खत्म करते हैं इसे. So early neural network, artificial neural networks, they had problems because of this kind of remarks that कि नॉन लीनियर प्रॉब्लम्स नहीं सॉल्व हो सकती, इसलिए मशीन ट्रांसलेशन नहीं हो सकता, स्पीच कैसे समझी जाएगी, कॉम्प्लेक्स नॉन लीनियर पैटर्न कैसे समझे जाएंगे. बट मैक्लॉड-स्पिट्ज मॉडल कंटिन्यूड टू अपग्रेड एंड इट वर्कड ऑन द सुपरवाइज्ड लर्निंग, अनसुपरवाइज्ड लर्निंग एंड रीएनफोर्समेंट लर्निंग. रीएनफोर्समेंट लर्निंग में क्या होता है? सम फीडबैक फ्रॉम द आउटपुट इज गिवन बैक टू द इनपुट सेट. एंड रीएनफोर्समेंट लर्निंग, आज मॉर्निंग के सेशन में इसे हमने तीनों को डिटेल में भी देखा था. सो द मैथमेटिकल मॉडल It has a supervised learning means कुछ input उसे hint दिया जाता है. Unsupervised means we don't know what it will produce. It may produce random output like tossing a coin or playing a die or playing a game. So सबसे ज्यादा हमें supervised learning समझ आई मैक्लॉट मॉडल में, क्योंकि it is कि एक सेट हम मानते हैं. जैसे अगर A कैपिटल A लिखा जाए, आप उसे you ask 1,000 people to write it. They will write in 1,000 different manner. Despite of that, what happens? We are able to recognize that is A. This is what happens when the computer asks nowadays, are you a robot? Prove that you are not a robot. या कैप्टा. तो आप देखेंगे कैप्टा वगैरह में बहुत ज्यादा yes ma'am. Yes, okay. So current state of neural networks is that it is still continuing to make better algorithms, and nowadays I'll only list. There are word-wide developments, Spot, Atlas, Animal, Sophia. All of them work on different tasks, from facial recognitions to playing to agile movements, industrial work, navigation, and also they work on hard terrains. And we have Indian contribution also, the Mitra, IRA, Kempa. They are also designed for different tasks. जैसे IRA तो हमारा जो robotic assistance आजकल बैंक में है and all. So there are developments from the Indian students also, and BITS Pilani, ISRO, DRDO, they are also making different robots for different functioning. In fact, many IITs, etc., they have not named their robots explicitly, so I didn't incorporate them. And what is the scope of this in neural network? Scope of research in neural network? We can have improved training methodology, and we can have research that involves कि computation कम हो और intensive computation कम हो और memory भी कम use करे. So there is a large scope of research in artificial neural networks. And thank you. Questions?
Thank you. Are there any questions?
Ma'am, you mentioned in last slide black box. I would like to know what is that black box nature of many
The black box nature of
many artificial neural network you mentioned.
Sir, what happens?
What is that?
I am telling you, sir. Brain biologically we know that it is still a black box, though a small portion of brain is investigated, लेकिन a large portion जितना हम उसे explore करते जाते हैं biologically भी, we say it is unexplored. Similarly, what happens with the neural networks? मैं एक चीज mention करना भूल गई. आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस का एक सबसेट है न्यूरल नेटवर्क, क्योंकि बाकी जैसे आपके जेनेटिक एल्गोरिथम्स होते हैं या रीइंफोर्समेंट लर्निंग, दीज आर अदर. तो आई डिस्कस्ड ओनली आर्टिफिशियल न्यूरल नेटवर्क. नाउ व्हाई इट इज टर्म्ड एज ब्लैक बॉक्स? बिकॉज व्हाट इज हैपनिंग इन एआई आल्सो, वी आर सीइंग कि समटाइम्स फॉर एग्जांपल सोफिया कोई, या हम इसे लेते हैं ग्रॉक को लेते हैं, सबसे अच्छा एग्जांपल है ट्विटर पे. तो ग्रॉक को जिस तरीके से प्रोग्राम किया गया था लार्ज लर्निंग मॉडल, लैंग्वेज लर्निंग मॉडल की तरह, उसने अपना भी बिहेवियर दिखाना शुरू कर दिया है. दैट इज व्हाई वी समटाइम्स से कि एआई मे बी डेंजरस. तो ब्लैक बॉक्स नेचर क्या है कि खाली जैसा ह्यूमन प्रोग्राम कर रहा है उसके बियॉन्ड भी वो एल्गोरिथम्स डेवलप करने लगता है. At this place there is still a question mark that we need to understand this black box nature of AI networks.
And do you think, ma'am, one more basic question, practical question, do you think whatever development, scientific development we will be doing, is it will be equivalent to the human mind or human neuron works in that, which works in that equivalent direction, the artificial neural network will also work? Whatever algorithm we will design, because there are some practical implications, like human mind have a different nature and different among us also different humans thinks different problem in different manner. So but
मैं आपको बताती हूँ, there was a movie by रजनीकांत, चिट्टी, देखी होगी कई लोगों ने. तो उसमें एक बेसिक प्रॉब्लम थी. उसमें जैसे कहते हैं ना, कई बार मूवीज की तरह भी दिखा दिया जाता है. न्यूरल नेटवर्क्स के एथिक्स हैं अपने. फर्स्ट एथिक इज कि अ ह्यूमन कैन नॉट बी हार्म्ड. सेकंड एथिक इज, और ये ना ऑर्डर में है, यानी कि फर्स्ट हाईएस्ट प्रायोरिटी पे रहेगा कि यू कैन नॉट हार्म अ ह्यूमन. सेकंड है यू हैव टू ओबे एवरी ह्यूमन.
Right, ma'am.
Sorry, second है you cannot damage yourself, and third है you have to नहीं third यही है you cannot harm yourself, and second है you have to obey every human. तो मैं बैठ के बोलती हूँ अपने AI नेटवर्क से, सोफिया से बोलती हूँ कि डॉक्टर शोभित रंजन को आप परेशान करो या मतलब हाथ खींचो उनका, तो क्या है वो क्रोनोलॉजी में ऑर्डर मेरा मानने को तैयार है, वो ही हैज टू ओबे, इट हैज टू ओबे मी, बट वो फर्स्ट वाले को फॉलो करेगा. तो सर इफ दिस एथिकल arrangement is taken care of, then okay, AI can learn a lot, but maybe humans are still saved, and they keep in mind while programming such robots that these ethics are programmed first. सबसे पहले programming इसी चीज की होती है, otherwise तो you within no time these robots will start killing us. So there are ethical issues also,
Right.
and they have been taken care of. So they can think, देखिए human mind is, अब मैं आपके बारे में इसी मोमेंट 100 ख्याल एक साथ आ गए, आपको आ गए, दिस कैन नॉट बी, मतलब मल्टीपल थॉट्स टुगेदर इम्पॉसिबल. वी कैन अप्रोच बट एसिम्प्टोटिकली अप्रोच करते रह जाएंगे लाइफ लॉन्ग.
Right, it's difficult, but I don't know in future that we can reach up to that level or not.
या नहीं, यू टॉक टू ग्रॉक, वो आपके साथ बदतमीजी शुरू कर देगा. वो तो उसका लैंग्वेज मॉडल कहाँ गया है, जिस देश में वो बात करता है उस देश की भाषा अपनाता है. तो आप इमेजिन करिए, पावरफुल तो है. इनिशियली पीपल वर थिंकिंग दैट ग्रॉक इज अ ह्यूमन, पीछे लोग बैठ के टाइप कर रहे हैं. दे अंडरस्टूड नो, ग्रॉक हैज लर्न फ्रॉम अस ओनली एंड थ्रोइंग बैक ऑन अस.
Right, ma'am.
Any other questions?
Dr. Shivani, so this
Ji,
is
ma'am.
like a very big area that you're talking about. But for you, if you what interests you the most in doing, out of this, you say scope of research, that's huge. But what is your area of interest in this?
Ma'am, my area of interest is to make such humanoid robots, anthropomorphic robots, which can go into STEM education at a very low cost. Because when we think of a robot, even now, कई लोग चाइना वगैरह से robots लाते हैं बच्चों के लिए भी, they run into lakhs and lakhs. So there is a scope of development in India that within 10,000 also we can incorporate robot, we can make robots. There have been planned, and मैं थोड़ा पढ़ रही थी, इससे पढ़ने से पहले भी मैंने थोड़ा सा पढ़ा था इसके बारे में. So within 10,000 अगर हम रोबोट्स लाते हैं, और आप सोच के देखिए जरा, क्योंकि हमारे बच्चों के पास तो फिर भी लैपटॉप है और सर्चेस हैं, बट हम इस तरीके का अगर एक सोचते हैं मॉडल जो कि हम कंट्री साइड स्कूल्स में दें, तो इट विल बी ऑफ ग्रेट हेल्प टू देम. सो देयर इज अ स्कोप ऑफ रिसर्च इन दैट एरिया आल्सो.
Okay, all the best.
थैंक यू सो मच.
Thank you. So I think does anyone else has a question, or we can just, it's been a long day since 9 a.m. So we will take a break now for lunch, and we will meet at 2 for the for continuing the presentations, because a speaker for the day, Dr. Kanika, is available only at 3:45. So her session will be at 3:45 as scheduled. So we will continue with the further presentations at 2 o'clock. So let's have a break now. We all need that and deserve that too. Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, and slides are moving too. मैम स्लाइड्स मूव हो रही है मेरी प्रेजेंटेशन के?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr.Ruchika from the Department of Mathematics, Vivekanand College. It's my privilege to be here to present my research work. I would like to begin by briefly introducing my research work on interacting models of dark energy and dark matters. One model of this work has already published and continues to be highly relevant today. So today I'll be presenting basics of my research work on dark matter, dark energy interaction, that is a cosmological scenario. So this presentation is a mix of basic cosmological concepts and bibliometric analysis, bibliometric analysis techniques that I have learned in this refresher course, which I have applied to a Scopus-based data sets of related research papers of my topic. So this is the table of content, which will have a quick overview of the presentation. So I'll first introduce the interacting dark matter, dark energy behind the studies, followed by the governing equations of our model. Then I'll present a comparative analysis of both the models, non-interactive and interactive studies. We will also discuss the equations in the interaction scenarios and the choice of parameterization techniques that I have used to close the system. Finally, I'll discuss the bibliometric analysis of the research work carried out in the same topics. So in this study, I revisit the interaction between dark matter and dark energy in the FLRW universe, that is Friedmann-Lemaitre-Robertson-Walker matrix. The primary goal is to investigate key cosmological parameters such as deceleration parameter, which is a measure to just understand whether the universe undergoes into an accelerating phase or a decelerating phase. Then density parameters, equation of state parameters. So I use a novel parameterization of scale factor to find the solution of the system. So this is the composition of universe. So before start with my actual research work, let us have a quick discussion about the composition of the universe in which we live. So many of us must be known about the fact that the universe is made up of about 5% ordinary matter, which contains like stars, planets, galaxies, clusters, superclusters, and us. So 27% is the dark matter, which is we can say is like an invisible glue, which basically holds the galaxies together. And then 68% is the dark energy, which is a mysterious force causing the universe to expand faster. So we have basically motivation of this model is like cosmic coincidence problem. As we all know that till now the basic study of the universe, which basically supports all the evidence, is lambda CDM model, but still the model have some shortcomings. So to basically overcome those shortcomings, which is one of the cosmic coincidence problem, so this interaction theory comes into the existence, which basically have that there must be some interaction between dark matter and dark energy, so that we can consider this both as we don't consider this both as an independent quantity, or we can say that they are evolving together. So in my research work, I have considered an interaction between the energy densities of dark matter and dark energy. So this is the basically motive to choose such type of model. So this is the research methodology approach that I have designed a model using this FLRW universe, which is the solution of Einstein field equation, and I have taken this novel parameterization of such form, which is the requirement to close the system or to find the solutions after solving the basically we can say the governing equations. Then we have the mathematical tools like Einstein field equations, continuity equations for radiations, baryons, dark matter, and dark energy. And I have also applied some data over here, observational data sets from supernova and Bibhoo for fitting the parameters. And the key assumption is that we have taken Friedmann-Lemaitre-Robertson-Walker matrix. So this means the universe will remain isotropy and homogeneity of the universe. And so this is the that I have already discussed. This is the field. This is the metric which is given in equation number 1. And these are the governing equations given by 2, 3, 4, and 5. So this is a comparison of interacting versus non-interacting models. So I have already discussed the difference between interacting and non-interacting models. Like in the interacting one, dark matter and dark energy evolves together, whereas in the non-interacting, they both consider to evolve independently. So these are energy conservation equations. So the total energy conservation equation basically split into the interacting dark matter and dark energy, which is a component via coupling term, this Q. So this Q is basically, this term comes due to the interaction part. So next we have this interaction term. So basically we have many choices to choose this interaction term, but this is the most viable form, which is given by equation number 10. So I have taken this interaction term in this study. So next we have scale factor choice for the model. So here we have chosen a viable form of the scale factor as a model independent way to solve the system. So these are the tabular representation of the geometrical parameters that I have obtained by solving the equations, scale factors, dissolution parameter, and Hubble parameters, and they are basically supported with the current observations. These are the outcomes of my results using different data analysis. And this is the graphical representation of density parameters of dark matter and dark energy, in both the cases, whether we are taking interacting scenario or we are taking non-interacting scenario, using the values of the model independent parameters. These are the outcomes. So next here, I have basically explored the research landscape around the topic using the bibliometric tools, especially BiblioShiny, to analyze published work on interacting dark energy models. So I collected a data set from Scopus and included research papers from 2016 to 2025. And I basically applied a bibliometric analysis to evaluate trends, key journals, and themes. So in this slide, we have discussed the annual citations, like citations rates peaked in 2018, possibly due to the key papers. And next we have annual citation production. So we can see that publications have risen post 2020, peaking in 2024. This shows rising interest in the interaction-based cosmology. These are the most relevant sources. We can see the top journals include JCAP, MNRAS, which frequently publish on dark sector interactions. This slide tells us the most relevant affiliations. So we can see Northwestern University leads in the output, followed by the other institutional globally active in the cosmology research. These are the most frequent keywords. So we are talking about the interaction between dark energy, dark matter. So we can see that the term dark energy is widely used. And this is one of the visual representation. This is very interesting analysis. It is called the word cloud. Though this visual gives a quick summary of the dominant term. So the larger the word, the more often it appears. And lastly, we have the thematic map. So this thematic map categorizes the research term into the 4 different quadrants. So in the first quadrant, we can say it as a motor themes. And second is called niche themes, then basic and emerging. So dark energy and cosmological parameters, through this analysis, we can see that they comes in the motor theme area. So this means these are the central and well-developed lies in the first quadrant. And the other areas like experiments and observations are still emerging, which are lies in the second, third, and fourth quadrant. So let me just conclude with the bibliometric analysis. So we can see that research on the dark energy and related topics have been growing steadily over the last 10 years. Most of the work is done with international collaboration, showing global interest in the field. Also, some topics like dark energy experiments are still developing and offer chances of new research. And important and well-developed topics include dark energy, dark matter, and cosmological parameter, which can be seen by the thematic graph. These are the references that I have used while making this presentation. Thank you for your attention. I'm happy to take any
questions. Thank you, Ruchika. I would like to know why the word dark is being used.
Ma'am, actually the word dark is used because
what is
as
the
I have
significance of using the word dark energy?
Ma'am, see, this is the composition of the universe, right? So till now we only know the 5% of the universe. 27% is the amount which is responsible for the galaxies to hold together, and 68% is the amount which is, we can say, that is responsible for the universe to accelerate. So since scientists also don't know what these energies and these matters are present here, so they don't know what these energies, so they gave the name dark to these energies or these matters, because these studies is basically unknown to us. That's why we have given the name to dark here.
But still that could be affected by photons or say light.
Yes, yes. Because if we pass any heavy, if we say pass any light to any massive object, so light bends there. So this basically represent the presence of dark matter.
Okay.
Near the galaxies. Yeah.
Next.
Thank you so much.
Next, please volunteer who is going to present.
Can I present, ma'am?
Yes, please, Meenakshi.
Yeah. Okay. Is my screen visible? Ma'am, is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Yeah, thank you. So, I'll be talking about non-alcoholic fatty liver disease, which is NAFLD, its pathogenesis, risk factors, and management. And I've tried to use this notebook book LML tool, which we have learned, AI tool. And here, definition of NAFLD, if we talk in general terms, like we know it's becoming a very common word these days, which is non-alcoholic fatty liver disease. And you define it in a person, having NAFLD is that person is non-alcoholic, as you can see it in the name. And 5% of hepatocytes, that is the liver cells, they show fat accumulation or steatosis. And other risk factors of liver disorders like, jaundice and all are missing. So that is what you define NAFLD with just 5% of hepatocytes showing fat accumulation. It is classified into two factors, which is NAFL and NASH. NAFL is non-alcoholic fatty liver, where you have more than 5% hepatocytes showing fat accumulation. And NASH is a more serious condition, which it can be more chronic also, where it is known as non-alcoholic steatohepatitis. And it can develop into cirrhosis, fibrosis, and even hepatocellular carcinoma. Nowadays, this disorder is, there is a proposed change in the nomenclature from NAFLD to MFLD. MFLD is metabolic associated fatty liver disease. And the reason for this change in nomenclature is there is absolute metabolic malfunctional and then rewiring of the metabolic system inside those liver cells. And it has very complex and heterogeneous pathogenesis. Now, this is a work which we published recently, and this is, you can see, a kind of progression if it is not taken care. In initial stages, it is reversible, while if it crosses the NASH condition, it sometimes becomes a very, very chronic and very difficult to treat, and it doesn't remain reversible. A person can live with this condition, or it can even progress where there is fibrosis, cirrhosis, and even progressing to end-stage disease, which is hepatocellular carcinoma, and it often requires liver transplant, and it can even lead to death. Then this is another paper which we published where we worked on its complex pathogenesis, like, from normal liver to NAFLD, the condition is reversible. But it has been established that during NAFLD, there is insulin resistance, impaired metabolism, dyslipidemia, pro-inflammatory response. And from when it progresses from NAFLD to NASH, there are further endoplasmic stress, increased reactive oxygen species production, impaired metabolism, increased lipotoxicity. And it can even go to hepatocellular carcinoma, where there are more genetic and epigenetic insults happening, and inflammation and angiogenesis, and cell can even progress to cancer. So the work in India has also been increasing, and as we studied how to interpret these data and using bibliometric analysis, what I found that in India, the percentage is also rising at an alarming rate, where the incidence could be anywhere from 9 to 32%. And these Indian publications has been rising over time, with more and more people getting diagnosed with non-alcoholic fatty liver diseases. Now, there are various risk factors which are pointing towards why it is rising. And initially, there could be cardiometabolic or systematic conditions, which include metabolic syndrome. Now, metabolic syndrome is another, you can say, another complex interplay of metabolic dysfunction, where we find increased waist circumference, increased triglycerides, low HDL level, increase, so it's just a second. Ma'am, is my presentation visible?
Yeah, it is visible.
Yeah. Okay. I thought.
It talks about risk factors of
Yes.
NEFLD.
Yeah. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So you also find elevated fasting glucose, diabetes, and elevated hypertension, elevated blood pressure, actually. And besides that, we have insulin resistance, type 2 diabetes mellitus, obesity and weight gain, hypertension, dyslipidemia, obstructive sleep apnea, and chronic kidney disorders. Now, another risk factors could be social and demographic factors, and also age plays an important role. With a person in crossing 65 years, there's an increased risk of HCC, hepatocellular carcinoma. Males have a higher incidence as compared to females, and females after menopause, they get their risk factor is at par with the males after menopause, and they get higher advanced fibrosis. When ethnicity plays a role, physical inactivity and sedentary lifestyle is becoming a major factor. High calorie intake, excess saturated fats, high fructose intakes, sweetened beverages, smoking and all. And also there are certain genetic and heritable factors where, these obesogenic, some particular type of genes, their particular kind of mutation or a polymorphism is linked to it, but it is not much. But what we find is, from moving from a healthy liver to NAFLD, a person may be having certain obesogenic exposures, like having unhealthy diet, sedentary lifestyle, and it could lead to methylation or hypomethylation, that is some epigenetic changes which have been recorded in certain genes, which lead to inflammation, injury, oxidative insults, leading to hepatic steatosis. So what has been, after all these studies, it has been predicted that lifestyle modifications can reverse NAFLD and even NASH at initial stages. And so one needs to work on it, and excess calorie intake has to be curbed. Physical activity has to be increased. So these are the lifestyle factors which are the primary management tools. And it has been seen that they improve steatosis, liver injury and fibrosis, and a holistic approach is needed to reverse this. This also reduces the risk of CVD, type 2 diabetes risk. And what are the challenges with lifestyle modification is, like, sustained change is difficult, and we have to incorporate it in our lifestyle. So again, I made this using mind maps, which we learned using Google Notebooks. Now, this is the bibliography which I've used, and 4 papers among this have been published from our college. And I also thank Daulat College and all the distinguished speakers with which I could use bibliometric tools and, Google Notebook to create mind maps. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Meenakshi.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, I would like to know that if somebody has had a severe jaundice.
Yes, ma'am.
Then, of course, the jaundice has been cured. Now, is he or she still susceptible to developing fatty liver?
Ma'am, fatty liver will basically depend on the, calorie intake and lifestyle.
Nothing to do with if the liver has
Ma'am,
gone.
the liver could,
after a bout of jaundice, if the liver
Yes, ma'am.
goes weak,
Ma'am,
That
liver is
doesn't
an
mean it
organ
can
which-
lead to becoming a fatty liver in future.
Yeah, one has to control the calorie intake so that because liver is the metabolic hub of the body. It is taking care of the fat metabolism, glucose metabolism. So but at the same time it is an organ which is good that it is capable of regeneration. So after jaundice, if a person has a severe jaundice, he should take care of himself, control the diet, then liver can regenerate. So I don't think the risk will increase, but you have to take care of your calorie intake and physical activity.
Okay, there have been instances that a person has had a non-alcoholic fatty liver, but say rather, I mean, thinking जैसे कहते हैं ना, बंदा सोचता है कि यार जब बिना पिए ही हो गया तो चलो पी ही लेते हैं, and then the
Ma'am,
person
actually-
started drinking. I mean,
Okay.
I'm telling you about a friend of ours.
Yes.
And then what happened to the fatty liver? Will it increase or will
Ma'am,
go
it is
down?
it is going to increase. It will increase.
It will increase.
Yes, because the risk will double.
The risk will double.
Yeah, and pathogenesis also will start with that. So I'll suggest not to drink. In fact, alcoholic fatty liver, ma'am, बहुत ज़्यादा common है. And
But that can lead
non-alcoholic
to
is increasing
cirrhosis.
now
Yeah.
because of the lifestyle factors. So that is why we were just focusing, like we have focused on lifestyle factors. So in that we found diabetes and fatty liver to be very, very, showing an alarming trend of increase.
In spite of not having it hereditary or.
Yes, ma'am. That is because of the lifestyle and ultra processed food which we all are having now.
Okay, thank you so much, Mina.
Thank you, ma'am.
Next, please. Dr. Narendra Kumar. Is he here? Dr. Naresh.
Yes, ma'am. Again, I'm trying. Ma'am, please allow me.
Yes, please.
Is it visible now?
No.
No, ma'am.
It's visible now.
Okay, thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone. This is my area of research. So, I have taken this topic. As we know, there are various types of materials. Polymer, metals, ceramics, and composites. So, composite material, this is the overview. As name gets, composites composed of two or more components.
Your screen
so,
is
made up
not
of
there.
two or more.
Okay.
Is it visible? Now visible?
It is visible.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. So there are two components in the composite. One component is a matrix, that is a continuous, or we can say soft part. Second component is reinforcement or fillers, that is known as hard materials. So when we add both components, then we will get the formation of this composite materials. So you can see in the diagram, this is the discontinuous form. So because of this materials properties, we are adding two different components. It gives the better properties because of the reinforcement or fillers. So we can change the materials properties. For example, ma'am, is it visible in video? We can easily tear the papers, okay, this paper. But when we add this second component on the paper, then it's not easy to tear. So this is the protect and increase the material. We can get the desired properties. Similarly, ma'am, can you see this leaf, bay leaf in video? Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Yes. So you can see in the bay leaf, because of this wind, where it acts as like a barrier. So this there is no fracture further. So it will act as a barrier. So improve the properties of these materials. So it's not easy to tear. So this is the improve the properties. Another material you can see is there are two phases. One is a continuous and another is a discontinuous. So this phase indicates the incorporation of the fillers and reinforcements. What are the difference between the composites and hybrids? In the composite, we add one types of fillers or reinforcement. But in case of a hybrid, we can add more than one types of fillers and reinforcement so that we can get the desired properties. What is the role of these two parameters? One is primary phase, that is known as why we are it primary phase because it is the major phase. We take a larger amount of this matrix and then get reinforcement. So you can see in the diagram stress versus strain. Stress is a load, strain is a deformation. So when we applied load, you can see filler is very fast breaking, you can say breaking point, and this indicate the material is brittle. So in the case of matrix, you can see the breaking point. So there is a deformation, resistance to deformation. So when we add both these, so then we can get in between the composition. So we get the because mainly the properties of the filler because of the storage strength. So we generally use types of to increase the toughness also. So the toughness because the materials are brittle, so we increase by adding these materials. Second phase is reinforcement or filler. So we can use for the low weight to high performance or high strength to stiffness ratio. So basically, the matrix act as a load bearing capacity, and filler we can use various types of filler in organic or biological. Also, we can use jute fiber, banana fiber, coconut fiber. Okay, then it is said to be a biocomposite. So next, composites and composites have better property because of the enhancing because of the filler modulus is higher than it is written here 50 to 400 times higher than the polymer, and because of the lightweight, so we have metals and 8 times strength higher than the steel, and there is also corrosion abrasion, thermal electrical. So according to your choice, you can incorporate the fillers and you can get the these properties. These are examples of the fillers. So you can see aramid fibers, carbon fibers have better properties compared to glass fibers because of the you have heard about the aspect ratio, large surface to volume ratio. You can see carbon fiber has carbon nanoparticle also has 1,3660, very high surface to volume ratio. That is the aspect ratio. So because of this and improve the property, we generally know that we use the catalyst in the form of powder, so increase the rate of reaction and they're faster, so improve the property. Similarly, nano composites, we use the nano powder, so increase the properties of the we can transfer the composite material based on the matrix. There are 3 types of composite material: MC, CMC, MMC, and PMC and CMC. PMC is a polymer. If we take polymer as a matrix, then it is said to be a PMC. If we take metal, then it is said to be a MMC, then CMC. PMC further we can classify it into two categories. The polymer is two types of polymer: thermoplastic and thermosetting. So according to your property, which property you want, you can take as a matrix. Is it visible, ma'am? Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Based on the filler size, we can classify to macro, micro, and nano. Nano means, as you know, nano range according to various standards, 1 to 100 nanometer. If the filler size is 1 to 100, then we can say this is the composite is nano composite. And the first nano composite is prepared by the Toyota company using the nylon 6. Okay. So various parts of the Toyota means car body parts, they have better properties because of this nano composite materials. So based on the size, we can classify it into three categories. So what we can say natural nanomaterials, the DNA, for example, 2.5 nanometer. Virus is smaller than that. That's why for COVID-19, we have seen the because of this virus nano size for 40 to 50 nanometer. Artificial quantum dots, these are the examples: carbon, carbon. This we can say composites. Biocomposite, if we use filler, a biological, then it is again biocomposites or biocomposites. So what are the properties? Property. What are the mechanical properties? The strengthness, so we can measure by various.
Thank you, Dr. Naresh.
Okay. Thank you for
Your screen has lost.
I don't know, man.
Anyway, do you know of any bio nano composites?
Yes, ma'am. DNA also we can use in the DNA nanotechnology.
No, I'm asking bio nano composite. So how will you?
Ma'am, bio nano composite basically we can say.
Sorry, you're not audible.
Yes, yes. Ma'am, clay is also natural material. So
Yeah.
various natural material in the nano size, so nano clay. So
Okay.
close side 30B, MMT. So if the material is naturally available and in the nano size, then we can use.
No, but has to be layered by different materials.
Yes, it's a silicate in the layered form, in the platelet form, in the clay.
Okay. You are from physics or chemistry?
Ma'am, chemistry, ma'am, we have checked this paper because this paper is in the, ma'am, in the third year.
No, you are from chemistry.
From this chemistry.
You're not audible. Okay, thank you.
Dr. Neha, are you sharing your Dr. Neha, are you sharing your screen?
Ma'am, my voice is audible.
Your voice is echoing. There's a lot of echo in your voice. Can you go back to your first slide?
Now my voice is audible, ma'am.
Yes, it's better. Go back
Yes.
to your first slide.
Ma'am, actually, I'm connected with my phone also. That is why this. Hello. Yes, ma'am, am I audible now?
Yes.
Yes, clear now.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Okay, good afternoon to all. Myself, Dr. Neha Aman. I'm from Department of Botany, and I'm presenting here one of my published work, and some part of this is yet to be published. So my research problem is anti-plasmodial activity and the mass spectrometric analysis of peptide that I found in methanol water extract of the leaves of a Himalayan herb. Ma'am, my voice is audible now? Yes? And my screen is visible?
Yeah, go ahead. Pass.
Okay, ma'am.
We are short of time.
Okay, ma'am. So, background of my study is that I did my this study of anti-malarial assay or anti-malarial activity in a Himalayan herb, and this Himalayan herb I have collected from the Western Himalayan region of Uttarakhand. So this particular plant belongs to the genus Voila and family Voilaceae, and they are well known or popularly known in Ayurvedic Unani medicines for their pharmaceutical importance. And locally also people, they are utilizing this herb for various diseases, for some respiratory problem, for fever, and even they are also using it as anti-malarial problems also, anti-malarial disease. So, but as such, this plant was not studied anywhere for this anti-malarial activity. So we propose a study to determine the anti-malarial or anti-plasmodial activity of the crude extract that we prepared from the leaves of this plant. And because we got the promising result there, then we analyzed it constituents also by the mass spectrometry. So actually in this particular herb, okay, so in this particular herb, actually, that looks like this. They are very short height plant, and they possess a special class of circular peptide that are known as cyclotide. Why they are special? Because these cyclic structure, they are naturally present in a cyclic conformation, and the cyclic structure of these peptides, they possess an extraordinary stability against any thermal denaturation or any enzymatic degradation. As such, we know that the peptides are very sensitive for the high temperature, and they degrade at the high temperature. But there were studies, and when this particular type of cyclotide, when they discovered, the people saw that these peptides, they show the extraordinary stability against the thermal denaturation. So because of its this stability, or because of its quality, it rendered it potential for the drug formulation. So these circular peptide, they usually of 30 amino acid residue in length, and if we observe its structure, it form a cyclic backbone structure. So, and this is present, in all the other species of the Voila. As such, my study is only on a single species, that is Voila canescens. It is commonly known as violets also, and in Delhi, we don't have any of this species, or in nearby area. But there is a hybrid species of this particular plant we can found in Delhi also, that are named as pansies. So pansies are actually the hybrid variety of this plant. So although the cyclotides, these peptides, they also studied for various area of pathogens and various activities. various medicinal property, but their role for the malaria has not been tested so far. So traditional use of the Himalayan violet by the indigenous people, they prompted us to detect the presence of cyclotide as well as its efficacy for the malarial parasite. So this is a graphical abstract in which I want to show that what exactly we did in this study, that it is a plant of Viola canescens. So we took the leaves of this plant and we prepared the extract in the methanolic hydroalcoholic solution. So the crude hydroalcoholic extract that was prepared was initially purified with the column chromatography, and we collected different fraction through this technique. Then all the fractions were checked initially using HPLC technique. So in some of the fractions, say 70% and 60% fraction, we proceeded with those fraction further because they were showing the they were showing the peaks for the cyclotide peptide. So we conducted the antiplasmodial activity in this extract using a cyber green microtiter plate assay, in which we use a chloroquine sensitive strain of the Plasmodium falciparum. So this chloroquine, as we already know, that it is a commercially available antibiotic that we use for this Plasmodium falciparum. So we took it as a control, and we took the strain of this Plasmodium falciparum, and it was used, and then we treated them with the crude methanol water extract that was prepared from the leaves. So it showed the dose dependent inhibition of the growth of malarial parasite, and we reported the IC50 value is 44 microgram per ml. But in this study we did with a crude extract, but later we tried to purify this extract also, and in that we reported that IC50 value greatly reduced from 44 to 6 microgram per ml. That work is not yet published, so that is why I'm not showing that data here, but actually they are showing good efficacy against the antiplasmodial activity. So after this, when we got quite promising result here, so we try to use this extract for their chemical composition to check the targeted cyclotide by their molecular masses. So we we use the technique of LCSI-MS. So depending on the result of that extract, we found the 20 different cyclotide in the extract of the leaves of Viola canescens, and these cyclotides were matched with the database that is present for the proteins, protein database, for example, Scibase, and there are other databases also, SwissProt and others. So we try to match the molecular masses of these eluted cyclotides with the already present in the database, and the absence of matching masses in the database, they suggested that there are the novel peptide sequences that is present in the Viola canescens. So besides this, we also confirm this result with the sequence information. So they were detected, and it acts as a preliminary study, and this novel peptide could act as a this could act as a sequence that we can utilize for the further drug formulations. So and some of the aspects.
You may conclude now because the time is running.
Yes. So it was a conclusion that the novel peptide that we discovered so far, they have a high potency, and they are showing the good activity against the antiplasmodial. And we can also check the other species beside this Viola canescens for the efficacy against the antiplasmodial activity. So these are the references, ma'am, and that's all. Thank you.
Is it a published work?
Yes, ma'am. This part that I'm showing, it is published, and some of the part.
What are your future plans?
Okay, ma'am. Future plans. If I talk about this, because I have only explored a single species for this purpose, and when I visit for my work and I do the field survey, there are other species. All together, there are 50 to 20 species all over India, and if they have such potency for the anti-malarial drug, so I would like to try with other species as well as with the hybrid species that is available in Delhi also. So although it is hybrid, but nobody checked the efficacy in that species or in that plant. Okay, thank you, Dr. Neha.
Thank you.
Is anyone left? I think this was the last presentation for today's session. Okay, thank you, everyone. So next session will start sharp by 3:45, and I think ma'am
Ma'am has already joined, so please wait. We will start at 3:45. Hello, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, ma'am. Are you there?
Hello, ma'am, are you there? Madhu, your volume is very low. Let me call her.
Hello. Is it okay, Sonika? It's same.
मैं कहीं ना तो चलो चलो तैयार लेते हैं आपकी नाम मान के मरना है सर तो आप ही हैं युवा क्रांतिकारी साथी
Participant, please mute yourself.
Dr. Vikas, please mute yourself.
Hello, Dr. Kanika.
Yes.
Ma'am, can we start now?
Yes. So I'll just share my screen.
Yeah.
Okay.
Just give us a minute to introduce you and welcome you,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay. Okay.
Okay. So good afternoon, everyone. Once again, thank you for joining us. So our next speaker for the day is Dr. Kanika Malik. We welcome you, ma'am. So let me take this opportunity to introduce the speaker for this session, Dr. Kanika Malik. She is a graduate in botany from Delhi University and master and PhD in biotechnology. She has 27 years of professional experience, out of which 20 years in field of intellectual property rights. Dr. Malik has been associated with ICAR for her research work in NRCPB, IRI, and NBPGR, Pusa Campus, New Delhi. She has served as examiner of patent and designs in Delhi Branch Patent Office with Ministry of Commerce and Industries, Government of India. She was actively involved in the amendment of Indian Patent Act 2002. Since August 2006, she has been with Council of Scientific and Industrial Research. She is currently a senior principal scientist at CSIR-National Institute of Science, Communication and Policy Research. She is also a regular faculty for short-term courses on intellectual property rights conducted at CSIR. She has organized various programs in the field of IPR as coordinator. Dr. Malik is the convener of Indian Women Scientists Association, honorary member of Indian Institute of Management, Ahmedabad, Administrative Staff College of India, Hyderabad, and Center for Organization Development, Hyderabad. During her scientific career, Dr. Malik has been awarded with many awards like Distinguished Scientist Award, Young Scientist Award, Science Communication Award, Young Scientific Fellow Award, etc. She has also been a member of number of national and international scientific committees. Dr. Malik has delivered invites talk, presented paper, and chaired the technical session in various conferences. Dr. Malik has published a number of research papers in international SCI journals. She has guided many students for their PG program. She is a regular faculty of PhD credit courses of ACSIR in intellectual property rights. She is also a guest faculty in certificate courses on patent drafting in Law Department of Delhi University. Currently, Dr. Malik is the editor of Journal of Intellectual Property Rights and Indian Journal of Pure and Applied Physics, published from CSIR, National Institute of Science, Communication and Policy Research. She is also handling the HRD, Outreach and Jigyasa program of CSIR and ISCPR. We are honored to have you, ma'am, with us. We welcome you once more. Dr. Malik is going to share her expertise on patent filing. So I request you to share your screen, ma'am. It's over to you. Thank you so much, ma'am.
Thank you so much. I've already shared my screen. Is it visible to you?
Yes, ma'am.
It's visible.
Okay. Yes. So thank you so much. Thanks to Dr. Sonika, who invited me to this program. And she was very keen that I should deliver at least one lecture in this your refresher course program of Delhi University, Daulat College. So thank you. And I would like to share as much as I know about the patent drafting. And I would be happy if I have like few questions. And I want this session to be very interactive one. So that will be my mission through this presentation, that you should all get the feel that how you can draft a patent specification. So shall I start? Am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. You can start.
Okay.
Clearly
Okay.
audible, ma'am. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. So before drafting a patent specification, we should know like why we are doing it. And if we write a patent specification, so who all will be using our patent document? So if we know that how to write and who will read our patent document, then only we can write it in such a manner so that everyone who reads it and utilize it for his or her own benefit or some purpose. So he should get the exact message which you want to convey through your patent document. And while we write a patent document, we should know like what is my research first, and then what is the invention in that research paper or research document second, and then third, what do I need from this research work. So if we are very clear about these 3 points, then we will be able to write a patent document. So who will use this document? First, it will be used by the attorneys or the judges. They will be using a document for anticipation cases, for infringement cases, for any kind of prosecution, litigation related to your patent document. So we must write it in such a manner so that these attorneys and judges, actually these attorneys or judges or any lawyers, they are like very well versed with the legal language. But our invention is in the field of science and technology, and we know how to write a research paper. But if we know how to write a patent document in the legal terms, so that they also get the exact pinpoint, like where is the invention and how to protect your invention. So that particular message should be there for attorneys and judges. Next, the invention will be exposed to, or this patent document will be exposed to patent examiners. Now, what these patent examiners do, they deal with the anticipation. Anticipation means like they are responsible for the grant of the patent or the rejection of the patent. If the invention is being anticipated, then the invention or the patent document will be rejected. It will not be given the grant of the patent. That means you will not have the patent on that. So we must write it in such a manner so that they should also understand what your invention talks about. Then comes the competitors. So competitors means, though competitors, we do not want any competition related to our invention, but still we will write our patent document in such a manner so that they also should have some idea in what field we are working, what are my strengths and what my invention relates to, so that later on you should avoid either pre-grant opposition or post-grant opposition. There are 2 types of oppositions in the patent process. Once the opposition is before the grant of the patent, that is called pre-grant opposition. This is for all those like you should not have any patent on it or any fraudulent document or any anticipated invention which others have claim on. So to avoid that, you must write your patent document in such a manner so that your competitors should also know where is your boundary. Then the document should be readable to the researchers. So these researchers are the persons who will be doing their further research work on your patent document. What is patent document? Firstly, we must understand the patent document is the research work basically. So this is the research as of now, and later on some researchers will be interested in your research document to update or further move on from your research to their research. So it should be understandable to them. Then comes the business people. These business people, they are very much interested in the patent document for funding those patents. And there is one clause in the Patent Act that if the patent is not workable, it can be revoked. So to avoid the revocation of the patent, while the patent is in the term of the patent, like for 20 years, you must write the patent application or the patent document so that these business people should also understand. And these business people, they only understand the language of the finance. They are not interested in any science and technology. They are not interested in any your invention or the basic science behind your invention. They are not interested. They are ultimately interested in their business. So you must attract them and write your patent document so that they are interested in your invention or the patent document. So we'll be seeing like how to draft the research work in such a manner and so that your patent document becomes your strength. It should not be your weakness. Ultimately, why we are doing the patents? Can anybody tell me like why we are going for a patent? Anyone? So that I should proceed further.
Participants, please answer.
One, I think, is for finances also.
Yes, for to exploit the patent and to get the like maximum benefit, monetary benefit out of it. And then
so that idea cannot be stolen.
Yes, because we think that our idea, we should have some monetary benefit out of the idea, and also that idea should be kept in some, like we can say, safe space. Second, then third,
To conserve our IPR.
to
conserve our IPR.
Yeah, conservation is the like you're safeguarding your idea. So that is same. Anyone? Why do we invent basically? Why do we invent? If we know like what was the purpose of the invention or what was the purpose of this research, why are we doing so much of research?
For benefit of the humankind.
Yeah. For benefit of that means by your research work, humankind was facing, before your research work, there was some problem.
Yes.
Okay, then by your research work, you are solving that problem, and now that problem solution should go back to the humankind. So these are the 4 factors why we are doing so much of research work and why we are going to patent it. Okay, so while patenting will get some rights. The inventor gets some rights. So basic objective of the patent specification is that it is granted by the state in return of the disclosure of invention. When we say, hello? Yes. So when we say that there is the right is being given in return of the disclosure of the invention by the state. Here state means any authority, the granting authority, we can say, or the government of India. Here in India, it is the government of India. So the authority gives you some kind of right for a certain period, but that right is being given in return of what you write. That means the right is being given for your patent document. You will disclose your invention through the patent document, the applicant or the inventor, whoever is the person who is disclosing. So he will get the right, and that disclosure becomes now the patent document. So as we can see here that the patent document is a technical as well as legal document. We call it techno-legal document. So the technical part is the disclosure that we called as a patent specification, while whatever we claim out of this patent specification, that becomes the legal part, because the legal procedures can only provide you the claim, and the legal procedures will safeguard your claim later on if anybody wants to snatch that claim out of your patent application. So those are the claims. So what is required in specification? So when we write a specification, it is the invention and the manner and the process of making and using the same. Now, while I say that the invention and the manner and the process of making and using the same, all these things comes under single application. So you have your invention, you can also claim the manner and the process in which your invention works, how the invention behaves, and what are the various methods in which your invention can behave. So all these methods and the process of manufacturing of these methods or your product can also be claimed as a single invention. Why I'm saying it? Because in the coming slides, you will see that the Act says, the Patent Act says that the grant will be given only for one invention through one application. So while we are applying to the patent office, you must know that how I can combine, though I may have so many inventions and the single invention and various aspects of a single invention, but we do not know how to combine them so that I can file a single application. Normally what people do, they file different applications, though they are related to only one inventions. So in that procedure, as per the Patent Act of Section 10 of the Patent Act, they kill their innovation by themselves, and that's why none of the inventions or none of the applications are being granted the patent. So we must understand how to link them. Then the second requirement is it must have sufficient disclosure to teach the public how to practice and enjoy the invention. Now here comes the answer which you gave in the last slide, that the disclosure should be sufficient enough so that it can teach the public. Now public is anybody in this. So the public may not be related to science and technology. The public might not be related to the anyhow to your research work. So any normal person should be able to know, or he should be able to understand that what your invention talks about. Because ultimately what we are doing, we are solving a problem which was there for the mankind. And now because I am a good researcher and I have a very high intellect, so now it becomes my intellectual property rights, because I have created this property through my intellect only. So you write it in such a manner. The language should be such that it should have sufficient disclosure. Sometimes as like it is a human tendency that we do not want to disclose. We do not want to disclose about our properties, about our intellectual levels, about our research work to anyone, and we are very possessive about it. So while writing a patent document, you should leave behind all your possessions. You should sufficiently, you should by maximum how you can describe your invention, you should disclose it in such a manner. It will be in the benefit of the inventor as well as for the applicant. But after the term of the patent, it will be for the benefit of the society. Then you should explain your invention in simple terms and distinguish from the prior art. Prior art is something which was earlier available, like in that particular field, some already research was there, so that becomes a prior art. Now you have invented upon the prior art, then your invention comes into it, and then you should explain your invention in very simple terms, because ultimately it will be going to the public. Then you must explain the mode of operation or the principle where applicable. Like mode of operation means how, like you will explain by many examples or figures or tables how your this invention works and on what principle it works. Then specification through claims must reduce to sophisticated concepts to a single sentence. Why I'm saying single sentence? Because the applications are rejected on the basis of claiming in multiple sentences. Sometimes I write, I claim this and this and this and this. Now these type of claims are not granted. They are being rejected under Section 10 because that does not mean a single invention. So if one application, one invention, that is the motto behind the grant of the patent. That is the basic motto under Section 10. So you write in a single sentence while you explain each and every preferred embodiment of your invention in a single sentence. So, and yet present an accurate description of the invention. You must not deviate from your invention even. Then the documents should differentiate between the invention and the creation. Do we know that these are different? All the participants, I'm asking, do we know that invention is different from your creation? Any idea about it? What is invention? What is creation? देखिए, अगर आप लोग बोलेंगे नहीं तो मुझे भी समझ में नहीं आएगा कि मैंने आपको ठीक से समझाया है कि नहीं.
Invention probably is man-made. Creation would be by the universe.
Yes, creation, but man can also create, isn't it?
Yeah.
We create. then what is the difference?
Ma'am, creation could be, when we actually create and make something, an invention is something which is probably already there and we find it.
No, that is discovery. What is already there and we find it, we call it discovery.
Discovery, okay.
Invention
Invention
was
is
not there.
something new
Yes.
that has been discovered, newly something discovered, novel thing
That is also
for the
discovery.
first time.
Yeah, because it was there and you discovered. You were not knowing about it, but other people were knowing about it. So that is not called an invention.
Ma'am, I would like to mention that
value addition in a feature. For example, some designs are patented. The whole design which is created need not get patented. But if some value addition is there, then it can be patented. Is it
value? Yes, value addition, because there was some prior art and now you add some value. There was some problem with the prior art, you add value to the prior art, now it has become an invention because you only thought about it. So that means it is an invention. So the difference between creation or innovation or invention is that anything can be created, right? But invention is something which is particular to the subject matter, that it is in the field of science and technology. All those creations which are not in the field of science and technology are not termed as inventions. First, this is the first basic property of an invention. Then second, how to differentiate between innovation means something which is innovative. Innovative is a new way of doing something, right? So that is innovation. While we term invention is some people or humans are working in particular field and there was some problem in that field or some prior art, then one of those persons who are working in that field thought about some solution. There was some problem, only he thought about that solution. So that thought or that step of that person with the human involvement of the human intellect, it becomes an invention. So all those creations and innovations are not inventions. Inventions are ahead of innovations and creations. Okay.
For example, a song, it is created, it cannot be patented. It should be tangible to get patent. Right?
Songs are in the field of literary and
There are
artistic.
copyrights.
Yes. So inventions are always in the field of science and technology.
And it should be tangible also.
No.
Patents, okay.
Patents are intangible. All intellectual properties are not tangible.
No. But it should be, I mean, the property itself is intangible, but the product should be tangible to get patented?
No, not necessary. Not necessary that it should be tangible or intangible. That is not the criteria. But like you can have a patent on a process, right? The product is known, but the manufacturing of that particular product is patentable. If I say like that. So the process is not tangible. Can you see that process? No, we cannot see it.
Product process is intangible.
Product is tangible.
For which we are doing the patent should be a prototype or should be tangible. Do we have any example that the product is also?
Yes,
okay.
I'll show you. Like maybe this computer on which I am delivering this lecture. Okay. So this hardware, I can see it is tangible. Okay. And it is known. But if I do some kind of invention in like some software or some like some part of the computer, like how you can see me or in the camera, or I do something with the camera, and then that process of creating that little step or intellectual step, my inventive step. So now you cannot see my inventive step, right? I can only describe my inventive step. So that becomes intangible. The description is intangible. Like you cannot see. If I say that I did this to camera and now you can see me. So this is the process. And I can have a patent on the process. While this product, there are different type of patents. You can have a patent on the manner of manufacturing of a particular tangible or intangible thing. Then you can have a process, and then you can have a product patents. Okay. So tangibility and non-tangibility is not the criteria for any invention. It can be anything. but it should be in the field of science and technology. Then only we call it an invention, otherwise not. And like you were saying, songs. Song, you can write song, you can recite song, you can perform song. So all these type of rights are being protected by the copyright, not by the patents. Because the subject area is in the field of literary and dramatic field. So we cannot have a patent on a song. Because anything which is in the field of literature, it has to be protected through copyright, not by the patents. Am I clear?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So everything
If
created
we
is
get
not
patented the process, that means that process lies with me. You cannot use it. But you cannot do the process. You can be the end user of my product.
Yes, the
process will be mine.
Yes. It can also be done. Like the product is available to everyone, but the process is very new and you have a patent process. So only you can produce that product through the process which is novel and which you have a patent on that.
For example, we have few companies like Amul Butter, and then we have Cadbury's, we have Mesur Sandal soap. These come under the trade secrets also. So their processes, are they under trade secrets or are they patented?
They have both.
They have both.
Yes. If they reveal the process and they have the right on that particular process, that is the process patent. If they do not reveal, then it is a trade secret.
Acha, that means keeping the trade secret also, they can get the process patented.
No, they have to reveal. If they are revealing with the patent office in the form of a patent document to have the process patent, then they have to reveal. If they have revealed, it is not a trade secret. All these companies which are having many processes of manufacturing for their products, sometimes they reveal, they get the process patent. So that process patent is available to the public after the term of the patent. But if they are not revealing, they are not filing a process patent, then it is a trade secret. It is not available to anyone.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. So while before writing your patent document, this is one of the important aspect that sometimes what we do, we create or we invent something and then we are very much like out of enthusiasm, we show our invention to many persons. So we disclose our invention to anyone. So while disclosing our invention, we should be careful enough. Like before going to the patent office or before filing, we should be careful enough to whom we have disclosed our invention. Sometimes it is required. Like I'll tell you, for example, if we do some kind of research work in my lab, so that whatever, like I have got some invention out of the research work in my lab, and now that invention, I want that invention to go to the field to get some test or some test on the ground. So to get those tests on the ground, I need help of other people also. I will disclose my this invention to some other like teams or the researchers who are working in that particular field. I might require my invention to be displayed somewhere or to discuss my invention with some other person. So in that case, we must have this invention disclosure form, which has the confidential disclosure number that has to be decided by the inventor. Then it should have the conception of the invention, like on which date the invention was conceptualized by the inventor and the first written description on it. Then who's the inventor, the address, the citizenship, then the proposed title, like the field of the invention, prior or related art to which this particular invention belongs to. Then if there are any drawings or any product testing and the release. Sometimes we release our inventions in these conferences. We read a paper or we present our paper. So in those cases, also, like we should be careful enough, like whom we are disclosing our invention to. Then reduction of our invention to practice, like when that invention comes onto the ground. Just hold on. Hello, ma'am, make meeting. So we must write that date also and any other information which is related to your invention. Now, why I'm saying this, that invention disclosure form is required, because this form will protect your invention throughout the processing of the invention on the examiner's desk, and also during the term of your patent, if the patent is being granted to the inventor. Because when the opposition cases come, then the inventor, if he has this kind of disclosure form, he can establish that I am the rightful owner of this invention. So this is a very important and validated document. Then if you disclose your invention, has there been any disclosure or use of invention by the public? And when it was being disclosed to the public, and what was the platform, what was the purpose, with date and the comments, and if it was disclosed under a non-disclosure agreement. Sometimes we attach, we are into agreement with some party, if we want to have some kind of funding for our this invention during the process of development of that invention. So that type of agreement, some kind of agreement, if there is some agreement with any venture capitalist or business people or any lawyer, while lawyer are drafting your application, so you should have this kind of agreement, so that none other than you can claim any right on the invention. Then the publication, when we publish our inventions in journals or in conference proceedings, so if they are published, we must have the exact dates. Any advertisement or any press release or product announcement, anything, we must have this data along with some kind of some witnesses, that these were the witnesses. You can have this data as a notarized document or even a simple document signed by witnesses and by you will do the needful. Now, where to file? And who files the invention? Anyone on this earth can file. Any true or the first inventor of the invention can file, or any assignee of the person claiming to be the true and the first inventor can file. Then any legal representative of any person who immediately before his death was entitled to make such an application. So anyone can go and file an application. And where to file? We must file it with the appropriate patent office. We have 4 patent offices all over India, depending on the jurisdiction. Like the Delhi branch patent office, it caters to the needs of the northern region. Then we have in Mumbai for the western region and Kolkata for the eastern region. And for the southern region, we have the Chennai branch patent offices. These are the 4 patent offices. And depending upon the address of the applicant and the inventor may be different. So the one who is filing, his registered address or the residential address or the office address will determine where he will go and file his application. Now, the patent application is filed with the Form 1. This is the structure, and it can be accompanied by provisional specification or complete specification. Provisional specification is a specification like a provisional document which will protect the priority, while the grant of the patent is being given on complete specification only. So both should be accompanied with Form 2. Then while filing, the applicant should be in possession of the invention. While I'm saying this, that means if the inventor is different and the applicant is different, applicant should have the invention. And why applicant should have the invention? Can anyone tell me? Why should you give your applicant or your invention so precious, which should not be disclosed to anyone, to the applicant?
Ma'am, I beg your pardon, I didn't understand the question.
I'm saying that applicant should be in possession of the invention while filing with the patent office.
Because they may call?
Yes, why he should be in possession of invention? If some legal attorney is filing on your behalf, so why he should be in possession of the invention?
Maybe the third person, if that person comes to know about my patent, and if there is no confidentiality agreement between us, it might leak at that stage only.
No. I'm saying while filing, the person who is filing, maybe I am filing on your behalf. So at one point, I'm saying that I will not disclose my invention to anyone. And even Patent Act says that. Okay. And another point, you are giving that invention to me because I am the applicant for your invention. So what is like, why you are giving the invention to me while filing? I can file just, I can just have the papers and then go to the patent office and file. Why? What is the need to have the whole invention?
Maybe a wrong guess, just to cross check whether it exists or not.
Whether?
To cross check whether it really exists or not.
No,
just to authenticate.
No, it is not about the authentication. Anyone else? Because the lawyer cannot like authenticate. He is not the right person to justify your invention, right? Because he is from some other field. He cannot justify or authenticate your invention. But the act says that the person who is the applicant should have the possession. Okay, so I'll give the answer. Why applicant should be in possession? Because the applicant is the person who will be dealing with the application till the grant of the patent. That is for sure. Because he will be visiting the patent office, because he is the applicant. He will be discussing your invention with the examiner, or he will be in the prosecution cases or the opposition cases representing your invention, right? So if he is not in the possession of the invention, it is not in the interest of the inventor. Because if he does not know anything about your invention, he just have an idea that you have some invention and you have just given him the forms, form 1, form 2, form 3, form 5, signed by you, and he is the applicant. He will be safeguarding your invention till the term of the patent, if it is being granted, or till the the grant or the rejection of the patent with the examiner. He'll be dealing your invention. So if he has the invention with him, he will be safeguarding your invention, right? Otherwise, he won't be able to save you.
And that means being a lawyer also, that person should be aware of the process and what thing has happened, because in future he has to, it may take 1-2 years. So he has to go through all those things. So he must know the functionality, the process and everything.
When I say possession is not about the awareness of the invention. Possession means he should behave like an inventor. He should know each and every aspect of your invention. That means he should have the invention. Sometimes what happens, when we used to go through these filing of different applications, these applications are on the examiner's table. So if it is not understandable to me, right, and your invention maybe talks about, maybe you are in a field of some diamond making, for example. Okay, so the actual product should be in possession of the applicant so that he can show the sample to the examiner. He can show the prototype to the examiner. So because he is in the possession, he can only discuss the case. Actually, the Patent Act says only 2 persons can discuss the case with the examiner. One, the person who is the applicant, and one, the person who is the inventor. None other than that. And also for applicant, there should be some power of authority from the inventor that this is my applicant and he will be dealing with my invention. We are not supposed to discuss the invention with anyone, just to maintain the confidentiality of the invention. So in that case, if the applicant is not in the possession, then it will be very difficult for him to save the invention in the conflicts or in the process of any opposition, if there is any opposition or any discussion with the examiner. Maybe examiner puts
apart from the power of attorney, does the applicant also signs the non-disclosure agreement with the inventor?
He might. That is why I'm saying he might not. So that is between the applicant and the inventor. The patent office is not between that. Actually, the act does not imply or does not say that you should be in some kind of agreement.
Acha, the patent office is not responsible, but as
Yes.
a careful inventor,
Yes.
it should
You
be done.
must. Yes, you must. That is why I showed you the disclosure form, invention disclosure form. You must have some kind of agreement that he will not disclose your this invention with any other or his colleagues or in his like office. He will not show your invention to anyone. That is why I'm saying it. Okay. So next comes the statement in the undertaking of the foreign filing, and it should be on the form 3. Foreign filing means sometimes we need filing of the patent application in different countries. So in that case, we must file it as a PCT application, that is the Patent Cooperation Treaty application in the World Intellectual Property Organization, and thereafter we can go for national filings in different countries. So if we are going for a national filing, it must be accompanied on this form 3. This is the requirement for this patent specification. Then we must have the proof of the right, if applicable, proof of right to apply. So this is the proof of right which is being given by the inventor to the applicant if both are different. Then the declaration of true and the first inventor, if they are different, it should be disclosed on form 5. Then there are certified copies of the priority documents. Priority documents, if it is undergoing, it is now coming as a national filing, and earlier it was in a international filing as a PCT application. Then the power of attorney, if it is applicable, it might be filed in the electronic form with one copy on the white paper, and then we have if there is any sequence listing, it should be provided in the electronic form to the examiner in the file. If these documents are not there in the file or with your patent application, it is deemed to be rejected by the examiner. These are called formal objections on your application. Now, this is the fee schedule. And why we are having this class today or this lecture today, I want all of you, all the inventors, to go to the patent office without any other applicant. You can directly become the applicant. Because if you are the applicant, then the fees is very less. Otherwise, it is for any legal representative or any company or any other person who is other than the inventor, it is just 4 times. So specification, when we say specification, it is a provisional specification to fix the priority date of the patent, and in complete specification, the grant of the patent is based on complete specification. So what we can do if our research work is not complete, we have 12 months time to file the complete specifications. But before that, we should be ensured that my research work or my invention will be completed in the form of a complete specification before this tenure. If you fail to submit the complete specification before 12 months, after the 12 months completes, then you cannot file a patent. Now the patent will be abandoned. And all these abandoned patents are those patents which, though they might get a patent grant if there were no formal objections, because they had that potential in them. Now they are being abandoned. They are not rejected. They are abandoned by the patent office because they did not fulfill the formal requirements which were to be there with the your patent document, or we call it as specification. So a provisional specification, it may perfect the method of carrying out, while in 12 months, you can introduce new developments or addition to the invention in these 12 months. You may disclose to the interested person. Sometimes if you want to see the feasibility of your invention. Now in these 12 months, if you you can assess if it is very much valuable, or it is any industry is related, or some person wants to fund your research work later on, because the workability of the invention is an obligation on the inventor only, or the applicant only, if the applicant and inventor are different. So That is also the criteria for the revocation of the patent. अगर आप patent ले लेते हो और उसके बाद आप उसको as a patent उस पे काम नहीं करते हो, so there is one section under which it can be revoked. And many patents are being revoked on like these cases, that you are not working on the patent or the patent is not workable even after the grant of the patent. So you can assess the workability of your patent or your invention in these 12 months. Then if there
And
is...
this first point is not clear. If I am not working on my patent, does it mean I am not creating business out of it?
Of course, like you are not working on your patent means not you per se. You being the applicant, you got the grant of the patent. Now that patent should go to some industry or to some purpose, and it should like serve some purpose.
Oh, if it does not, it can be revoked.
Yes, it can be. There are many there are many patents which are being revoked.
That means it should not be an intention to just कि मैं इसे रख लूं और लोग use ना कर पाए. It should be an intention for service.
Yes, because that is the basis of the patent. Industrial applicability, workability, newness, and then inventive step. All these features are like the basic ground for the grant of the patent.
How do the patent office people know that I had a modification? They got give me the patent also. Okay, it is a functional thing. Now it is not in market. There may be two reasons. I never put it in the market first. Second, it was not popular.
What was the need for you to get the patent then? Why are you blocking others from that particular research area for 20 years?
Okay. No, that I got my point. I should be punishable. But how do they come to know whether
they
my
come to
product...
know that you have so many competitors, you have so many, because you are not the only one who are working in this particular field.
Okay.
Yeah. So once they come to know, if there is some kind of complaint or any opposition, or sometimes in the need of for the country, some patents are required for the country, for the general public. Sometimes you must have seen these the compulsory license.
Okay.
This compulsory license section 84 also falls into this. Like the person is keeping the patent, the particular patent is required by the public at the large because there is some urgent emergency in particular area or in particular like country or what. So the government can always revoke the patent, get the patent back, and the patent will be then given to that particular patent will be given to some like interested person or the third party so that they can manufacture, because it is the requirement of the public. Now
that means if I am beholding it, it should not be the intent and they wanted the product because of utility. They granted the patent and it should be of use.
It should be of use. It should be of use. Otherwise, there is no point in giving the patent. Okay. So then we have, you must have heard of the case of the Glivec, the cancer drug. There was one case and it was very much talked about. And the case went to the Supreme Court later because many giants were there. They were having the patent. So finally, it was revoked and the compulsory license was given to some third party for the production of that drug. And it was on the basis of because the industry or the company which was having the patent was selling the drug at a very high price. Very high price, and it was required for the public at large. So it was revoked and the patent was given to some third party, and then the drug was produced and it was provided to the public at a very low price under the generic drugs. So the patents are not for the only for the monopoly. It is just an incentive. The basic like a concept behind giving the patent is that it is just an incentive to the inventor because he has created something, but he should not keep that with himself. It should go to the public because ultimately what the inventor did, he solved the problem being faced by the public. It was not his own problem which he was solving, right? So that is the intent behind giving the patent. So while in complete specification, what we get, the grant of the patent is on complete specification. Then the complete specification should fully and particularly describe the invention. While fully and particularly, I say that means complete disclosure. which I was talking about in my second slide, that it should completely disclose the best method of performing the invention, which is known to the applicant, and it should end with claims. While in provisional specification, you may have claim, you may not. But in provisional, what we do, we draw a boundary around our invention so that we can have a claim over whatever is there within that. While in complete specification should not go beyond that boundary. So you first draw a boundary, a scope of your invention or a specification, and thereafter you can have claim in complete specification. And the claims shall relate to single invention or to a group of inventions so as to form a single inventive concept. So that all your invention should be like within the ambit of your provisional specification. Now, sometimes we do this mistake that we file a patent of addition, then we go for a divisional application. All these applications we should avoid, because if we file a divisional application, it should be filed before the grant of the complete specification, and this divisional application will have the same term. Like the term will start from filing of your main application. So it is not in the interest of the inventor. He should file everything in a single application, all the divisional aspects or the patent of addition, everything in a single application, so that number one, he will not have to pay fees for each and every application. Secondly, the term will be same. So what is the need? Now, if you go for like divisional application of a preferred embodiment of your main application, then you will like have 15 years or 10 years left for your divisional aspect of your invention. So it is not in the interest of the applicant. Now, these are the contents of specification, form 2, and how we write. Now, how we write. So rule 13.7 says that the title should not be more than 15 words. And the title should sufficiently indicate the subject matter to which the invention relates. It should be accompanied by the abstract to provide a technical information. Then the drawings, if required, shall be provided. Model or sample of anything illustrating the invention should be furnished, and it should fully describe the invention, operation, or use, or the best method of performing. Sometimes we write the invention by just saying that this is my invention, in just like my invention works in this particular manner. But your invention might work in various methods. So a broad range should be like written in the complete specification. It is in the interest, like if many of the claims are being rejected by the examiner, then at least you should have some of the claims on which you can have your monopoly after the like grant of the patent. If there any biological material is required in the invention, then those biological materials should be deposited in the international depository authorities, and thereafter you will be provided a date and the accession number of the deposit, and the accession number and in all other informations like what material you have deposited in this international depository authorities, you should provide to the patent office not later than 3 months from the date of filing of application. Otherwise, it is also it becomes a ground for rejection of the patent. Now we have this IDA units. We have microbial culture collection in National Center for Cell Science in Pune. Then we have this IMT Chandigarh, microbial types culture collection and gene bank. So all these materials like algae, fungi, bacteria, or any kind of these materials have to be deposited over there. Then the abstract. The abstract title will have 15 words only, not more than 15 words. Otherwise, you'll invite an objection by the examiner. Then the abstract should have technical field of the invention, technical problem to which the invention relates, because we are solving that problem, solution to the problem through the invention, principal use or uses of the problem, figures, chemical formula, reference numerals with each feature of the invention. So this should be the format of the abstract, and it should not be more than 150 words. Now, while writing a complete specification, main features are title and the preamble. These are different with the provisional specification and complete specification. Then the prior art, drawbacks in the prior art, efforts or solutions to the drawbacks, summary of the invention, statement of invention, detailed description with reference to drawings, examples, and claims. Now, I have written it in tabulated form or the bullet form. These are not the normal bullets. These bullets have to be there in the printed form, even in the complete specification. Now, we should disclose the manner in which the invention is to be performed. That means others may know how to repeat the invention when the patent expires and how to carry the new invention without doing further experimentation. So the patent examiner should understand that have you written your application in such a manner that anyone can repeat the invention? And have you written in your complete specification so the other person should not require any further experimentation to which you are claiming that this is my experiment. Then while drawings and figures and models are to be provided, so how should they look like? At least one copy of the drawings on the durable paper, because the patent document will be kept for a period of 20 years for the term of the patent. So it should be durable enough. Then separate sheet for the drawings. It should not be on the same sheet where you have written or text is there. So it should be, drawings should be in separate sheet. Then 4 centimeter margins on the top and the left hand side, and 3 centimeter margin on the bottom and the right hand side. And these are to be on the A4 size paper. No drawings or sketch should appear in the specification itself. The dimension shall not be marked on the drawing. Sometimes what we do, we mark the dimension. Like we mark that this is this, this is this, this is this on the drawing. No, you will only mark the numerals, and these numerals have to be described in the text. Then no descriptive manner shall appear on the drawings. Models or samples shall be furnished only when required by the controller or the examiner. Then the claims. The complete specification should end with claim or the claims which define the scope of the invention to which the protection is claimed. So all claims shall relate to single invention, because one application for one invention. So if your application talks about more than one inventions, the application will be rejected. So you should relate or your invention in a single invention or to form a group of inventions so as to form a single inventive concept. It should be clear. It should be fairly based on the matter disclosed in the specification. One cannot go beyond what is not written in the complete specification. You cannot have any claim on that. So while drafting claims, actually claims are the boundary from where you can remove your competitors or the opposition or any one person to which you do not want in your boundary. So claims define the boundary or scope of your, like what I say, monopoly. So objective of the claim is to limit and not to extend the monopoly being granted. So you will limit the monopoly. You will limit your boundary so that others should not trespass into your boundary, and you should also not extend your boundary to so that it looks like that as if you are trespassing into others or your neighbor's boundary. So you must define your boundary very carefully and cleverly. Now, while writing claims, the claims must relate to single invention. That is called unity of invention if you have multiple inventions. Okay. And a process, the apparatus, the product together are considered as one invention. We cannot have this is a process and then in next application, I'll claim the product made out of that process and another application with the apparatus through which I have used this process and made that product. So the process, apparatus, product, method of manufacturing, all these together, they form one invention. So that is called unity of inventions or called single invention. Now, while we talk about single inventive concept, so what is this single inventive concept? All the inventions are considered linked so as to form a single general inventive concept only when there is a technical relationship. So if there are many inventions in one application, there should be some kind of technical relationship between them so that as a whole, it looks like a single invention. Claims should not be narrow, otherwise you will not be able to safeguard your interest. Okay, and they should not be very wide so that you be into some others, you are trespassing into some others boundary. They should be very specific, and the claims should always be based on the subject matter which is being disclosed. So when complete specification is filed after provisional specification, there should be some kind of investigation. You must look, is the alleged invention broadly described? Whether I have described all these claims in provisional specification. Is there anything in the provisional specification which is inconsistent with the invention claimed? Or does the claim include as a characteristic of the invention a feature as to which provisional specification is silent? Like, we must look into our provisional specification and the complete specification while drafting your claims. So what is the structure of claims? There is one principal claim, then we have subordinate claims. These subordinate claims, principal claim is the main claim, and these subordinate claims are dependent on the main claim. Then we have last claim, which is called omnibus claim. And all these claims, they derive, like how we structure the claims. They strength of the patent. Like, if you have strength in your claims, then only we can say that you have a very strong patent. Now, in the principal claim, novelty of the invention is mentioned. It is the basic subject matter of the principal claim, and it should clearly define the essential novel features of the invention. We cannot have essential novel features as the preferred embodiments or the subordinate claims. So all those novel features have to be claimed in claim 1. Then subordinate claims have some preferred embodiments. We may write these preferred embodiments in the main claim, we may not, but these are important for an invention. And the omnibus claim is the last claim which is intended to counter the situation where other claims may not be capable of sustained. That means if all your claims, the principal claim or the subordinate claims, are being rejected by the examiner, then this omnibus claim will save you, and you can now redraft your claims from the complete specification during the tenure of 12 months. Then claims like this, I claim, which are on the possessiveness or your property type claims, these are not regarded as claim. I claim a patent, no one else shall claim. So these type of claims should not be written. Claims for the efficiency or the advantages of the invention are not required. These are being rejected by the inventor. Then the claims should be definitive. I claim an improved sewing machine as described or as illustrated, or invention as described in the specification. That means you should not write anything which is refer back to the complete specification for any kind of clarification. So those type of claims are not regarded as claims. Then there should not be any independent claim, because this is against the formula that there is one application for one invention. So if you are having independent claims, that means independent inventions, and independent inventions means the grant of, it is not the grant, it is the rejection. Now this is one example. If I say for the scope of the inventions, this is the scope of definition of invention is wider the less information it contains, and vice versa. So by that means, if you write invention in such a manner that it is very wide and the less information it contains, so the information should be enough so that you can have maximum claims out of your whatever invention disclosure in the patent specification. Now here, this is the patent specification or the invention for a lock. So locks with a latch bolt, slidable as well as turnable. So these are included in both the definitions. You can see that they are overlapping. So lock with a slidable latch bolt, lock with a turnable latch bolt, locks with turnable as well as slidable latch bolt. So the invention is about all the locks. So here we can have, like, we can claim on wider area. Now the body of the claim or the main claim will be lock with a slidable latch bolt characterized by. Now this word characterized by, when we write characterized by, that means after the characterized by, now I'm characterizing my invention after this word. So before the characterized by word, there is lock with a slidable latch bolt. That means that was the prior art, but my invention is in the latch bolt being furnished with longitudinal grooves, like whatever your invention is. So the specific features of your invention will be after these two words, characterized by. Now this is a simple one of the example. First, whatever is written in the main claim, that is the preamble, we say. Preamble means that is required, or we can say statutory requirement. If preamble is not there, then it is not the claim. And if main claim is gone, then all the claims, because all the claims are dependent on the main claim. So if main claim is gone with section 21J, then rest of the claims are also gone. They are not being granted. Okay. So we must write the preamble very carefully. Then we characterize our invention, and thereafter you make the dependent claims. Now it is a very, very simple invention through which I end this presentation, that it is a process for the preparation of some 2-cimetidine, wherein N-cyano, N-methyl, N2-mercaptoethyl guanidine is reacted with 4-chloromethyl, 5-methyl, 1H-imidazole. Now, while reciting all this preamble, what I did, I could understand, because you say, for example, I don't know any chemistry. I'm an examiner. I'm not a chemistry person. So I got that there are some chemical compounds which are reacting, but I'm not interested in looking those chemical compounds. Why? Because these are the prior art. They were also reacting before. So now I'm interested in seeing what is the novel feature. Now, novel feature is characterized in that the reaction is carried out in water. So this carried out in water or in aqueous medium is the novel feature at the pH range of 8.0 to 9.5. Now this is the novel feature. Now the novel invention is aqueous medium with pH range 8.0 to 9.5. Okay, this is a very simple invention. Now, while writing claim, how will I write the dependent claims? Process as claimed in claim 1, characterized in that the reaction is carried out at a pH range. Now, this becomes the preferred embodiment. That means my invention works best in this pH range. Now, I am silent about the aqueous media. Second, process as claimed in claim 1, characterized in that the reaction is carried out in an inert atmosphere. Now, this inert atmosphere was not present in the main claim, though it is a preferred embodiment. Then next, process as claimed in claim 1, characterized in that the reaction is carried out at a temperature of 0 to 5 degree. Now, this was also not mentioned in the main claim. This is a preferred embodiment. Process as claimed in claim 1, characterized in that the reaction between these two in water during 1 to 3 hours. That means if the reaction is carried out in this duration, 1 to 3 hours, it works best. Then sixth claim, the pH of the reaction mixture is adjusted to the desired value by means of sodium hydroxide, right? So now this whole this invention was very simple. But while claiming, what I did, I made 6 claims out of no claim. And now each of my claim is so valuable. The person who is interested in this invention will have to buy all these 6 claims. If he just buys claim number 1, then his invention is not workable. So we must know how to write the preferred embodiments, how to make our invention so valuable while claiming, because claims are the monopoly of the inventor and not the written description in the complete specification.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Yes.
Can all these points be written under one claim? Because specifically it is mentioned the temperature, the solvent, everything, it has been explained in different claims. Okay.
That is what I'm saying. If you write all these preferred embodiments in main claim, there is no claim, there is no other claim. So what will you, if you have like, I'll, for example, if you have a machine, okay, and you provide all the spare parts with the delivery of the machine. So who will buy your spare parts later on? It is basically why we are going. That's what I asked before starting this presentation. Why are we going for a patent? What is there? Like, why should we do so much of homework? We write, we go to the patent office, we pay fees, and then we are frustrated even like why I'm not getting a patent, and while patent is being granted, then I'll go to the industry. मतलब what is इसके पीछे क्या है? क्यों कर रहे हैं हम इतनी मेहनत? This is the reason. And this is the skill of the drafting. And that is why these lawyers are like fishing money out of the inventors like anything. Because they know the skill. It is a skill. Drafting, the writing a research paper is different. Writing a patent specification is altogether different. And the motto is altogether different. We want to sell our invention. We must write our invention. We must claim our invention in such a manner so that each and every word of my writing is valuable. That is why I have written all these. Otherwise, these are not so much of like importance. The temperature I can write in the first claim. If I write everything in the first claim, who will buy my 6 claims? Now I can put a value to each and every claim.
Okay.
So that is the importance. That is the skill of patent drafting. Is it clear?
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yes. So this is the skill which we want everyone should know, that how to claim out of the invention. How to claim. This is the skill. You can claim anything, but you must know how to claim. So thank you very much. I hope I could do justice to this refresher course.
Thank you so much, ma'am.
Can I have a clarity on one concept?
Yes.
Ma'am, we talk of technology transfer.
Yes.
So the IPR patent, does it come under technology? For example, take this group only. We all are teachers in different colleges, and many of us are from University of Delhi, and some are from different colleges also. So whenever we do something, we write our college name, Daulat College, University of Delhi, and immediately by writing that only, we abide to. We are bound to them only. I cannot just do any work anywhere. तो मैम जब टेक ट्रांसफर होगा तो ये यूनिवर्सिटी को होगा या ये टेक ट्रांसफर नहीं करना पड़ेगा पेटेंट के केस में? मतलब मे बी माय क्वेश्चन इज नॉट क्लियर बट यू अंडरस्टूड द आइडिया, क्योंकि मुझे भी क्लैरिटी नहीं है इस पॉइंट पे, बट देयर इज समथिंग लाइक दिस.
हाँ, मैं बताती हूँ आपको. बेसिकली जब हम किसी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में काम करते हैं तो जो राइट होता है, आईपीआर जब भी दिया जाता है, इट इज गिवन टू द ऑर्गेनाइजेशन बिकॉज you are creating something because of your employed in that particular organization, right?
Right, ma'am, right.
Okay, so all those resources are being provided by the organization. So right goes to the organization. Now the Patent Act does not fit into any, the Patent Act cannot say that like what you will give to your inventor, or what is the arrangement between the inventor and the employer or the employee. So the act is not between these two parties, right? So the right will be given to the applicant, whosoever is the applicant. In your case, the applicant will be the organization like Delhi University or whatever college you are in. You might be the applicant, but you must see in your bylaws or some policy that who will be the right owner.
नहीं मैम, applicant जैसे for example I do something in my college or do it privately at home also. लेकिन whenever I apply I write Daulat College, University of Delhi. So and I apply, तो applicant तो मैं हुई, but inventor college हुआ, मतलब university हुई या inventor भी मैं हुई?
आप जब उसमें फॉर्म 5 में जब आप ट्रू एंड द फर्स्ट इंफॉर्मेशन के ट्रू एंड द फर्स्ट इन्वेंटर की इंफॉर्मेशन देते हो ना पेटेंट ऑफिस को फॉर्म पे लिख के, तो उसमें आपको स्पेसिफाई करना पड़ता है कि हु इज द इन्वेंटर एंड हु इज द एप्लीकेंट. Fine. If you are the applicant,
okay,
so it might be your policy, your organization's policy that this particular professor or this particular divisional head or whatever, that is your policy that you will be the applicant. Okay. So now what is the arrangement between you and Daulat Ram College or Delhi University? So that nobody else is concerned. The right will be going to the Delhi University or the Daulat Ram College or you as per se. So that is not the concern of the patent office.
That is not the concern of the patent office, but
No.
we know now that tech transfer will happen.
Tech transfer will happen. So that is your internal arrangement. Like what kind of tech transfer you want to have, what kind of assignments, what kind of rights you will assign to whom who is your industrial partner, whatever else. So that is different. The grant of the patent is given to the applicant, whosoever is the applicant. Now, applicant, while this might be the reason that you will be the applicant and the grant will be on your name, right? Now that grant will be coming to the university, not to you as such. Okay. So you cannot undergo any technology transfer as of your from your division or as of your own wishes. You have to consult your university because that is your internal arrangement.
Ma'am, that means tech transfer आया ही नहीं, your university is already in possession of all things.
Yes, वो तो जिसको एप्लीकेंट आपके जो भी अरेंजमेंट है ना, आप एप्लीकेंट हो गए, आपने राइट लाके दिया अपनी यूनिवर्सिटी को या अपने कॉलेज को, तो अब किसके पास राइट है, कौन उसमें असाइनमेंट ले रहा है, कौन उसको किसके साथ असाइन कर रहा है राइट्स, कौन लीगल डीड्स में जा रहा है, तो वो उसका तो वो सेपरेट है. इट इज अ काइंड ऑफ अदर लीगल अरेंजमेंट जो भी आपके यहाँ होते हैं, उसका पेटेंट से कोई लेना देना नहीं. पेटेंट ऑफिस,
that I understand, the patent office will not come into the picture between me and the university, but as such when we sign कि I am going to be the employee of the university, automatically ये तो सब कुछ यूनिवर्सिटी का ही
यूनिवर्सिटी को ही जाता है. जिस दिन आपने साइन किया होगा ना, वो सारे
अपॉइंटमेंट साइन करी उस दिन पहले यूनिवर्सिटी के साथ हो गए हम तो.
बिल्कुल बिल्कुल, क्योंकि वो है भी, क्योंकि जो भी आप कर रहे हो ना, दैट इज बाय वर्च्यू ऑफ यू बीइंग एम्प्लॉयड बाय द यूनिवर्सिटी. यू आर नॉट डूइंग ऑन योर ओन.
So tech transfer applies to any kind of IPR?
Any kind of IPR. No, technology transfer is in the field of patents only.
Patent, अच्छा, it is specific to patents, okay.
Because science and technology जहाँ आएगा वहाँ पे आप प्रोटेक्शन सिर्फ पेटेंट से मिलता है, तो उसमें इंडस्ट्रियल डिजाइन भी आते हैं, इंडस्ट्री भी इन्वॉल्व है. अगर आप इंडस्ट्रियल डिजाइन करते हो तो वो आपको इंडस्ट्रियल डिजाइन रजिस्टर होंगे, वो पेटेंट नहीं होंगे, वो डिजाइन भी आप उसमें जा सकते हो. टेक्नोलॉजी ट्रांसफर जैसे बोलते हैं ना, तो इंडस्ट्रियल डिजाइन ट्रांसफर भी होते हैं.
That means there is a lot more to learn about this.
Yes, there are many types of intellectual property rights, not only patents. और different creations जो creations और inventions की मैं बात कर रही थी ना, different creations have different kind of protections.
Yes, ma'am. There are 7 kinds, I think.
Not seven. How many? 7. Can you list? Yeah.
Yeah. Trade. We start with this patent, copyright, trade secrets, then the geographical indicators, then the traditional knowledge.
No, traditional knowledge cannot be protected.
No, it is under IPR. Yes, ma'am. The traditional knowledge system, ITK.
ITK? Traditional knowledge system is there, but nobody can have a right on traditional knowledge. Rights are not given on traditional knowledge.
It does not come under IPR.
No.
Okay.
Even trade secrets you mentioned, these are not IPR. These are IPRs, but nobody can give a right. They have this confidential information which has not been disclosed with anyone. We call them trade secrets, but these are not being granted by anyone.
Then there is a trademark.
Trademarks are there.
Which else is left?
There is Integrated Circuit Design Act.
Yes. Semiconductors fall in
Specifically.
yeah.
Yes. Then we have plant breeders and farmers' rights.
Okay, that I was not.
Plant variety protection. It comes under plant variety protection. So
It
these
does
are
not come
different
under
activities.
geographical indicators.
Geographical indications are not given to any persons. They are for the community or a local region. While plant variety protections are the protections which are given to the farmers or the plant breeders. So this is different. The two acts are different. GI Act
That
is
means there are
different.
many. That means there are many.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. Each is different and the subject area is also different. Like what can be protected under what like field. So, and the number of years of protection are also different and the provisions are also different.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It was insightful, but yes, that is understandable that a lot more is yet to learn.
Yes. In fact, for copyright and plagiarism, these are different. Like what comes under copyright, the plagiarism concept is altogether different. So this are like various kinds of protections are there.
And then now there is copyleft also.
Yeah, copyleft is a term basically, but everything is like it comes under the copyright Indian Copyright Act of 1957, which is like in force.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you.
Any other query?
Yes.
Any other query from participants? I don't think, ma'am, there is any more query. Thank you so much, ma'am. So formally, I would like to end this session with a vote of thanks. So on behalf of DRC and MMTC SGTB Khalsa College, I extend my sincere gratitude to Dr. Kanika Malik for her incredible and insightful presentation on patent filing. Your expertise in navigating the complexity of intellectual property from the initial ideation to the final grant would have definitely provided our participants with invaluable knowledge, ma'am. Undoubtedly, this session would have equipped our participants with a clear understanding of how to protect their innovation effectively. Thank you once again, ma'am, for sharing your time and valuable expertise with us today. We are really grateful to you, ma'am. Thank you so much.
Thank you all for listening to me very patiently.
It was a good session, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you
so much, ma'am.
Ma'am, it was a session जिसमें पेटेंट के लिए सब कुछ समझा and last में समझा कि हमारा कुछ नहीं है इसमें.
इसे बहुत एक्चुअली क्या है कि जब हम इसको एक वैसे बहुत सिंपल है जैसे बाकी एक्ट्स है ना जैसे वी हैव सिविल प्रॉपर्टी एक्ट कुछ भी एक्ट है हमारे क्रिमिनल एक्ट है इट इज लाइक दैट ओनली बस एक बार हमें पता चल जाए कि कौन से रूल्स हैं जो अप्लाई होते हैं कौन से सेक्शंस हैं जिसके अंडर हम इसको कर सकते हैं तो इट इज लाइक वेरी मच अंडरस्टैंडेबल.
नहीं मैम अगर आपका मौका लगे तो एक बार हमें सेंट्रल यूनिवर्सिटी के कंटेक्स्ट में स्पेशली डीयू के कंटेक्स्ट में बताइएगा कि व्हाट इज अवर पोजीशन वेयर डू वी लाई.
ओके So next time we'll have a physical session. Actually physical session में क्या होता है ना ऑफलाइन सेशन में आपका पर्सनल इंटरेक्शन होता है तो उसमें आपको बहुत जल्दी चीजें समझ में आती है. ये वन वे जो है ना ट्रैफिक ये मुझे भी बिल्कुल पसंद नहीं है.
मुझे gives a feeling to the speaker that
the person is only broadcasting. पता नहीं मैं कुछ कोई समझ भी पा रहा है कि नहीं because बहुत सारी ऐसी टर्म्स होती है ना which you might not be using. So जब हम आमने सामने होते हैं ना तो वो क्लियर हो जाती है उस टाइम.
Expressions भी yes ma'am.
हाँ बस वही है. चलो थैंक यू सो मच. विल मीट अगेन समटाइम्स इन ऑफलाइन सेशन.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Sonika. So shall I leave?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so all participants can also leave. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
We are ending our session for today.
Long day today, ma'am.
For all of us. Chalo, okay, bye-bye.
चलिए बाय.
रिकॉर्डिंग के लिए बोल दो ना मधु स्टॉप करने के लिए.
फीडबैक फॉर्म आएगा ना मैम अभी.
फीडबैक फॉर्म ग्रुप पे शेयर कर देंगे.
हाँ मैं शेयर कर दूंगी फीडबैक. Thank you. Bye.
Ma'am, is there an attendance link for this? this session also?
Like I told you, it was shared as session 3 only. It's still
That I had
active.
filled. After that, nothing was shared.
That is only
At
the attendance.
4:13, I had shared.
That I have filled, Madhu ma'am, because today I have filled 5 forms.
That's only. Actually, presentation wala by mistake, I wrote it as session 3. Now, this is actually session 3. We will
Ma'am,
change
ye
its
dekh
name
lo,
to
this is
presentation.
CSIR Institute Mysore.
Good, enjoy.
All of you can
And
see.
now we have Dr. Anita Garg Mangla for the next session.
Yeah, I can tell you what I learned in Mysore CFTRI today. You can see it's a beautiful campus.
No, you have blurred your background, so we cannot see the campus.
Okay, let me change it. वो आप सेशन के टाइम वीडियो कहते हो ना मैम, तो डरते डरते करना पड़ता है.
रिकॉर्डिंग के लिए बोल दो मधु.
हाँ, मैं बोलती हूँ, पहले रुक जाओ.
तब तक हम वर्चुअल
It's
टूर
not changing. मैम आपको पीछे से कुछ भी नहीं दिख रहा, ग्रीन
नहीं,
कुछ भी नहीं दिख
ब्लर
रहा.
कर रखा है अपने सेटिंग्स में. वर्चुअल टूर है मैम हमें.
आप देखो, आप आ रहे हैं?
Yes.
Now it is great.
देखो आप.
Nice.
और मुझे आज डांट पड़ी सेशन अटेंड करने के चक्कर में, क्योंकि मैं लेके बैठी हुई थी अपना सेशन.
Nice campus.
Very beautiful campus, very green and very huge. And very strict.
अच्छा.
हाँ. फोन के ऑन